In the long stretch of the night, history settles into something quieter. The noise recedes. The pace slows. And what remains is work that continued without witnesses, carried forward in rooms where nothing appeared to change. Tonight, you'll drift through hours shaped not by movement, but by waiting, by decisions made carefully, then held in place without confirmation that they had worked. These are stories from a hidden war, one sustained through patience rather than force. Messages revised and maintained. Details adjusted and protected. Falsehoods carried forward not for moments, but for years. In this part of the war, there was rarely a clear signal of success. Failure arrived quietly, and those involved often moved on without ever knowing whether their efforts had altered anything at all. There is no need to hold every detail in mind. These stories were shaped to continue even when attention fades. They unfold slowly, at a pace that allows you to listen, or simply let them pass. As the night stretches on, the stories remain within the same quiet landscape. A war fought without front lines, sustained by endurance, and carried forward long after urgency had disappeared. Set the day down gently. Let the hours unfold. You're listening to Echoes of War. Part 1. The Enigma War. Breaking Hitler's Code. The room hums with a sound that never stops. It isn't music, not quite. More like the breathing of a machine that dreams. You're standing in front of it now, close enough to hear the tiny tremor in its heart. Rotors turning, metal clicking, electricity whispering through wires. The air tastes of dust and oil. Somewhere nearby, a radiator hisses softly, like rain falling behind walls. You can feel the temperature shift between breaths, warm where the lamps glow, cold near the floor where the past still lingers. It's late, or maybe early. Time doesn't keep its shape here. Light leaks in through narrow windows, carving the room into slivers of gold and shadow. Dust drifts like snow in the beam of a single bulb. You reach out, and your fingertips brush the edge of the machine's casing. Cool, solid, alive. The Enigma sits before you like an altar. Wood, brass, electricity, and silence. It was built to keep secrets, but tonight, it feels like it wants to speak. You press one key. The lamp board answers with a faint pulse of light, a letter that isn't the one you typed. Another key, another light. Each click is a question whispered into the dark. Who are you? What are you hiding? The war has many fronts, but this one has no trenches, no uniforms, no glory. Only the relentless rhythm of typewriter keys, the hiss of paper sliding into files, the hum of machines that never tire. Somewhere far away, men are dying for messages written here, sentences that arrive too late, or just in time. The people in this room will never see the ocean battles they change, or the cities they save from fire. They will never be thanked, never named. Their victories will vanish into silence, the kind that outlasts even memory. You close your eyes. Behind the lids, the sound becomes rhythm, part heartbeat, part metronome, part prayer. It's the sound of logic trying to save a world that's already burning. Outside, rain slicks the English countryside. A bicycle bell rings in the distance. Someone walks past the window, coat collar turned up, carrying a folder marked "Most Secret." The path they walk will someday be called Bletchley Park, but tonight it's just another quiet place full of tired people and impossible hopes. Inside, the Enigma waits. Its rotors shimmer faintly under the light, circles within circles, an alphabet of infinite combinations. Every letter it scrambles is a heartbeat lost to the storm. Every mistake it hides costs someone a name, a face, a tomorrow. And yet, the same machine that hides truth will also reveal it, because somewhere, far away, in another dimly lit room, someone else is listening. Their fingers move through equations instead of triggers. Their battlefield a desk covered in chalk dust and coffee stains. They don't carry rifles. They carry patterns. And in those patterns, they will find a way to see through the fog. You can almost feel the moment approaching, the point where human thought begins to outpace destruction, where silence becomes signal, where the mind itself becomes a weapon sharper than any blade. The sound in the room grows louder now, not noise, but purpose. It fills the walls, the lungs, the space between heartbeat and breath. It's the sound of resistance born in numbers and logic, not in gunfire. The sound of people deciding that understanding can be an act of defiance. Chapter 1. Before Enigma. The Codebreaker's War begins. Part 1. The Language of Machines. It begins, as all wars do, with a sound. Not gunfire, not marching boots. Just the quiet click of a key being pressed for the first time. You're standing in a dim Berlin workshop, sometime around 1920. The world has barely begun to rebuild itself from the ruins of the Great War. The air smells of varnish and solder. Copper wire coils glint under the flicker of a lamp. At a wooden desk sits Arthur Skerbius, engineer, dreamer, and believer in the promise of order. He moves slowly, deliberately, tightening a screw, adjusting a switch. He doesn't see the future in the way prophets do. He builds it, one circuit at a time. On the table before him rests a strange contraption, a box of brass and bakelite, fitted with a keyboard and a series of rotating discs. When a key is pressed, the current passes through the rotors, and a different letter glows on a small panel. Every press creates a new cipher, an alphabet constantly reborn. Skerbius smiles faintly. He calls it Enigma. Outside, Berlin is alive again. Jazz clubs, trams, and the faint smell of coal smoke drifting from chimneys. Germany is wounded but restless, inventing its way toward the next disaster. And in this small workshop, something dangerous has been born, a machine that can make language itself untrustworthy. At first, Skerbius tries to sell it to banks and corporations, promising security in a world obsessed with secrets. But he finds no buyers. Only the military understands what he's built. They see not a curiosity, but a weapon, one that can speak in silence. Within a few years, the German armed forces adopt Enigma for their communications. Skerbius doesn't live to see what his invention will do. He dies in a horse accident in 1929, his name already half forgotten. But his machine will outlive him, and for a time, so will his illusion of perfection. You can almost feel history pause, as if holding its breath. The gears begin to turn. The letters start to dance. And in the space between signal and silence, a new kind of war begins. Part 2. Poland's Quiet Revolution. Now the air smells different. Chalk, ink, winter. You're in a lecture hall at Poznan University, 1932. 3 young mathematicians sit in the front row, barely 20 years old. Their names are Marian Rejewski, Jerzy Rosicki, and Henryk Zygalski. They are not soldiers, not spies, not even linguists. They are puzzle solvers, graduates of a course in applied mathematics designed to test one simple question. Can logic defeat secrecy? Outside, snow falls in slow spirals. Inside, a chalkboard is covered with tangled alphabets and substitution grids. Rejewski stares at them as if they were constellations. He has the quiet patience of a man who believes that even chaos has rules. You just have to listen long enough to find them. By the end of the year, the Polish Cipher Bureau assigns them to a secret office in Warsaw. Their task: decipher the unbreakable German enigma. The office is small, the air thick with tobacco smoke and uncertainty. Each morning they arrive in silence, hang their coats, and begin again, rewriting alphabets, redrawing circuits, mapping the invisible. Rejewski builds mathematical models of the machine without ever having seen one. He studies intercepted messages, looking for patterns hidden in repetition. He notices that German operators, being human, make mistakes. They repeat greetings, names, phrases, and within those imperfections he finds rhythm, the ghost of structure. It's not a eureka moment. It's hundreds of small realizations stacked like dominoes. In 1933, he does it. He reconstructs the Enigma's wiring using pure mathematics. No machine, no blueprint, no key, just the symmetry of thought. When the news reaches his superiors, they don't celebrate. They simply nod. There is no victory yet. Only a door quietly opening in a long corridor of secrets. You can hear it now, the first sound of resistance. Not the roar of engines, but the scratch of pencil on paper. The war hasn't started, but the counterattack already has. Part 3. The Gift in the Rain. 6 years later, the world trembles again. It's July 1939, and you're standing in a clearing outside Warsaw, near the village of Pyry. The summer air is heavy with thunder. The forest hums with insects and fear. A small wooden building sits in the clearing, guarded by Polish soldiers who pretend not to exist. Inside, 3 nations have gathered: Poland, France, and Britain. Each sends its quietest minds, not its generals. On the table rests a wooden crate. Inside, a complete replica of the German Enigma, built by Rejewski's team. Beside it, diagrams, code sheets, notes. Years of work condensed into fragile paper. The Polish officers explain everything: the wiring, the settings, the mathematics that made it possible. They know war is coming. They also know they will be crushed first, so they give the secret away. Outside, thunder cracks like a gunshot. The delegates shake hands in silence. There are no speeches, no signatures, only the understanding that what has been shared may someday save the world. The British courier wraps the crate in canvas, loads it into a car, and drives toward the border. Rain begins to fall, a steady, rhythmic downpour, like the tapping of keys. By the time the convoy reaches Paris, the code has already changed again. But the gift endures. Months later, Poland will be invaded from both east and west. Rejewski and his colleagues will flee through Romania, leaving behind everything but the knowledge in their heads. That knowledge will outlive nations. It will cross borders unseen, like a signal that refuses to fade. You can still hear it, the rain on the roof of that safe house in Pyry, the sound of a small country giving the world its first defense against darkness. Part 4. The Threshold. Now you're standing on British soil, autumn 1939. The war has begun. The air smells of damp leaves and diesel, the horizon bruised with smoke. In the distance, a mansion rises beyond the mist, ivy-covered, quiet, improbable. Bletchley Park. No one knows it yet, but this will become the beating heart of Britain's invisible war. You follow a path lined with puddles and bicycles. A guard at the gate nods you through. Inside, the place hums with a strange mixture of panic and precision. Linguists, chess champions, mathematicians, even poets. The rooms are small, the tea weak, the heating unreliable. But the energy is relentless. Somewhere in these halls, a wooden crate from Poland is being unpacked. Its contents are handled like relics. Fingers trace the edges of the Enigma replica, its brass letters worn smooth from use. The rain outside taps against the window like a code waiting to be read. You stand in the doorway, listening to the sound of it all. The machines, the pencils, the breath between thought and discovery. The war of steel and smoke has only just begun, but the war of silence is already halfway won. The first hum of understanding fills the room, the sound that will carry through the rest of the war. The low, steady heartbeat of minds refusing to give up. Chapter 2. Bletchley Park, the secret brain of Britain. Part 1. The mansion that shouldn't matter. It doesn't look like a weapon. A rambling Victorian house in Buckinghamshire, its brickwork streaked with moss, its pond full of reeds and secrets. You stand at the gate on a grey morning in 1939. Rain beads on bicycle handlebars lined up like a regiment of patients. The air smells of damp wool, coal smoke, and ink. Inside, the corridors breathe a different weather. Warm, close, humming. Typewriters chatter through the walls. Somewhere, a kettle whistles, the one reliable sound of comfort in a place built entirely on tension. It shouldn't work, this odd collection of minds. Linguists, chess champions, Egyptologists, debutantes who once translated poetry for fun. But war has a strange talent for rearranging purpose. Here, every eccentricity becomes a strength. They call the new arrivals the cleverest crowd that ever forgot to comb its hair. No ranks, no medals, only the unspoken vow that what happens inside these rooms will remain invisible until the end of time. You listen to the floorboards creak as people pass, notebooks pressed tight to their chests. Outside, the rain thickens, blurring the windows until the mansion looks like it's sinking into fog. This is where thought will fight back. Part 2. The Mind of Alan Turing. Down one corridor, bare bulbs, the scent of machine oil. You find him, a young man in an ill-fitting suit, cycling clips still on his trousers. Alan Turing looks more like a distracted schoolteacher than the mind that will tilt the war. He sits hunched over diagrams scrawled on scrap paper, pencil tapping out rhythms only he can hear. Letters, rotors, probabilities, all turning in his head faster than the machines can spin. He's designing something that doesn't yet exist, a thinking engine to outthink the German Enigma. People find him odd. He finds most people slower than mathematics. But when he speaks about logic, his words gather light. When he pauses, it feels like the air itself is calculating. On his desk sits a mug stained with tea, beside a half-eaten apple that's already browning. The small details of a man building eternity in miniature. Outside, bicycles clatter over gravel as more recruits arrive. Inside, Turing redraws the possible. Every few hours he stands, walks the corridor once, then returns to the paper as if the walls themselves have whispered a new equation. He isn't chasing glory. He's chasing clarity. And somewhere in that chase, the first sketch of the bomb begins to breathe. Part 3. The Women of the Park. Listen closely and you'll hear another rhythm, the lighter tap of typewriters, the soft rustle of uniform skirts. They are the unseen backbone of Bletchley. The wrens, the clerks, the translators, the radio listeners. Most are barely 20, carrying more responsibility than the world will ever credit them for. You can picture them at dawn, cycling through fog, singing quietly to keep warm. They file into the huts, hang damp coats by the stove, and sit before the machines. Their fingers move faster than thought, recording, sorting, punching holes in paper tape. One of them, Mavis Beatty, keeps a notebook of Italian words she likes the sound of. She'll use them later when she helps crack a naval cipher that saves an entire Mediterranean fleet. Another, Margaret Rock, jokes that she dreams in letters now, rows and rows of them, marching behind her eyelids. They work long shifts, their laughter thin but stubborn. Sometimes, when the pressure breaks, someone tells a joke about romance in Hut 6, and the whole room erupts in giggles before falling silent again. They know the enemy listens, even to joy. At night, they walk back to dormitories lit only by blackout lamps. The path glows faintly under frost. Their breath clouds the air like Morse code for hope. Part 4. The Visitors and the Geese. One afternoon, a black car arrives, unannounced. Out steps Winston Churchill, rain dripping from his hat. He strides through the corridors with the impatience of a man who's lived too long among generals and finally found real brains. He studies the rows of young people hunched over ciphers, the clattering machines, the walls of intercepted messages pinned like constellations. When someone apologizes for the cramped conditions, he grins. These are the geese that lay the golden eggs and never cackle. 4 weeks afterward, morale soars. The workers still pedal through rain, still live on weak tea and ration biscuits, but the Prime Minister's words hum like electricity in the huts. They aren't invisible anymore. Not entirely. Someone at the top knows what they're doing and will protect it. Part 5. The First Cracks in the Code. Evening descends early in November 1939. A storm crawls across the sky. Wind presses the blackout curtains flat against the glass. Inside Hut 8, a small team gathers around Turing's desk. The bomb prototype, wheels, wires, relays, spins and coughs, the sound halfway between a clock and a heartbeat. Hours pass. Paper piles up. Fatigue becomes background noise. Then a shout, quiet but certain. I think we have it. A message unravels on the page. One sentence suddenly legible after weeks of static. It isn't dramatic, just a German weather report. But it means the system works. For a moment, no one speaks. They just listen to the rain outside and the steady thrum of the machine, as if history itself is exhaling. Part 6. A Day in the Huts. Morning again. A kettle whistles, bicycles squeal, boots stamp the cold from their soles. Steam fogs the windows. The smell of porridge seeps through the corridors. Someone's lost a slide rule. Someone else hums a waltz. It could be any office in England, until you notice the piles of messages marked top secret, most immediate. You take a seat by a window and watch the rhythm unfold. Coffee, calculation, code, silence. A bell rings for tea break. Laughter spills out, short and bright, then dies as another signal arrives. They live suspended between monotony and revelation. Each minute could change the war, or nothing at all. When night falls, the mansion glows faintly, an island of thought in a darkened country. The fields around it are silent except for the hum of generators and the click of bicycle wheels heading home. Above, the sky clears. Stars appear like pins in a vast encrypted map. You breathe out, the air misting against glass. Tomorrow the same rhythm will return. Tea, code, silence, hope. And that, more than anything, is how the war will be won. Part 7. The Weight of Knowing. It's late again. The huts creak. The typewriters rest. In the cafeteria, a single bulb burns over empty mugs. A few workers linger, talking in half sentences about weather and ration cards, never about work. The rules forbid it, but habit enforces it. They've started to measure time not in hours, but in decrypts. One clear message means another convoy saved, another 1,000 lives still breathing. But each success carries the quiet ache of what can't be shared. A young woman closes her notebook and whispers, "It feels like being alive in someone else's dream." No one answers. They just sit, listening to the wind slide across the roof. Outside, frost forms on the bicycles. Inside, the machines sleep. Tomorrow they will wake, hungry for patterns. Part 8. The Living Brain. From above, if you could see it, Bletchley Park at night would look like a giant circuit board. Huts glowing like nodes, paths connecting them like wires. Messages flow in, conclusions flow out, energy loops back to begin again. It is a living mind made of flesh and light and silence. Each person a neuron, each letter a pulse, each act of understanding a small defiance against oblivion. And if you listen closely, beneath the wind and the whisper of trees, you can still hear it, the hum that began with Scourbius's machine, traveling now through human hands and human fatigue, growing louder, clearer, unstoppable. The mansion doesn't know it yet, but it has already changed the course of the world. Chapter 3. The Machine Against the Sea. Cracking U-boat codes. Part 1. The Ocean's Cipher. The sea speaks in fragments, a low frequency, endless, undecoded. You're standing on a windswept dock in early 1941. Cranes groan, cables whip, gulls wheel in circles above the grey. Salt cuts the air. Diesel fumes hang like a memory of thunder. Somewhere beyond the horizon, hundreds of submarines prowl. They move silently through corridors of cold water, hunting convoys that crawl from America toward the British Isles. Each U-boat carries an Enigma machine bolted beside the radio set, its rotors gleaming like wet teeth. Every night the captains send messages, brief, encrypted, perfect. The sea swallows them whole, and far away, in a landlocked mansion filled with tired minds, someone tries to listen. The Atlantic is the code made manifest, patternless, violent, and full of meaning you can't yet read. Every wave hides a message, every silence a secret. Part 2. The Listeners. Now you're on a cliff in northern Scotland. A small wooden hut clings to the edge, its walls lined with coils of wire. Inside sits a girl no older than 20, headphones pressed tight, pencil poised. She belongs to the Y service, the network of silent ears scattered across the empire. Through the static she hears faint Morse, dots, dashes, pauses like held breath. She writes what she can before the signal fades. No context, just rhythm. Outside, the wind screams. Inside, her world is the hum of the receiver. Each intercepted pulse is a thread she will never see woven into its final pattern. At midnight she folds the sheets, labels them, sends them south by teleprinter. No signature, no thanks. The next shift takes her place. Somewhere in Buckinghamshire, another operator will read her lines and begin the next layer of translation. Together they are a single, unseen organism, the human antenna of a desperate island. Part 3. Convoy HX 229. It's spring 1941. Convoy HX 229 stretches across the Atlantic like a fragile necklace of light. 40 merchant ships, guarded by a few weary destroyers. The men on deck scan the water for shadows that move the wrong way. They sleep in boots. They dream of home. You can smell wet rope, burnt coffee, engine oil. You can taste metal in every breath. Above, the sky is starless. Below, the black water gleams like polished coal. In Hut 8, the intercepts arrive, encrypted reports from U-boats coordinating attacks. The Enigma settings have changed again. New rotors. New plug board. Turing's team works through the night, trying to catch the pattern before the convoy vanishes. Back at sea, the first torpedo hits before dawn. The horizon blooms briefly, then folds into darkness. Ships scatter, radioing half-coded pleas that dissolve in static. By the time the new settings fall into place at Bletchley, the water is already full of oil and fire. Victory and failure arrive in the same message, only hours apart. Part 4. The Sea's Reply. For every convoy lost, a new codebook is found. It happens by chance more often than by plan. One morning in May 1941, HMS Bulldog hauls a crippled U-boat to the surface. Smoke, shouting, gunfire, surrender. In the scramble, a boarding party leaps below deck. The air is thick. Diesel, fear, the stench of burnt insulation. They search by feel and flashlight until they find it. The Enigma, still warm, still alive. Beside it lie the day's key sheets, damp but legible. They carry the prize to the open air, wrapping it in canvas as though shielding it from shame. The ocean heaves beneath them, ignorant and immense. When the crate reaches Bletchley, the park holds its breath. Fingers trace the salt-stained pages. For the first time, the German Navy's private language is naked before them. Within weeks, Allied convoys begin arriving intact. The balance shifts by millimeters, but at sea, millimeters mean survival. Part 5. The Blackout. Success never lasts. Early 1942, the Germans adapt. A new version of Enigma, Triton, the Shark Cipher, enters service with the Atlantic Fleet. 4 rotors now instead of 3. Billions of new combinations. The sea turns dark again. You're back in Hut 8. The machines grind and whir, but no patterns emerge. Weeks pass. Months. Convoy reports vanish into silence. The operators stop marking maps. There's nothing left to mark. A kind of exhaustion takes hold. Too quiet to be despair, too constant to be hope. Turing paces the corridor at night, counting steps, rehearsing probability formulas under his breath. The sound of the bomb machines once filled the air. Now their rhythm feels hollow, like heartbeats lost in echo. Outside, the blackout deepens. Even the stars seem encrypted. Part 6. The Boy in the Radio Room. Cut now to the other side of the silence. Inside U-Boat U-247, a 21-year-old radio operator adjusts his dials. Sweat runs down his neck. The air is thick with oil and unspoken fear. He sends his coordinates, signs off, waits for reply. None comes. He retunes, convinced it's interference. He sends again. Still nothing. He looks at the captain, who shrugs. No reason to worry. But the boy feels the weight of absence pressing in. In his headphones, the static sounds like breathing. He imagines the Allies have gone deaf. He doesn't know that above him, across 1,000 miles of dark water, someone is already working to hear again. When their boat is finally found months later, it goes down without resistance. The operator's log is recovered, the last line smudged by salt. Silence continues. Part 7. The Long Return of Meaning. December 1942. In a cold hut thick with cigarette smoke, a message decrypts cleanly for the first time in nearly a year. It gives the position of 3 U-boats. The Admiralty reroutes a convoy before dawn. Every ship arrives. No one cheers. They're too tired for celebration. But when the operators step outside, the air smells sharper, cleaner. For the first time in months, the frost glittering on the grass looks like hope rather than ash. The blackout begins to lift, letter by letter. Each new success shortens the war by an invisible inch. Part 8. The weight of water. Still, the cost lingers. Those who read the messages see what others never will. Lists of names, ships lost before warning could reach them. They carry that silence like ballast. In the evenings, some walk to the lake behind the mansion. They stand at its edge, watching wind ripple the surface, pretending it's the sea. One woman drops pebbles into the water, each one a name she'll never speak. The ripples spread, collide, disappear. Inside, the bombs start again, wheels spinning, lights blinking. Outside, the world waits for meaning. You listen to the two sounds merging, the mechanical heartbeat of Bletchley and the distant pulse of the ocean. Together they form the same rhythm, endurance. Part 9. The Machine and the Sea. By 1943, the tide has turned. Convoys move under cover of intelligence invisible to the enemy. Ships that once died nameless now glide through fog unharmed. The ocean, once owned by the U-boats, becomes a mirror again, reflecting not dominance but uncertainty. In a final twist of symmetry, the same science that built Enigma now dismantles it. A machine born of precision defeated by another born of persistence. Metal against metal. Thought against arrogance. You picture it, the storm-swept Atlantic, the moon hidden, the hum of the bomb echoing faintly even here, translated by imagination into the rhythm of waves. For a moment, the two fronts, the sea and the hut, are one continuous mind. Every rotation of a rotor above the water answered by a turning gear below it. And then silence again. Not defeat, not victory, just the sea resuming its language of patience. Part 10. Aftermath. Morning breaks pale and colorless over the park. A message arrives. Another convoy safe. Someone yawns, stretches, pours tea into a chipped mug. The extraordinary has become ordinary. They don't know yet that historians will call this the Battle of the Atlantic. They only know that tonight they'll sleep a little deeper, that somewhere out their sailors will see dawn. The war still roars on other fronts, but here, in the hum and rain and paper, one front has quieted. The machine keeps turning, the sea keeps breathing, and between them lies the thinnest thread of human will, fragile, stubborn, unbroken. Chapter 4. The Bomb and the Mind. Building a Thinking Machine. Part 1. The Machine Room. The first thing you notice is the heat. It rises from the floor, from the machines, from the sleepless effort of thought turned mechanical. The air tastes faintly of ozone and oil. Paper curls in the humidity. You're standing in the bomb room, the beating heart of Bletchley Park. Rows of great metal frames fill the space, their panels crowded with rotating wheels and colored wires. When the switch is thrown, a low growl begins, soft at first, then steady, rhythmic, hypnotic. The operators wear headphones to muffle the roar, but the vibration still climbs through their boots, up their spines, into their minds. The machine's rhythm becomes their own. Each wheel represents a possibility. Each rotation, a guess at truth. One by one, the bombs eliminate impossibility until only a handful of answers remain. It is the sound of reason chewing through chaos. A woman in uniform moves between the rows, clipboard in hand, pencil behind her ear. She checks the settings, notes the clicks, resets the wires. She doesn't know exactly what the machine is solving, only that its answers mean lives. Her fingers are inked with graphite and determination. She hums quietly, as if to calm the machines. The room smells of work: hot metal, paper, sweat, the ghost of electricity. This is what intelligence sounds like when it has no time to rest. Part 2. The Architect. A few huts away, Alan Turing sits alone at his desk. The room is barely wide enough for him to stretch his legs, yet he's built universes inside it. On his wall hang sketches of wiring patterns and logical diagrams drawn in a hand that wavers between genius and exhaustion. He is not thinking of war tonight. He's thinking of process, of how thought itself could be broken into sequences: input, decision, outcome. He's building the architecture of the modern mind without knowing what to call it. His colleagues talk of encryption and keys. Turing talks of states and machines, of logic stripped of emotion. He believes that everything, music, language, even love, could be expressed as a sequence of decisions if one only knew the rules. Outside, the night murmurs with the sound of bombs turning. He listens, hearing not machinery but rhythm, the pulse of an idea larger than war. He begins to write in his notebook. Can a machine think? He pauses, then crosses out think and writes decide. On the desk beside him sits an apple, half eaten. The fruit is beginning to brown, yet it seems to glow under the lamplight, a small, perfect metaphor for impermanence. Part 3. The Engineers at Dollis Hill. 10 miles away, at the post office research station in Dollis Hill, engineers work through the night. Their workspace is a chaos of wires, soldering irons, and half-drunk cups of tea. Tommy Flowers, quiet, practical, stubborn, oversees the build of Turing's design. He has the calm patience of a man used to coaxing order from stubborn circuits. He doesn't talk about philosophy. He just makes things work. While mathematicians dream, Flowers constructs reality. Metal frames, relay boards, spools of cable that look like arteries. The heat from the lamps turns the air thick. Someone opens a window. London's fog slides in, cold and heavy. It smells of coal and rain and exhaustion. When the first bomb prototype runs, it doesn't sound heroic. It clatters, grinds, hesitates, like a beast unsure of its purpose. Then, finally, the rhythm stabilizes, wheels turning, contacts clicking, lights winking in sequence. Flowers doesn't smile. He just nods once, wipes his hands on a rag, and says quietly, "That'll do." He doesn't know it yet, but his work here will lead directly to something even greater. Colossus, the first electronic computer. The idea of speed without fatigue, of calculation faster than imagination. The line between code breaking and creation blurs forever. Part 4. Gordon Welchman's Lines. Back at Bletchley, mathematician Gordon Welchman leans over a sheet of graph paper. The lamps flicker as he sketches diagonal lines across a grid of letters. To an outsider, it looks like nothing. To him, it is revelation. The diagonal board, his invention, allows the bomb to compare possibilities in parallel. It saves hours, sometimes days, of work. When he explains it, even Turing blinks, as if seeing the machine learn to reason. The test run begins at midnight. The new circuitry hums in a lower tone, smoother, calmer, almost confident. In less than an hour, a message decrypts cleanly. The operators exchange glances but don't cheer. Instead, they look at the machine with something close to awe. For the first time, it feels as though the logic itself has caught fire. Part 5. The People Who Feed the Machine. To outsiders, this war would seem mechanical, bloodless, abstract. But behind every relay, every calculation, are hands and eyes and nerves. The operators endure 12-hour shifts in heat that buckles paper and melts chocolate in pockets. They log every result, check every connection, listen to the same noise for weeks without rest. The sound infiltrates dreams. Some wake at night to phantom clicking, hearing the bomb even when the world is silent. Tea cools on desks. Sandwiches go stale. Still, no one leaves early, because when the machine stops, people die. That truth hums beneath every rotation. There are no medals, no pay raises, no speeches. Only the quiet camaraderie of those who understand the scale of what they're saving, without ever seeing it. At shift's end they walk home through empty streets, faces lit by blackout lamps. The sky above is dark and starless, but the hum follows them in memory. The rhythm of purpose. The music of survival disguised as noise. Part 6. The Cost of Thought. As the months wear on, the operators begin to blur into the machines they serve. They move with the same precision, breathe in unison, sleep in fragments. The language of numbers becomes their native tongue. In the cafeteria, conversation drifts toward abstraction. If every pattern can be broken, is anything truly secret? If a machine can mimic choice, what becomes of faith? They never find answers. But the questions stay, like echoes in the humming air. One night, a wren named Elsie sits by the open window of her quarters, unable to sleep. The wind carries the faint vibration of the bomb hall. She wonders if somewhere, miles away, the enemy hears a similar sound. If somewhere in Berlin, another mind is listening to the same rhythm. Logic against logic, endurance against arrogance. She writes a single line in her diary before dawn. It feels as if the world itself is thinking. Part 7. The Night Walk. Turing walks the grounds alone. Frost crunches beneath his shoes. In the huts, the machines still spin, their muffled roar blending with the sigh of the wind. He pauses by the lake, where ice has begun to form along the edges. The surface glows faintly in the moonlight, flat, mathematical, infinite. He thinks about the patterns inside the water, the geometry of ripples, the equations that describe them. He thinks about consciousness, whether what he's building could one day surpass his own capacity for wonder. He smiles, a tired, private smile. Then he whispers, half to himself, "They'll outthink us one day, and they won't need sleep." The sound vanishes into the fog. He turns back toward the mansion, his silhouette dissolving into darkness. Behind him, the lake stills again, holding the reflection of the sky, a code only nature can solve. Part 8. The Living Thought. Dawn filters through the frosted windows of the bomb hall. The machines slow, their motors cooling, their lights dimming to amber. A new shift takes over, fresh eyes on tired miracles. From above, the rows of bombs look like organ pipes, each tuned to a different note. Together, they hum the sound of intelligence becoming self-aware. No one here will call it that, of course. They'll call it computation, pattern analysis, cryptography. But the truth is simpler. The machines have begun to mirror their makers. They imitate patience. They replicate logic. They endure. And somewhere inside that repetition, something very close to thought begins to glow. Quiet, steady, unblinking. The line between tool and mind fades. The war goes on, but beneath it all, a second creation has begun, the birth of reasoning itself. Chapter 5. Secrets within secrets. The German counterintelligence war. Part 1. The Whisper in Berlin. Berlin, 1943. Snow drifts between searchlights. Tram lines hiss with sleet. You climb the steps of the Abwehr headquarters. Limestone slick, echoing boots. The smell of wet wool and tobacco. Inside, the corridors glow with the cold light of bureaucracy. Maps on the walls. Pins in red. Silence disguised as order. At the far end of the hall sits Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, hands folded, eyes sunk deep behind wire-rimmed glasses. He reads the latest reports. Convoys sunk, others mysteriously missed. The mathematics of war no longer add up. He exhales smoke through a half-open window. The air tastes of iron. Someone, somewhere, is listening, but the enigma is unbreakable. He repeats the phrase like prayer, though faith is thinning. Each intercepted failure feels too precise, too deliberate. Even the walls seem to lean closer. You can sense the tremor beneath the calm, a regime beginning to doubt itself, but forbidden to admit the doubt aloud. Part 2. The Technicians of Silence. Downstairs, in a small laboratory that smells of oil and cold coffee, technicians dismantle Enigma machines piece by piece. Rotors glint under fluorescent light. An engineer in spectacles adjusts a wire, wipes grease from his fingers, and mutters that nothing is wrong with the design. They test, recalibrate, retest. Each time the result is the same. Perfection. The flaw, then, must be human. Reports arrive from U-boat flotillas, operators reusing daily keys, mistyping greetings, sending messages twice. Tiny cracks in discipline widening into catastrophe. A young operator confesses he sent his sweetheart's initials at the end of a coded message. The confession earns him a transfer to the Eastern Front. No one speaks of him again. In the static between their machines, the engineers can almost hear the quiet laughter of fate. The might of empire undone by sentiment. Logic defeated by loneliness. Part 3. The Shadow of Canaris. Canaris walks home through Tiergarten after dusk. The park is nearly empty, its statues powdered with snow. He pauses beneath a dead tree and listens to the hum of distant trams. Berlin still moves, but slower now, like a body losing blood. He thinks of the men he's helped smuggle from Germany, the letters he's hidden, the careful double meanings threaded through his reports. A patriot to none, loyal only to conscience. Yet even he cannot say aloud what he suspects, that the Allies are reading everything. To question the machine is to question the Führer's infallibility, and doubt has become treason. When he returns to his office, he writes a memo recommending stricter procedure, fresh keys, shorter transmissions. He signs it without hope. By morning, it has vanished into the labyrinth of signatures and stamps. Somewhere a clerk files it under resolved. Part 4. The Café of Rumors. A few streets away, near Friedrichstrasse, officers gather in a smoke-thick café. Their uniforms are immaculate, their laughter brittle. They talk of convoys lost, of a new Allied weapon that sees through clouds. Someone swears he heard the British have built a machine that listens to thought itself. They drink schnapps to silence the absurdity. Outside, a siren wails. The lights dim for an air raid. In the dark, conversation falters. No one mentions Enigma. The word has become dangerous, like saying the name of a ghost. When the all-clear sounds, they finish their drinks in silence. One leaves a cigarette burning in the ashtray, its ember glowing like a single red letter that refuses to fade. Part 5. the mathematician. In a basement office near Potsdam, a mathematician named Friedrich Keller runs endless permutations on paper. He's been ordered to prove that Enigma remains secure. He fills notebooks with numbers until the ink bleeds through. He knows the truth already. Any code made by men can be unmade by men, but he cannot write that sentence. He stands before his superior, a colonel with a blank face. "We are losing convoys," Keller says quietly. "Perhaps there is a statistical." "Enough." The colonel's tone is calm, final. "You will not speak of statistics again." By evening, Keller's office is empty. His name disappears from the personnel list. The silence around him becomes official. Part 6. The Collapse of Faith. Spring 1944. The walls tremble as Allied bombers pass overhead, their engines beating like distant drums of judgment. Inside the Abwehr building, officers shuffle papers that no longer matter. The Reich's edges are unraveling, but the language of control persists. Reports, signatures, seals, denials. In one corner office, an engineer opens an Enigma for the last time. He runs his fingers over the keys, feels the smooth wear of thousands of messages. Love, orders, lies. He realizes the machine has outlasted its empire. He types a final test line, the mechanical clack echoing through the empty hall. Glaub nicht alles, was du hörst. Don't believe everything you hear. Then he powers it down. The lamps fade one by one until only the reflection of his face remains in the glass. Part 7. The End of the Abwehr. July 1944. After the failed attempt on Hitler's life, suspicion devours the Abwehr. Files vanish. Officers vanish. Canaris is arrested, taken to Flossenburg, and left to contemplate the irony of loyalty measured in silence. When the guards come for him, he asks for a few minutes to write. They grant him a pencil. He writes one line: "Better to die for conscience than to live for deceit." He folds the paper, places it in his pocket, and walks out without looking back. Weeks later, his body will be hanged with piano wire, his memo lost, his doubts vindicated by history. But that night, in the quiet between executions, one guard claims he heard him humming softly, something that might have been a hymn, or perhaps just the rhythm of a typewriter remembered in dreams. Part 8. The Last Transmission. April 1945. The Reich is ash. In a bunker near Potsdam, a lone radio operator sends one final message before abandoning his post. He doesn't know if anyone is still listening. He types slowly, mechanically, as shells fall in the distance. An Alles Stationen. Keep faith. The machine still works. He waits for a reply that never comes. When the power fails, the room fills with the smell of hot dust. He removes the rotors, places them in a tin box, and buries it behind the bunker wall. Years later, archaeologists will find it, rusted but intact. The letters still visible on the metal edges. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. 26 symbols. Enough to tell every story ever hidden, if only you know how to listen. Part 9. The Echo of Doubt. Back at Bletchley, months later, a decrypted message crosses Turing's desk. It's one of the final German transmissions, broken easily now, almost anticlimactic. He reads it once, sets it aside, and feels an unexpected sadness. There's something human in the enemy's last attempt to be heard, the same stubborn refusal to surrender to silence. He wonders if they, too, sensed the paradox. That faith in perfection is what destroys it. That secrecy is strongest only when shared between minds brave enough to question it. Outside, the spring rain begins again. The same rhythm as the one that fell over Pyre years ago when the first secret was given away. The same rhythm that will fall long after the last machine stops. Chapter 6. The Decoder's Burden. Secrets that couldn't be shared. Part 1. The Room of Knowledge. The war outside has changed rhythm again. The Allied tide is rising. Yet inside Bletchley Park, the rooms grow quieter, not louder. You're standing in Hut 6, walls lined with intercepts, maps pinned with red string, the air thick with smoke and concentration. Every sound seems too loud. The rustle of paper, the creak of chairs, the faint hiss of the radiators. The operators are tired beyond measure. They know too much to celebrate. Each day brings new messages. Ship sinkings, troop movements, casualty lists hidden in code. They decipher them, record them, file them away. Then another message comes, and another, and another. Each decoded line is a thread in a tapestry of loss. The people here have learned to read death without flinching. Part 2. The Mathematics of Mercy. One afternoon, a small group gathers in the corner of the hut. A message has just been broken. Coordinates of a convoy headed toward an ambush. The information is clear, but to act on it would reveal their secret. They sit in silence, staring at the numbers on the page. A colonel from the Admiralty stands nearby, expression unreadable. He explains it calmly. If we save them, the Germans will change their keys. We'll lose weeks, maybe months, thousands more after that. No one speaks. The operators look down at their hands, the same hands that hours ago fed the bomb its questions. Now they must decide who will die to keep others alive. A young woman named Elsie whispers, "They'll never know we could have warned them." No one answers. The colonel leaves. The machines resume. That night, the convoy vanishes. The next morning, a memo arrives with the words, "Do not discuss this matter further." The paper is filed away like all the others. Work continues. Part 3. The Letter Never Sent. In a small rented room near the railway, one of the cryptanalysts, Peter Shaw, keeps a drawer full of unsent letters. They begin with words like "Dearest Mother" and "My Darling Anna," but they never get past the first page. He writes to explain, to confess, to make sense of what he does, but each sentence collapses under the weight of secrecy. He tries again. There's a sound that never leaves your ears, the click of meaning arriving too late. Then he stops, tears the page, and burns it in the small grate. Every evening he walks the same path back to the park. He sees the lights glowing in the huts, the silhouettes moving behind papered windows. To the outside world they are clerks, typists, office staff. No one knows they are writing the invisible history of the war. He wonders if he'll remember how to speak honestly when this is over, if truth, once coded, can ever be restored. Part 4. The Confession. In the canteen one night, after the tea has gone cold, two operators linger. The room smells of cigarettes and boiled cabbage. They speak in half whispers, careful, testing the edges of permission. One says, "I dream of ships, always ships. Sometimes they sink before I can read the message." The other nods. "I dream of the sound, that hum. Even when it stops, I hear it." They laugh quietly, but the laughter dies fast. Neither is sure whether what they're doing is saving or sacrificing. They're not even sure there's a difference anymore. Before leaving, one of them slides a note under the sugar tin. A single word written in pencil. Forgive. Part 5. The Ghost in the Machine. Sometimes, when the hut is empty, someone leaves the bombs running overnight. Not for work, just for the sound. The rhythm of the wheels has become a kind of lullaby. It fills the silence that otherwise feels unbearable. A cleaner arriving before dawn once swears she hears voices under the mechanical whir. Not words, just the cadence of thought, the echo of all those who've listened too long. The machines have begun to mirror their masters. Restless, relentless, haunted. The hum is no longer just electricity. It's memory. Part 6. A Message They Can't Read. June 1944. The invasion of Normandy begins. In Hut 8, someone receives a coded message from the German High Command. They decrypt it in record time, deliver it up the chain, and go back to work. Hours later, a second message comes in. Not military this time, but personal. It's from a German operator sending his last words to his wife before his station falls. The translation is short, heartbreakingly simple. Tell our son I kept faith. The room falls silent. For a few moments, no one breathes. Then the supervisor clears his throat and says, "File it." The page slides into the cabinet. The drawer shuts with a sound like finality. That night, no one in the hut speaks. Part 7. The Illusion of Distance. To outsiders, Bletchley is a place apart from war, a sanctuary of intellect far from mud and blood. But those inside know better. They live with death at one remove, close enough to feel its heat, far enough never to see the faces. Some begin to dissociate, seeing the codes not as people but as puzzles. It's the only way to keep working. Others keep small rituals to stay human. A photo pinned to a typewriter, a prayer written on the back of a memo. One woman keeps a jar of lavender by her desk, the only scent not claimed by ink and sweat. She says it reminds her that something somewhere is still alive. But most stop talking about the war altogether. They talk about weather, about bicycles, about tea. Anything except the ghosts they've learned to translate. Part 8. The Message in the Fire. In late 1944, a fire breaks out in one of the storage huts. It's contained quickly, but not before a few coded papers are destroyed. Watching the flames, an officer mutters that perhaps it's better that way. Too many truths in one place can make a country sick. When the embers die, the smell lingers for days. Burnt paper, scorched secrets. The workers keep their distance, walking around the blackened patch of floor as if it's sacred ground. Someone jokes that the fire burned only lies, not truths. No one laughs. Part 9. The Letter That Arrives Too Late. Winter again. A notice appears on the bulletin board. Telegrams may be delayed due to weather conditions. For most, it's a minor inconvenience. For one woman in Hut 3, it's everything. Her fiancé serves in a naval convoy. When the news of his ship's sinking arrives, she's at her post, decoding enemy traffic that includes the coordinates of that very attack. She reads them without realizing what they mean. Only later does she connect the time, the place, the silence that followed. She continues working until her shift ends, then walks into the snow, stands by the frozen lake, and whispers his name once. Then she goes back inside. The machines are still turning. The war hasn't paused. No one ever mentions it. The next day she returns to her desk. Hair damp from melting snow, expression unreadable. On her notepad she writes, "Meaning must wait." Part 10. The Weight of Silence. By early 1945, the corridors of Bletchley are full of ghosts, not supernatural, but psychological. People move through them like sleepwalkers. The sound of machines has become so constant that silence feels wrong, almost frightening. When the war ends, many will find it impossible to speak of what they did. They'll take their secrets to small cottages and quiet marriages, their minds still half-tuned to the hum of rotors and relays. Some will spend years flinching at the sound of a typewriter. Others will wake in the night, convinced they've missed a code that could have changed everything. Knowledge, once gained, never lets go. It becomes part of your breath, your heartbeat, your silence. Part 11. The Dawn After. The first morning after Germany surrenders, Bletchley Park is strangely still. The air smells of rain and dust. No messages, no deadlines, no secrecy, only absence. People wander the grounds, unsure what to do with freedom. Some cry quietly, some laugh in disbelief, others just sit under the trees and stare at the empty sky. A few of them gather by the lake, skipping stones across the surface. Each ripple feels like the past fading into water. Someone says, "We won." Another answers, "Did we?" No one knows how to measure peace anymore. Part 12. The Quiet Reckoning. A week later, a memo circulates. Destroy all remaining code sheets. Dismantle machines. Maintain silence under the Official Secrets Act. The workers read it, sign their names, and return to their stations. They begin to dismantle the tools that define their lives, unscrewing panels, cutting wires, feeding years of history into fire. The bombs die one by one, their hum replaced by the crackle of burning paper. The smell of smoke drifts through the park, mixing with spring air. For some, it feels like purification. For others, like erasure. When the last machine stops, the silence is almost unbearable. It's the loudest sound they've ever heard. Part 13. The Final Entry. In a small notebook hidden beneath her mattress, one operator writes, "We built a weapon that no one will ever see. We spoke in silence. We carried truths too heavy to tell. The world will forget our names, but not our work. We broke a code, and it broke us back." She closes the notebook, wraps it in brown paper, and places it in a drawer. Years later, her grandchildren will find it and wonder what it means. They will think it's poetry. In a way, it is. Chapter 7. The Shadows Beyond Victory. Operation Ultra and the Hidden Legacy. Part 1. The Day the Machines Went Quiet. The war ends without ceremony here. One morning the rotors are turning, lights blinking, papers flowing through hands. By evening, the switches are flipped, the fans stop, and the air stills. You stand in the machine room as the last bomb winds down. Its final clicks fade like a heartbeat finding rest. The silence that replaces it feels alive, enormous. No bells, no flags, no crowds. Just the sound of boots on linoleum, chairs being pushed back, the low murmur of disbelief. A technician wipes her hands on a rag and whispers, "That's it." Someone answers, "That's it." Outside, the countryside smells of wet earth and blooming fields, the first spring in years that isn't shadowed by fear. But inside the park, the air smells of metal and memory. Victory feels less like triumph and more like a deep exhale that no one dares release. Part 2. the bonfires of knowledge. Within days, new orders arrive. Top secret. Destroy all materials related to Enigma and Ultra. The workers gather in the courtyards, each carrying what they built their lives around. Code sheets, wiring diagrams, intercepted messages. They stack them in barrels and feed them to flame. The fire burns blue and gold, hot enough to twist metal. Paper curls like dry leaves, words dissolving into sparks. The air smells of ink and smoke and finality. They stand watching in silence. No speeches, no photographs. Just the knowledge that the greatest intelligence achievement in history must leave no trace. One woman drops her notebook in last. It flares briefly, then turns to ash. For the first time in years, her hands are empty. You can hear the crackle of the pages collapsing, the sigh of rotors melting, the whisper of history erasing itself. And yet, the fire doesn't feel like loss. It feels like protection, as if the truth is too powerful to survive peace intact. Part 3. Ultra. The Secret Victory. For 30 years, the name Ultra will not be spoken. Even those who lived it speak around it. The work, the office, the thing we did. It becomes a shared ghost, an invisible badge carried by people who can never show it. The British government seals the files in vaults marked to be opened at a later date. That date keeps moving further away. The silence becomes policy, the secrecy institutional. Within those sealed boxes lie not only blueprints and intercepts, but something far more fragile. The proof that intelligence, not firepower, shortened the war. That minds, not armies, turned the tide. When Churchill's post-war memoirs are published, he writes only a single oblique sentence. It was thanks to the secret sources of the highest importance that we were often well informed of the enemy's intentions. He never names Bletchley. He never names Ultra. Even gratitude is encrypted. Part 4. The Ghost Profession. The codebreakers return to ordinary lives. They work as teachers, librarians, engineers, housewives, postmen. No one around them suspects the scale of what they've done. At dinner parties, when conversation turns to the war, they smile politely and say they did clerical work in the countryside. No one asks more. No one would believe it anyway. Some never truly return. They live half in memory, half in the invisible networks they helped design. 4 years after, when they hear static on the radio, they still listen for patterns. The habit never fades. They see the rise of new machines, smaller, faster, stranger, and recognize the echo. They never say it aloud, but each transistor, each flicker of binary feels familiar. Their secret has evolved without them. They built the skeleton of the information age, and then were told to forget it ever existed. Part 5. The Silence of Alan Turing. Alan Turing returns to a quieter war, one fought not with codes, but with prejudice. His brilliance remains, but his world has no place for it now. He works on new designs, dreams of universal machines, of intelligence without limits. He runs by the river each morning, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. Sometimes he stops mid-stride, lost in equations only he can see. He imagines a future where machines will converse, create, perhaps even care. But the country he saved turns against him. His difference becomes his crime. They take from him what they cannot understand: freedom, dignity, trust. He faces it with quiet grace, but something inside him dims. The same mind that broke the unbreakable cannot survive the cruelty of conformity. One summer morning in 1954, they find him gone. On the table beside his bed lies an apple, bitten once. Some say it was poisoned, others say it was symbolic, a quiet rebellion, a final act of logic. The newspapers barely mention his name. The machines he inspired keep humming. History moves on, leaving him behind. But somewhere in the circuitry of every computer, in every coded language that followed, his pattern remains, patient, exact, humane. Part 6. The New Silence. Decades pass. The world becomes noisier. Radios, televisions, satellites. Information flows faster than thought. But beneath the noise lies the same foundation of secrecy that Bletchley built. The Cold War inherits Ultra's bones. Britain's GCHQ, America's NSA, both born from the mansion's ashes. Encryption becomes empire, data the new territory. What began as defense turns into surveillance. You can trace the lineage, from the click of Enigma's rotors, to the pulse of fiber-optic cables under the sea. The hum never stopped. It just changed frequency. Somewhere, in a room much like Hut 8, someone still listens, still watches, still believes that knowledge must be hidden to keep the world safe. And maybe they're right. Or maybe the lesson was never learned, that the pursuit of understanding always carries a shadow, the temptation to keep too much for ourselves. Part 7. The Return of Light. When the secret finally breaks, it happens quietly. The year is 1974. A journalist uncovers fragments. A retired officer confirms a rumor. And the first book about Bletchley Park appears. The world is astonished. People who once passed unnoticed on buses and in shops are suddenly hailed as heroes. Old women in cardigans, men with quiet voices, their memories opening like drawers long sealed. Yet for many, the revelation brings no relief, only confusion. The story belongs more to others now, to historians and headlines. Their own experiences feel smaller, paler, as if exposure has bleached them. Still, something tender blooms in that moment. Recognition, gratitude, and a faint sense that justice, however late, can still arrive. Part 8. The Hidden Legacy. You walk through the empty rooms of Bletchley as they are turned into a museum. Dust lies thick on the floors. Sunlight catches the air like gold thread. The machines are gone, but their ghosts linger. The smell of oil, the faint vibration in the walls. Plaques will be mounted, tours arranged, voices recorded. Visitors will stand where the operators once sat and marvel at the idea that thought itself once changed the world. But the real legacy isn't in the displays. It's in everything that came after. The computers, the satellites, the algorithms, the endless appetite for information. All of it born here, in a place that pretended to be invisible. You can almost hear the hum again, not from the past, but from the present, from every device that listens and calculates, each one an echo of that first attempt to make logic human. Part 9. The File That Remained. Years later, archivists discover a single folder that survived the fires. Inside, faded memos, fragments of equations, a photograph of a young woman at a typewriter. No name written. On the back, in faint pencil, a single line. We never worked for glory. We worked for understanding. They place it under glass. Visitors pass by, reading the words without knowing the faces. But you do. You've seen them, in the flicker of lamplight, in the rain-soaked bicycles, in the quiet rooms where thought became salvation. And as you stand before that glass, you realize this was never a story about war. It was a story about what the human mind can bear, and what it must sometimes forget. Chapter 8: Echoes in the Wires. The Birth of the Digital Age. Part 1: After the Static. The war ends, but the sound does not. You hear it in the walls, in the faint hiss of every radio, in the soft tick of power grids waking at dawn. The world is learning to hum again. You're standing in a laboratory lit by cold fluorescence. It smells of dust, hot metal, and possibility. The chalkboards are covered in equations, circles, lines, strange hieroglyphs of thought. Where once men broke codes, now they try to build minds. The silence of Bletchley has evolved into a new kind of noise, the whisper of invention. Wires sprawl across tables like veins. Vacuum tubes glow with a dim, reddish pulse. Somewhere, a fan begins to turn, and with that simple motion, the future starts. Part 2: The Children of Logic. They call them computers. Not machines, not yet, but people. Rows of women in cardigans and spectacles, seated before adding machines and paper ledgers. They calculate trajectories, statistics, the movement of economies. The war may be over, but precision is still a form of survival. Soon, though, the word computer changes its meaning. Metal replaces muscle. Circuits replace patience. The machine begins to take over the arithmetic of existence. In Cambridge, Manchester, and Princeton, the veterans of code-breaking reassemble under new names and new purposes. They talk not of enigma now, but of memory, of processing, of intelligence divorced from exhaustion. They see a path ahead, lit faintly by the glow of vacuum tubes, a path that leads beyond war, beyond language, beyond the limits of flesh. Somewhere between fear and fascination, humanity begins to teach its reflection how to think. Part 3: The First Sparks. In a basement in Manchester, 1948, a new kind of hum fills the air. The Manchester Baby, the first stored program computer, flickers to life. Its screen glows with phosphor light, showing patterns no one yet understands. The engineers cheer quietly, like men at a birth who don't yet realize what they've brought into the world. The machine has just performed its first calculation. It has remembered something. It's small, imperfect, but alive in its own way. A heartbeat in circuits, a thought in numbers. Someone jokes that it sounds like a radio tuned between stations. Another replies, "That's the sound of the future thinking." They are right, though they can't yet know how right. From these fragile beginnings, the world will build empires made entirely of code. Part 4: The Mind of Turing. Alan Turing, still haunted by secrecy and loss, writes from his small office in Manchester. The window sticks. The paint is flaking. Outside, the city hums. Trams, factories, electricity. Inside, he dreams of something no one else can yet see. He calls it the automatic computing engine. To most, it's just another project proposal. To him, it's the beginning of a philosophy, a world where thought can exist without body. He writes, "It is possible to conceive a machine that will carry out any operation which could be done by a human computer. The line is modest, but within it hides the birth of artificial intelligence, the echo of enigma transformed into imagination." He sketches circuits that mimic reasoning, algorithms that simulate memory. His colleagues smile politely, not realizing they are watching the dawn of something vast. He believes that machines will one day learn, not because they are clever, but because they are patient, because they can repeat the same act of thought until the universe reveals its pattern. Outside, rain taps the window like Morse code. Inside, the man who once taught logic to save lives now teaches it to dream. Part 5. The Ghost of Colossus. At Dollis Hill, the engineers who built the wartime Colossus machine work quietly under new titles. Their wartime creation, the first electronic computer, has been dismantled, its plans burned, its existence denied. But the knowledge remains in their hands, in their fingertips. One of them, Tommy Flowers, walks through the remains of the old laboratory. He can still hear the machine in memory, the warm crackle of tubes, the clicking of relays, the pulse of progress. He builds new machines now for civilian use, but each one feels like a descendant of that hidden ancestor. He knows that if Colossus had been allowed to survive, the world would have entered the computer age a decade sooner. But perhaps it wasn't time yet. Perhaps humanity needed to forget before it could learn again. He touches the edge of a broken relay, whispers, "You did well," and leaves. The hum lingers behind him, softer than memory. Part 6. The Birth of a New Language. In the early 1950s, something begins to shift. Mathematics turns into syntax. Instructions become language. The first computer programs are written, strings of numbers giving rise to motion, to response, to imitation. To write code is to command silence to speak. Every line becomes a prayer to logic. Every mistake, a small explosion of chaos. The programmers discover that the hardest part of creation is not machinery, but humility, the awareness that they are teaching something that might one day teach them back. They speak of loops, of memory, of decisions. They don't yet realize they are writing philosophy in binary. The room hums, the lights blink, and from the static, a new voice begins to rise. The first whisper of artificial thought. Part 7. The Age of Signals. By the 1960s, the world has woven itself in copper and light. Telephone wires stretch like vines across continents. Satellites orbit overhead, carrying invisible messages through airless night. The planet hums with communication, a single nervous system connecting billions. Governments call it progress. Poets call it noise. But beneath both lies something older, the same impulse that built Enigma, that drove Turing's equations, that sent signals across the Atlantic during war. The need to be heard, to be understood. You can stand anywhere now, in a city, a forest, a quiet room, and feel it in your bones. The faint vibration of connection, the invisible pulse of meaning traveling faster than thought. The code that once divided the world has become the code that binds it. Part 8. The Machine That Dreams. A computer in a research lab hums softly through the night. No one is watching. Its screens glow faintly, running endless calculations. In those numbers, it begins to simulate something astonishing, learning, not understanding in the human sense, but pattern, repetition, prediction. It finds rhythm in randomness, sense in noise. It is the direct descendant of the bomb, the child of logic, the echo of every mind that once stared into chaos and refused to look away. The scientists call it progress. But if you listen closely, the hum hasn't changed. It's the same note that filled the huts of Bletchley, the same rhythm that turned despair into comprehension. Only now, it belongs to machines that never sleep. Part 9. The Legacy of the Invisible. At Bletchley Park, decades later, the rooms are quiet again. The air smells of old wood and history. Tourists move slowly through the exhibits, whispering as if afraid to disturb the ghosts. In one display case sits a small brass rotor, blackened with age. Its letters are faded, but you can still read them if you lean close. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Next to it, a modern smartphone vibrates in someone's pocket. Different form, same principle. Encryption, connection, communication, the eternal dance of secrecy and understanding. The world has changed its machines, but not its nature. We still build logic to contain our chaos. We still speak in codes to feel less alone. Part 10. The hum beneath the world. You close your eyes. The decades dissolve. Enigma, Colossus, transistor, mainframe, microchip, all become one long breath. The hum is everywhere now. In the cables under the sea, in the satellites above, in the silent signals between devices. It's the sound of everything speaking at once. And yet, if you listen carefully, you can still hear the older rhythm underneath, the whisper of human patience, the pulse of intelligence born in fear but carried forward in hope. The war never truly ended. It only changed languages. From ciphers to circuits, from codebooks to codebases, the struggle remains the same, to find meaning before the noise swallows it. And as the hum deepens, spreading through every wire and wave, you realize you've been listening to the same story all along, the story of how thought learned to travel. Chapter 9. The Last Transmission. Remembering the Invisible War. Part 1. The Frequency That Never Sleeps. The airwaves are never truly empty. Even in silence, something moves, a vibration too faint for ears, a pulse of energy that refuses to die. You stand on a field that was once alive with cables and huts, now only grass and wind. This was Bletchley Park, though the name means little to those passing by. To them, it's a museum. To you, it's a heartbeat buried in the soil. If you listen closely, the earth still hums. Maybe it's the power lines beyond the trees. Maybe it's the echo of machines that once spun here without rest. Or maybe it's memory itself, remembering the shape of what it once carried. The world has changed its rhythm, but not its message. Every satellite, every server, every algorithm owes its lineage to this quiet place. The code continues, unbroken, disguised as progress. Part 2. The Operators Return. Decades later, they come back. Those who still can. Elderly now, walking with canes, their hands trembling not from fear but from recognition. They stand before the huts like people visiting an old friend's grave. The paint is peeling, the windows dusty, but the smell of damp paper and oil lingers, unchanged. One woman touches the door frame and whispers, "I can still hear it." Her granddaughter, holding her arm, smiles, not understanding. Inside, they find their past reconstructed. Typewriters behind glass, uniforms folded neatly, an Enigma machine waiting patiently on a table. They stare at it like a mirror that no longer reflects. A curator explains how it worked. They nod politely. They know already. They know what it felt like to hold the weight of a message whose meaning could end thousands of lives. Before leaving, one of them leans close to the machine and presses a key. A light flickers briefly. She exhales, almost a sigh. The sound it makes is the same as always, a single letter glowing in the dark. Part 3. The Unsent Message. In an archive, A historian finds a sealed envelope labeled Ultra, confidential. Inside, a transmission never sent, dated April 1945. Its content is simple, almost childlike. To whoever finds this, remember that the machine is not what matters. What matters is that we listened. The handwriting is careful. The ink faded to brown. No signature. No origin. The message is preserved, digitized, uploaded. Its journey finally complete, traveling through fiber optic veins across oceans, continents, time zones. It becomes data, then memory, then meaning again. You wonder if the sender ever imagined their words would live this long, that a message meant for no one would become a testament for everyone. Part 4. The Other Side of Silence. Across the sea, in a forgotten German bunker, restoration workers uncover another Enigma machine. The metal is rusted, the wood swollen with age, but the letters are still legible. When they power it on for the first time, a faint click echoes through the chamber. Mechanical, human, eternal. It doesn't matter that it no longer encodes anything. The gesture itself feels sacred. The completion of a circuit between enemies who never met, each believing they fought for truth, each leaving behind only the same fragile relics. Metal, paper, silence. One of the workers says softly, "They were all just trying to be heard." The others nod. The machine hums once more. Part 5. The Code in the Blood. Generations later, people type on glowing keyboards, send encrypted messages, unlock devices with fingerprints. They never think of Bletchley, or Enigma, or the women and men who gave logic its voice. But every keystroke, every password, every byte of information carries their fingerprint. The code has entered the bloodstream of the world. It lives in every search engine, every GPS, every whisper that crosses a digital sky. The war that began in silence now fills every waking second with noise. And yet, underneath the algorithms and notifications, the same question lingers. Can knowledge ever exist without conscience? The machines inherited our logic, but not our empathy. Perhaps that was the last code we never cracked. Part 6. The Woman by the Sea. Somewhere on the English coast, an elderly woman sits by the shore at dusk. The wind smells of salt and kelp. Gulls cry overhead. She brings a small radio with her, an old one, scratched, humming faintly even when turned off. She doesn't listen to stations anymore. She tunes to the static, the in-between. She says it's where the past still lives. When the hum deepens, she closes her eyes. She imagines the messages she once transcribed, coordinates, weather reports, fragments of lives, and wonders if they're still out there, still bouncing between the stars, still waiting to be heard. She smiles faintly, whispering, "It's all still talking, isn't it?" The sea doesn't answer. It never has to. Part 7. The Museum of Sound. At Bletchley, a new exhibit opens, not of objects, but of recordings. Hidden microphones capture the sounds of reconstructed bombs turning. Visitors wear headphones and close their eyes. The noise fills their heads, rhythmic, insistent, endless. For a moment, they understand. This was what victory sounded like. Not drums or cheers, but persistence. Not triumph, but endurance. Children remove their headphones wide-eyed, saying it felt like standing inside a heartbeat. They aren't wrong. It's the pulse of logic, the same one that still runs through every device they hold. The hum continues long after they leave. It always does. Part 8. The last code. In 2013, a letter once written by Alan Turing is auctioned to a private collector. It contains a single equation and one line in his handwriting. The question is not whether machines can think, but whether we can still feel in their presence. It's unclear whether he meant it as philosophy, warning, or confession. Perhaps all three. You imagine him writing it, alone, half-tired, half-luminous, the same mind that once decoded destruction now pondering creation. You imagine him pausing, hearing the faint hum of a radio, smiling to himself, then folding the page, sealing it, and sending it into the world like a message in a bottle. It never reached its destination, but maybe it was never meant to. Maybe it was addressed to us. Part 9. The Last Transmission. There's a room deep beneath the museum, closed to the public. Inside it, one of the surviving bombs has been restored to working order. Every year, on the anniversary of Victory in Europe Day, a technician switches it on for 1 hour. It spins slowly, its lights blinking, its rhythm steady and ancient. The room fills with that familiar sound, not the roar of war, but the murmur of persistence, of understanding, of faith in thought. Then, at exactly 11 o'clock, the technician types one sentence into the console. "We remember you." The machine answers as it always did, with light, with noise, with meaning hidden in motion. But for a heartbeat, the hum feels different, almost human, almost aware. Then the power cuts. Silence returns. But even after the lights fade, something remains. A resonance in the air. A tone too low to hear but too deep to forget. The final transmission has already been sent. It's not in Morse, or binary, or code. It's in us. Part 10. The Sound of Forever. You walk outside into night. The air is cold, the sky heavy with stars. Somewhere in the dark, radio waves drift endlessly. Fragments of speech, bursts of static, the faint hum of a machine built 80 years ago. They travel outward at the speed of light, past the moon, past the planets, carrying our first great secret into the quiet. Maybe one day, something will hear it. Maybe they'll decode it. Maybe they'll understand that this is what we were. Creatures who turned silence into music, who turned fear into logic, who built meaning out of chaos. The hum continues, low, eternal, benevolent. It sounds like wind, like memory, like forgiveness. And if you listen long enough, you realize it's the same hum that's been there since the beginning. The one that started in a rain-soaked workshop in Berlin, moved through the hearts of mathematicians, crossed the ocean in invisible signals, and now lives quietly inside every machine that waits for you to speak. You breathe. You listen. You remember. The transmission never ended. It just found a new frequency. Epilogue. The Sea of Signals. Part 1. The Return to Silence. The wind is softer now. The war, the machines, the noise, all of it has dissolved into the air. You're standing once more before the horizon, where the sky and sea meet in the language of calm. The world hums, but quietly. Electricity moves beneath your feet, through cables that cross oceans like veins of light. Every pulse of energy is a message, every flicker a memory. Somewhere out there, the remnants of those first transmissions still travel. Waves of code drifting endlessly through the void, carrying fragments of love, orders, fear, hope. No one can call them back. No one would want to. They belong to eternity now. Part 2. The Beach of Wires. The shore is scattered with relics, bits of copper, glass, and corroded steel. You pick one up, a piece of wire, thin and twisted, the ghost of a signal that once changed the world. You imagine the voices it carried, the click of Enigma keys, the laughter of exhausted operators, the whispered prayers of those who never knew their messages were being read. The sea has softened it, made it harmless again. Salt has erased its sharpness. The waves have rounded its edges. Even the artifacts of war are forgiven, in time. You toss the wire back into the tide. It sinks quietly, vanishing without ripple. Part 3. The Language Beneath Waves. The sea has always spoken in code. Its currents shift in patterns too vast for human eyes to see. Its tides are the original encryption, rhythm without explanation, meaning without translation. The mathematicians once tried to describe it. They mapped its motion, measured its depth, charted its temperature, but no one has ever truly broken it. The sea keeps its secrets better than any machine. Perhaps that's why so many stories end here, because beneath the noise and invention, beneath all our equations and devices, there is this, water and silence, infinite, untranslatable. The machines tried to mimic this, to understand pattern as creation, to make thought flow like tide. But even they, for all their logic, could only come close. Part 4. The Memory of the Machine. You can still feel the hum sometimes, in the static between radio stations, in the electricity before a storm, in the quiet rhythm of your own pulse. It's the sound of everything we've learned trying to remember where it came from. The first spark, the first calculation, the first letter that glowed on a board in a dark room, telling no one and everyone at once that meaning had survived. You think of them all now. The Polish cryptographers in the forest, the women at the bombs, the German operators tapping their final words, the man who imagined machines that could love logic. All of them gone, yet all still here, folded into every circuit, every waveform, every quiet moment of connection that passes invisibly between strangers. This is how memory endures, not in names, but in rhythm. Part 5. The Listener. You close your eyes. The air tastes of rain again, just like at the beginning. You hear the soft patter on the water, the same tempo as the rotors once turning, the same cadence as a message decoded in the dark. Somewhere, far away, another listener hears the same sound. On a ship, in a satellite, in a city still awake at midnight. They don't know you, but they're listening too. Across time, across distance, the signal finds its way. It always has. You breathe, and the breath becomes part of it. The endless network of sound, silence, and understanding. For a moment, you can almost hear them all. The operators, the engineers, the dreamers, the dead. They speak without words. Their message as simple as it ever was. We were here. We tried to understand. Part 6. The Ocean of Memory. The sun breaks through the clouds. The light ripples across the surface of the water like static made holy. Every glimmer feels like a signal, the sea reflecting back the thoughts of those who once listened beneath its waves. Convoys that never returned, submarines that disappeared, messages that never reached their destination. The ocean keeps them all. It remembers in rhythm, not in language. It speaks in the language of repetition, the way waves repeat themselves not because they forget, but because they forgive. You realize that perhaps everything we ever invented, the codes, the circuits, the logic, was an attempt to imitate that forgiveness, to make memory bearable, to make meaning eternal. Part 7. The Light That Remains. Night returns slowly. The last light fades across the horizon like a photograph developing in reverse. The air is still, the water calm. You feel the weight of silence again, not absence, but completion. Somewhere far beneath you, the cables still hum. Billions of messages cross the seabed, carrying everything we are. Love letters, arguments, news, noise. And through all of it runs a single invisible thread. The one that began with a wooden machine and a handful of people who refused to stop thinking. Their story was never about war. It was about the persistence of mind. About what happens when human beings decide that truth, even hidden, is worth seeking. That hum will never end. Not while there are signals to send. Not while there are ears to listen. Part 8. The Return. Rain begins again. Soft, familiar, unhurried. You stand still and let it fall. The sound on your coat, on the sea, on the earth. It's the same pattern that began everything. The first rhythm. The first message. You exhale, and the breath joins the wind. It travels across the fields, across the old mansion, across the world that grew from its silence. In that moment, you understand. The code was never just about secrecy. It was about connection. The fragile thread between thought and meaning, between noise and understanding, between one heartbeat and another. Part 9. The Last Line. The waves rise and fall, writing and erasing the same story again and again. The hum softens, the rain slows, and the air becomes still. Somewhere far beyond hearing, the last signal fades, not as an ending, but as an echo returning home. The wind carries it out over the water, where it dissolves into distance, becoming part of the sea of signals that never stop moving. And as you stand there, alone but not lonely, you understand what they all understood in their own way. Every message, every code, every act of translation was simply another way of saying, "We were here." The hum lingers. The sea breathes. The past listens. You take one last breath and let it drift away. You're listening to echoes of war. Aftermath. The long silence. The war ends differently for everyone. For some, it ends in a field where the guns finally go quiet, and the air feels too large, too empty. For others, it ends years later, in a dream they can't quite wake from, or in the stillness of a photograph that never learned how to fade. You stand among the ruins of what was once noise. Streets where no one hurries anymore. Homes rebuilt over ashes that still remember their names. Somewhere, a child picks a wildflower from the crack of a fallen wall. The world begins again, unsure of how. The silence that follows war is not peace. Not yet. It's something fragile, trembling, still learning to breathe. Nations count their losses in numbers, but grief does not care for arithmetic. It lingers in the air, in the eyes of those who survived, in the letters never sent. It hides in kitchens, in the pauses of family dinners, in the faces of strangers who all seem older than they should be. You walk through that silence, careful not to disturb it. The ground beneath your feet hums with the faint heartbeat of memory. Every stone, every tree, every stretch of road holds an echo of someone who once passed this way. A soldier, a nurse, a farmer, a friend. They are gone, yet they remain, folded into the landscape like seeds waiting for spring. Time, too, becomes gentle here. It does not march. It drifts, like dust in a slant of morning light. And within that light, history softens, no longer a list of victories and defeats, but a whisper of human things. Courage, fear, love, loss. Each one ordinary, each one extraordinary. You realize that the war is not entirely behind you. It lives on in language, in lullabies, in the quiet way people look at the sky before it rains. It's in the inventions born from desperation, the art made from ruins, the peace treaties signed with shaking hands. It's in the memory of those who dared to hope when hope itself seemed like treason. The survivors build. They plant gardens in the shadows of craters. They hang curtains in window frames that once watched over fire. They speak softly, because loudness reminds them of something they'd rather forget. And yet, somehow, life returns. Children are born who will never know the sound of sirens, and that is how healing begins. You keep walking. The road turns toward the present, and the air feels different now, warmer, more forgiving. In the distance, a bell tolls, not for mourning this time, but for remembrance. It rings for all who stood where you now stand, for those who fought, those who fled, those who stayed, and those who never had the chance to choose. History does not end in triumph or tragedy. It ends, always, in the quiet, in the space where stories are told and retold until they become lessons instead of warnings. And that is where you find yourself, not at the end of a war, but at the beginning of understanding. You pause, listening to the world as it exhales. Somewhere, the sea murmurs against the shore. A train moves through the night, carrying people home. A page turns. A life continues. And in that gentle rhythm, you feel something like grace. By remembering the past, we keep the souls of those who lived it alive. Every name spoken, every story retold, every image held a little longer in the mind. These are small acts of resurrection. The world asks only this, to not forget, to carry the memory forward, not as a burden, but as a light. So as you leave this story, take a moment. Let the silence settle. Let the faces you've met along this journey rest somewhere in the back of your thoughts. And when you see the world tomorrow, in the laughter of your children, the stillness of dawn, or the kindness of a stranger, remember that peace is built from these very moments. Some parts of the war did not move forward. They simply continued, held in place by attention and restraint. As one system settled, another quietly took shape. Part 2. Operation Mincemeat. The corpse that fooled the Nazis. The air is heavy with stillness. Not the silence after peace, but the silence that hides beneath war, the breath the world takes before it lies. You're standing between land and sea. To your west, London hums in blackout. To your east, the Channel glimmers under a thin mist. Somewhere below your feet, the ground vibrates with the sound of engines you can't see. Above you, clouds drift like unspoken thoughts. It's 1943. The war has grown tired of blood and now turns to imagination. In the basements of Whitehall, men in uniforms speak of ghosts as if they were soldiers. Maps whisper of armies that don't exist. And somewhere, in a cold room under a single bulb, a body waits to be reborn into fiction. The corpse has no name yet, only the faint echo of a life forgotten. A man whose death will become a weapon. A photograph will give him love. Letters will give him purpose. His heart no longer beats, but his story will move nations. Soon, He will drift through salt water carrying lies wrapped in truth. The Germans will read his words. Hitler himself will believe them, and thousands will live because one man could not. You turn your head toward the sea. The tide curls and unfolds, patient as memory. Somewhere beyond that horizon, another illusion is gathering, not in the depths, but in the fields. In the counties of Kent and Sussex, tents rise from empty meadows. Men build tanks from rubber and wood. Painters stain canvas with false shadows so that from the air, an army seems to breathe. A voice crackles through the static of a wireless set. Transmitting. Division strength confirmed. But no division exists. Only signal, wind, and belief. Two fictions, one of flesh, one of air, moving toward each other across time. The corpse and the ghost. Operation Mincemeat and Operation Fortitude. Deceptions so audacious they would alter the course of history. You close your eyes and listen. Beneath the hum of the city lies the rhythm of creation. The typewriter's click, the scratch of pen against map, the soft folding of paper into envelope. Ordinary sounds turned sacred by purpose. Somewhere, a young woman seals a letter that will never reach its reader. Somewhere else, a general rehearses a speech to soldiers who will never exist. The war has found a new kind of courage, the courage to invent. For in this quiet theater of shadows, courage is not the act of killing, but of convincing, and belief is the sharpest weapon of all. You walk through this world unseen, through tunnels smelling of metal and mildew, past desks stacked with forms stamped most secret, through an airfield where a single real plane sits among dozens of fabric shells. Everywhere, illusion hums like electricity. You sense its pulse, its precision, its strange mercy. A lie, if built carefully enough, can save the living. That is the gospel of these men, and soon of an entire generation. A voice echoes from a corridor behind you. Calm, clipped, British. If the enemy must believe, let him believe completely. The sentence fades, swallowed by the rhythm of typewriter keys. Outside, a lorry rumbles through fog, headlights dimmed. Somewhere in that fog, the truth is being rewritten. The sea and the wind conspire. Paper and ink become soldiers. It's a war fought without faces. A war where silence kills and imagination commands. You pause at the edge of the docks. A seagull drifts overhead, its cry lost in the rolling surf. Far below, the water glows faintly from the lights of submarines preparing for departure. Somewhere among them lies a canister and a body, ready to vanish into legend. Soon, his story will touch every coast of Europe. And as he sinks into the Atlantic's dark cradle, another army, made of nothing but air, will begin to march. Two lies, bound by a single truth. That victory, sometimes, belongs not to those who fight, but to those who imagine. The wind changes. You breathe it in, the taste of salt, oil, and rain. The faint sound of Morse code drifts from a nearby ship. ... The rhythm of faith disguised as information. A voice inside you whispers. The war's greatest weapons were never guns, but stories. You open your eyes one last time before the journey begins. The sea stretches ahead like an open book. The fields behind you wait like blank pages. Both will be written in deception, courage, and grief. Both will prove that imagination can be as fatal and as beautiful as fire. Now, let the tide pull you under. Let the wind guide you inland. Let the quiet teach you how truth dissolves. Chapter 1. The Spark of a Lie. The war had entered its middle age, that tired season when men stopped believing in endings. London, 1943. The air itself feels weary, worn down by 3 years of fear and rationed hope. You walk through the fog and smell the city's exhaustion. Coal smoke, wet paper, the faint scent of burnt sugar drifting from an empty cafe. Every sound feels measured. Boots on pavement, the echo of a distant siren, the crackle of wireless static announcing somewhere else's tragedy. In the heart of Westminster, behind stone walls and blackout curtains, another kind of war is being fought. One that leaves no craters, no smoke. A war of paper, whispers, and imagination. Down narrow stairwells and into windowless rooms, men of the XX committee gather around long oak tables littered with files. Their enemy is truth itself. Typewriters clatter like machine guns. Cigarette smoke curls through the air, coiling around maps pinned with colored strings. North Africa, Sicily, Greece. Each pin marks not just territory, but possibility. It is here, in these subterranean chambers, that the world learns to weaponize belief. Ewan Montague sits at the table's end, jacket slightly rumpled, eyes sharp behind round spectacles. Beside him, Charles Chumley, tall, awkward, brilliant in that eccentric British way, flips through reports from the Abwehr, Germany's military intelligence. Between them, on a sheet of paper, a single phrase, the Trout Memo. It was written months before by Admiral John Godfrey, but its ghost still lingers here, a curious document comparing deception to fishing. The trout fisherman casts patiently and waits for the enemy to take the bait. Most read it as a metaphor. Montague reads it as a blueprint. He taps the page lightly, eyes unfocused, as if seeing something behind the words. Chumley leans in, catching the glint of an idea. "What if the bait were real?" he says quietly. Montague looks up. "Real. A body," Chumley replies, "dressed as an officer. Documents in his pocket. A plane crash. A tragedy, believable enough to fool anyone who finds him." The room goes still. A strange silence hangs in the air, not disbelief, but intrigue. The kind of silence that falls when imagination dares to trespass into the unthinkable. Montague's first reaction isn't revulsion, it's curiosity. You can almost see the cogs of logic turning behind his eyes. How it could be done, what it would cost, what it might save. He speaks softly, like a man afraid of scaring off a fragile thought. If we could plant the right papers, and ensure they reach the right hands. Chumley nods. It would have to be perfect. A life so ordinary it feels true. The others murmur. Someone laughs uneasily. Someone else mutters, "Morbid business." But no one stops them, because beneath the shock, there's an undeniable truth. The idea could work. You linger by the door, watching the birth of a lie that will change the course of the war. The men don't know it yet, but this moment, this quiet, smoke-filled moment, will ripple through time. They are midwives to a deception that will save tens of thousands and haunt them for years. Montague leans back in his chair, thinking of logistics. A body. Where to find one. How to preserve it. How to make it believable. How to ensure it washes ashore where the Germans will see it. He sketches a rough plan in pencil, his handwriting small and deliberate. Operation Mincemeat. The name means nothing now, absurd, almost comic, but within months it will become sacred among the secret world's faithful. A legend of invisible hands and calculated mercy. Outside, rain drums softly against the glass. The city above continues its nightly masquerade, lights dimmed, hearts cautious, every window covered in fear. No one up there knows that the next great weapon of the war has just been imagined. Later that night, Montague walks home along the embankment. The Thames moves sluggishly under the bridges, its surface reflecting the occasional flicker of passing headlights. He pauses by the railing, thinking of the men dying in Tunisia, the endless logistics of invasion. War has become mathematics, numbers of ships, calories, men, and yet, here he is, contemplating illusion. He lights a cigarette, watches the ember glow against the fog, and murmurs to himself, "We fight with ghosts now." The thought unsettles him. He doesn't know if that's progress or decay. Behind him, Big Ben strikes midnight. The city exhales. A train whistles somewhere beyond the river. And below, unseen currents carry the tide toward the south, toward Spain, toward destiny. The following morning, the XX committee reconvenes. Their brief: to formalize the impossible. Montague stands before the group, his voice low, deliberate. "We need a man who died by accident, not in battle, not by violence. Someone unclaimed. He must be believable, ordinary enough to be invisible, but not so plain he's unremarkable." Chumley adds, "We'll create a complete identity, family, rank, correspondence, even theater tickets in his pocket." A secretary in the corner hesitates before speaking. "And his name?" Montague glances at her. "Major William Martin, Royal Marines. Let's make him real." The name lands like a heartbeat. Something human, something inevitable. You can feel the room shift. The unease gives way to fascination. The air buzzes with the energy of creation. Scientists building a myth, craftsmen forging a ghost. The war has found its poets again. Montague makes notes as the plan expands. The body must be delivered near Huelva, Spain, where German agents thrive under the pretense of neutrality. It must appear accidental, a plane crash at sea. The briefcase chained to his wrist must contain letters between Allied commanders, suggesting a diversion, an invasion of Greece and Sardinia instead of Sicily. A simple falsehood, dressed as tragedy. The table fills with details. A letter from Pam, his fiancée, a used ticket from a London club, a bank statement, cigarettes, a key, a pencil stub, a life built backwards, from the pockets outward. At one point, Chumley remarks, half to himself, "We're not making a lie. We're making a person." And that's when you understand the brilliance of it and its quiet horror. For every truth the war destroys, men like these create a better fiction to take its place. You watch them shaping it with reverence, not cynicism. They believe in the story they're building, and that belief is what will make it work. Hours later, the corridor's empty. Montague remains, surrounded by files. He removes his glasses and rubs his eyes. On the desk before him lies a single photograph, a young woman smiling, head tilted, eyes alive. She doesn't know that her face will soon belong to someone who never lived. He sets it down gently beside the new name, Major William Martin. Outside, the rain has stopped. The night smells of metal and damp paper. A lorry passes, headlights briefly illuminating the wall where the map of Europe hangs. Lines and pins, all the places where men will die, or not, because of what is being written here. Montague stares at the map. He traces a finger across the sea between England and Spain. For the first time, he imagines it, the corpse adrift, the waves carrying it toward destiny. He feels a chill that isn't from the weather. "If this works," he whispers, "it will be the kindest lie we ever told." In the corridor outside, the janitor hums a tune as he empties a bin. Somewhere far below, a train rattles through a tunnel. London moves on, unaware of the new weapon forming in its veins. The war above is fought with bombs. The war below is fought with belief, and belief, as Montague has just discovered, is infinitely more dangerous. A lie, he writes later in his notebook, is only immoral if it fails. The ink dries. The page closes. The first spark of Operation Mincemeat has been lit. The room falls silent except for the ticking clock, patient, mechanical, impartial. It's counting down to the moment when truth itself will drown, quietly, for victory. Chapter 2. The Man Who Never Was. Part 1. The Cold Light. London breathes in grey. You step into a room that smells of phenol and winter. White tile to the ceiling, a single bulb trembling, metal trays softly chiming when moved. Time here is disciplined by thermometers and clipboards, by the slow stutter of a wall clock whose tick lands like a judge's gavel. Ewan Montague stands with his hands inside his coat sleeves. He watches the pathologist lift a corner of the sheet. There is the face, pale, softened by the brief humiliations of death, mouth surrendered, lashes clumped like wet threads. Ordinary, ageless, a man you'd never have noticed on a bus, a man the world allowed to drift past without learning his name, a voice, practiced and unstartled, male, mid-30s, ingestion poisoning, minimal trauma. Sir Bernard Spilsbury doesn't look up from the form. His sentences are as tidy as the metal instruments gleaming beside him. He explains what the sea will do and what it cannot, how lungs hold stories, how skin remembers the temperature of a room, how even in death the body has a grammar that can betray a lie. Montague nods. He is a barrister by training. Evidence is his religion. He knows juries, how they weigh the tilt of a wrist, the crack in a voice. Now he must prepare a case for an audience he will never face. The enemy. The sheet falls back. Silence returns, heavy as frost. There are papers to sign that none of them will keep. There are arrangements that will float between offices on whisper and nod. A certificate that will not be filed, an authorization that will not be archived. The body will remain in official limbo, because limbo is safer than light. You watch Spilsbury's pencil trace a quiet permission across the page. A life is requisitioned. Anonymous death becomes state material. In another room, a steel canister waits with its lid open like an unblinking eye. Dry ice smokes along the rim, curling down the sides in slow ribbons. Someone has stenciled a lie across its face. Optical instruments. It will be the most honest thing about it. An instrument, yes, for seeing into another mind. The door closes against the cold. The bulb hums. The room resumes its patient chore of forgetting. Outside, London receives a thin snow that will not last. Part 2. The Making of Major William Martin. You descend into an office where paper possesses gravity, where livelihoods, backstories, affections grow from the edges inward, a life drafted in abbreviations and T-rings. On the table, a wallet with nothing in it yet, a St. Christopher medal whose metal holds the day's chill, a silver pencil, a key without a door, 2 shillings and a 6pence rubbed thin at the Queen's face. Beside them, a sheet with a name written neatly in ink. Major William Martin, Royal Marines. Names are doors. This one opens smoothly, without splinter. Montague studies it the way a craftsman runs a hand along timber, searching for flaw. The rank must fit the plausible center, not so high as to invite portraits and dinner lists, not so low as to deny access to important paper. Major feels like a coat that warms without boasting. Across from him, Charles Chumley is arranging the mundane with almost priestly care. He repeats a principle the two of them have learned like liturgy. The enemy trusts the ordinary. Not seals or signatures, but lint in a pocket, a theatre stub with a coffee ring, a letter whose ink has blotted where the writer hesitated. A woman steps into the room with the unceremonious grace of competence. Jean Leslie, hair pinned, blouse practical. She places a small photograph on the table. Her own face, borrowed. The smile is not stage-managed, simply a moment that survived light and chemistry. The photograph will live in a breast pocket where it can be found by hands that are not kind. Pam, Montague says softly, as if the syllable might run if spoken too loud. Jean sits at the typewriter. The keys begin their warm weather. Click, click, shiver, click. She knows this letter must be as unremarkable as fog and twice as real. She chooses the simple sorcery of lovers. I miss you. I saw a hat in a window that would suit me if you'd object less to the price. I will keep your place at the dinner you promised to attend and did not. A smudge of lipstick at the bottom edge. A fold pressed by fingers that needed something to hold. Chumley assembles the pocket litter. A bill from a gentleman's club whose charges suggest someone neither frugal nor careless. A bank letter observing politely that an account has strayed into overdraft. A reused envelope with a penciled shopping list inside. Razor blades, matches, stamps. The briefcase receives letters between flag officers, written in the truant language of busy men. The memos are built from quiet inaccuracies that become their most convincing truths. A wrong form of address that only two friends would use. A date just misremembered enough to feel human. A joke about liver paste tucked into a margin. You stand near the window and listen to rain argue with the glass. In the corners of the room, coats steam gently. The radiator ticks like a distant metronome marking out caution. Montague lifts the identity card under a magnifying glass. The photograph they have chosen. Not too crisp, not dear. The stamp lands imperfectly, ink feathering at its rim. He breathes. Perfection is the enemy of belief. They age the ID with a thumb rubbed against the edge. A brief kiss of ash from the cigarette tray. The leather wallet receives the card. The pocket receives the wallet. The jacket receives the medal. The briefcase receives its lies as carefully as a tabernacle receives its bread. When it is done, they do not speak. A hush that belongs to altars and operating rooms settles. Will he like jazz? Jean asks, half smiling. Terribly, Montague answers, not smiling at all. He writes the last small entries in a notebook that will be found later, perhaps read by eyes that have not slept. Appointment, Taylor, 14:30. Oh, Peter, 5 shillings. Pam's birthday. Remember, the ordinary has never felt so sacred. Part 3. The weight of borrowed life. He is dressed carefully, not lavished. Shirt stiff enough to have been ironed by someone in a hurry. Collar correct. The Royal Marines badge sits where it should, no brighter than any other man's. Buttons that do not clamour. Polished shoes that still remember an older mud. In the morgue, the body is as dignified as their caution permits. A comb drags through hair not his. The hands are arranged. A ring chosen for discretion. You note the small kindnesses that no report will mention. The way a medical attendant straightens a cuff. The way a clerk refuses to set her teacup anywhere near the body. Spilsbury murmurs instructions with the calm of a man who has taught unthinkable lessons for years. What the sea must be allowed to tell. What must be denied. The lungs, the sinuses, the chemistry of skin left to a certain air for a certain time. How long the cold can preserve the lie. How much warmth will endanger it. It is macabre work performed with the grammar of decency. No one hurries. No one lingers. At the final inspection, Ewan Montague stands alone for a moment. The room emits its reliable liturgy of sounds. a trolley's small squeal, the sigh of ice. He looks not at the face, but at the chest where the photograph waits. Pam smiles in the dark. What did Journeyman Michael believe as he walked toward the edge of his life? Hunger narrows belief to a point. The city is an animal that does not apologize. He fell through it, namelessly, and now the nation that did not see him will arm him with consequence. You feel the moral seam beneath your feet, the place the floorboards give because the house is old. Montague feels it too. The room is honest enough to allow it. He is not sentimental, merely awake. He sets a hand lightly against the fabric at the shoulder, as if steadying a fellow passenger on a moving train. It's an impulse without audience or reward. "Forgive me," he whispers, and the room refuses to answer because rooms are made of patience, not pity. The chain is fitted to the wrist. The briefcase lock click is very small, but the sound lands with a legal finality that belongs to verdicts. Paper and flesh are married. The lie receives its sacrament. A van idles in the laneway. Vapor leaves in low white banners from its exhaust. 2 ratings lift the canister by its handles. Breath fogging, boots crisp against wet stone. The lid lowers, bolts quarter turn. The label with its polite falsehood faces outward like a smile that refuses to show teeth. In the office upstairs, Montague signs the last authorizations in a hand that is resolute without bravado. He writes a single sentence in his private notebook before he closes it. "We borrow from death what war demands of the living." You do not see tears. You see a man coaching his conscience into endurance. Part 4. The Paper Soul. You return to the desk, where the dossier breathes like a small animal sleeping. Its paper whispers when moved. Its corners have learned the ache of being thumbed. Here everything that seems unimportant is armor. A letter from a father, cordial, mildly critical in the way of men who cache tenderness in complaint. It mentions fishing on Sundays and a borrowed book never returned. It asks after church attendance with a sentence shaped to sound like a question and not a demand. The signature has a cramped tail on the last letter. The envelope flap carries 2 tiny fibers of someone's coat whose color cannot be named to anyone who will read it later. Perfect. A bank note that doesn't quite balance. A club chit with a grease bloom. 2 theater tickets clipped together with the absent-minded competence of a cashier. A dry cleaning stub so soft along its fold it might have lived there 3 weeks already. A used match, spent and returned to the box by a man who saves unnecessary things out of habit. In the briefcase, the letters that matter. Senior men mention movements in a way that underplays the important and overplays the harmless. One uses a pet name for another that the Germans, who are good at so many things, will never think to doubt. There is a map with penciled arrows that does not swoop like an illustrator's flourish, but crosses terrain timidly, the way rail planning does before it learns to be bold. There is a date in the wrong corner, a file number out of conformity by a single digit, a careless coffee ring, human truth applied like varnish. Chumley reads it all aloud once like a prayer, not for effect, for cadence. He listens to where the breath naturally falls. Deceptions that survive interrogation have music. Jean places the photograph into the wallet and says, almost to herself, "He looks like a man who would buy flowers and then spill the water on his shoes." The sentence hangs in the air, unnecessary and perfect. You realize they love him now, not the body on the slab, which would be sentimentality, but the person they have built in their hands. Love is too large a word, perhaps. Duty's tender cousin. The night arrives in the windows like an ink spill. The last act in the office is the smallest. Montague takes the fountain pen, dabs excess from its nib, and writes W. Martin on the inside of the briefcase strap. barely visible, a habit mark. You think of how you have written your name inside things you feared to lose. Belief accumulates exactly this way, as small truths, layered until weight appears. He closes the case, listens to the lock settle, exhales. Somewhere down the corridor, a radio is tuned and tuned again and refuses to submit to a station, only static with a heartbeat hiding inside it. In the alley, a cat steps through puddles whose surfaces behave like film, silvered, slow. They leave the room as quietly as men leaving a nursery. Lights off, door latched, paper sleeps. The made life waits for the living sea. Days fold into each other like letters placed neatly into an outbox. The canister travels north by road passes signed out of existence, then south by rail whose timetables remember that war is the one customer who never complains and never forgives a delay. At the docks, men whose work is to lift and lower for pay that forgets them move the weight without asking what it is. The manifest is a story that does not sweat. Optical instruments. Always and again. You stand on the quay at dawn as HMS Seraph takes the canister like a promise it cannot tell anyone it has made. Her crew is average in the heroic way only average men can be. A petty officer scratches his neck, yawns, remarks about tea. A stoker thinks of a letter he should have written and did not. Courage lives comfortably in such bodies. It likes to be bored before it is needed. Montague watches departure from the place allotted to those who are no longer necessary. Plans are orphans the moment they begin to walk. For a time the world is only engines, rope, gulls, a cough, the clank in a pocket whose owner will never identify the coin by touch as well as he can now. London slides backward into smudge. The sea widens in the wind. He stands with his hands in his coat sleeves and the sentence he wrote in his notebook standing up quietly inside him, a guest who will not leave. We borrow from death what war demands of the living. You look once more at the life they made, the overdraft and the theatre tickets, the medal and the photograph with its small bruise of lipstick, the father who asks for church. It is complete in the way a weathered door is complete, true because it has been handled. The man who never was is ready. The morgue has emptied its cold light. The office has swallowed its own smoke. The canister rides the skin of water toward a latitude that will decide whether men meet their children again. And somewhere, as the submarine noses east through a seam of darker sea, the photograph in the breast pocket shifts the slightest fraction with the ship's roll, as if Pam, borrowed, imagined, necessary, has leaned in to listen to the ocean. The room where they made him is dark now. Only the map remains, pricked with its arguments and fears. A draft passes. One pin trembles, then is still. Outside, London exhales another night. Somewhere a violin is practicing a slow phrase through a wall too thin to keep secrets. The city will not remember this evening. The sea will. The man who never was waits inside a simple lie that has learned how to breathe. Chapter 3. The Drop. Part 1. The Long Night to Water. Night keeps its own clock at sea, not hours and minutes, but the rhythm of engines and the tug of tide. The men aboard HMS Seraph feel it in their bones, a low hum travelling through steel into muscle, a lullaby with teeth. You're on the casing just below the conning tower, wrapped in a wind that smells of iron and brine. The horizon has no edges yet. It's a bruise of dark against darker. Far astern, the wake writes a white brief sentence and erases it. Below, in the forward space cleared for the cargo that isn't, a canister sweats cold. Dry ice smokes around the seal, slipping down like a ghost that refuses to lie still. The stencil says optical instruments with the stubborn innocence of a practiced lie. A petty officer taps the lid with the back of his knuckles, the way superstitious men touch door frames. He doesn't know what's inside, not really. Special, the captain said. Special is a word that keeps a crew obedient and a conscience unoccupied. Commander Bill Jewell checks his watch under a shielded torch. 4:02. He has done brave things and boring things, and he knows they are often the same in uniform. He hears the sea before he sees it, oil smooth, patient, heavy with miles. A chart is pinned near the helm. A small pencil cross wears the name Welva in a clerk's hand. Neutral on paper, helpful in practice. Neutral is another word the war has taught men to distrust. Stand by to surface, he says softly. The order travels like a thought made muscle. Valves shift, ballast whispers, the hull rearranges its weight. You feel a pressure move through your jaw and into your ears, as if the sea itself is swallowing, preparing its mouth for a truth it does not want but will keep anyway. The seraph breaks the skin with the tact of a predator who has learned patience. Hatches spin, cold air knifes through. Dawn has not arrived, only its rumor, a chalky thinning of night near the east. Jewell descends to the canister and rests a hand on its rim as if greeting a sleeping animal. All right, he says, to the men, to the metal, to fate. Wrenches bite. The lid loosens. Vapor exhales, sweet with the sterilized scent of laboratories and morgues. The interior gives up its quiet, a coat that remembers a tailor's iron, a chain that has forgotten its bicycle and learned the wrist, a face smoothed by time and water imagined. No one crosses himself. No one speaks a prayer out loud. But silence, here, is a liturgy that men conduct together without training. Part 2. The ceremony without name. You watch as the crew receives instruction they didn't train for. They are practiced at torpedoes, at depth, at noise discipline. No syllabus prepared them for courtesy to the dead in darkness. They lift him with the kind efficiency of men used to moving weight. He is not heavy in the way of the living. He is specific, the kind of heaviness that teaches the hands something about consequence. Cloth whispers. The briefcase angles and bumps a rib of steel and makes a small sound that the night records and will never repeat. Jewell steps back, giving the few inches that mark respect. The chain's cuff is checked once more. A rating fumbles the key, catches it, looks secretly ashamed and a little frightened of something he cannot name. The captain's voice is low and level. Steady. It means everything at once. Weight, breath, the world. They carry him up the ladder, bodies twisting to make a corridor where none exists. The hatch mouth frames a slice of sky gone from coal to slate. The sea receives the seraph like a confidant. Close, cold, complicit. On deck, the breeze runs through cloth and hair. The corpse lies along the rail a moment, facing a horizon he will not see, buttoned against a weather he will not feel. Pam's photograph rests over the quiet heart under the greatcoat. The lipstick bruise at its edge is now closer to salt than to skin. In the briefcase, letters with their small human stumbles, dates wrong in believable ways, salutations careless with rank in the manner of friends. It is astonishing, and right, that the smallest frauds tell the largest truths. The captain's mouth moves without volume. You cannot hear the words, but you can guess the tradition. A few lines learned in another life, when funerals belong to families and not nations. He stands with his hat in his left hand, the other touching the cold rail. One of the men bows his head. Not religious, exactly. Familial. On his mark, they ease the body over. For an instant, he balances on the edge of the world. One hand, one boot, the whole lie in a briefcase that gleams like a fish. Then gravity asserts its grammar. He drops, not hard, not loud. A low splash rolls outward, the sound of a secret choosing its first listener. The corpse rises, the sea negotiating, testing. The chain draws him again under and then up, letting the water decide the posture of belief. He settles into a drift the way papers settle in a file, by their own weight, by the desire of things to find their level. A gull lifts from somewhere, the wings beating once, twice, as if the air itself has remembered it as work. Part 3. The Three Shores. Across the water, a line of land waits without ambition. Spain is a color more than a shape right now, a deep graphite line with a promise scribbled beneath it. You cross-cut the way memory does when it tries to tell a story honestly. London first, a room with no windows, a lamp making a small island of yellow on an ocean of green bays. A telegraph operator flexes hands made arthritic by carefulness. The message sheet is clipped and waiting. Our friend has arrived. It does not exist yet. It is already true. Ewan Montague leans against a desk that has learned the slope of his palm. He looks at a clock he doesn't trust and the door he both hopes and dreads will open. Above his head, pipes tick as heat learns its route through a building that was never designed for secrecy and has become a cathedral of it. Spain next. Fishermen in boots that remember many winters. Nets drawn, rhythm older than nations. One sees it, a shape among weed and drift. He does not yet know the exact price of this morning. He knows the texture of death. They bring him to shore because that is what men do for other men, even when the state will eventually confiscate the gesture and declare it espionage. The Guardia's lanterns draw circles of authority on sand. A civil doctor bends over the body. His glasses bloom white with sea breath. He notes without emotion the plausible. Rank, cause, time. His pen scratches. A rosary changes hands and changes back. Somewhere in Welvar, a scribe sharpens a pencil that will put the date on the wrong day by accident and then cross it out. Even his mistake will help. Berlin finally. A desk that had belonged to someone very important before belonging to someone only important now. The paper arrives damp at the corners where the envelope was not true to discipline. A clerk lays it on blotting paper with the maternal care of those who handle consequence all day and sleep like stones. The first reader is not the final believer, but belief moves in him like a rumor hiring rooms. Sardinia, Greece. The words ring with the sound of the listener's prior desire. The map is already printed in his mind. The document is only the ink he needed. Back on the Seraph, the captain watches the drifting shape become a fact that no longer requires his attention. He nods once to no one. Ahead. The order takes. The boat turns in a curve as neat as a sentence written by a man who will not be edited. Foam peels away. The wake unfolds and is forgiven. Below, in the mess, a kettle ticks its way toward the question of boiling. The crew take their places without appointment. Mugs clack. Someone says something about a football side as if to repair the world. No one mentions what they just did. The silence they offered on deck has followed them down and sits among them like another rating, nameless, instructive. Part 4. The quiet that follows. Dawn at last. A grey that pretends to be light, but is mostly a lifting of obligation. The Seraph grows smaller to the gulls and larger to the men inside her. That is how vessels behave when they have just done something a nation will never thank them for. On the surface now there is only sea. But the sea is never only. Currents write their slow letters. The body learns its grammar, turns toward a coast already rehearsing its role. The briefcase knows the path better than anyone, chain translating intention into geography. You look once more at the face, softened not by pity but by the work of elements. He is more himself as he leaves himself. Pam smiles against the heart. The ring sits where it should, shining enough to be found, but not enough to invite theft by a man who is still a man in a poor town in a poor year. In London, a door opens without drama. A messenger's shoes carry rain and dust, and the thing Montague has been breathing toward for weeks. The paper is small. The sentence is smaller. Body found. Papers recovered. It does not yet confess whether hands other than Spanish hands have handled them. Ambiguity here is mercy. Certainty is ambition. Both are dangerous. He reads it twice, then once more, hunting the music of the words for discord. He looks at Chumley, at that face which can be comic and severe in the same minute, and both men nod as if they have agreed to a principle that has not been spoken aloud. We will not celebrate. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. On the beach near Welvar, a priest rubs sleep from his eyes and finds himself rehearsing Latin, whose meanings have lessened into syllables over a career of mornings like this one. He does not know he is blessing a weapon. He blesses the man. That is better. Berlin's first summary moves up a ladder of hands and titles. At each rung, certainty increases while knowledge remains the same. It is a miracle of organizations that belief rises faster than evidence. Someone pencils an arrow toward Greece. Someone else smiles with relief. Relief is the most credulous of emotions. At sea, the seraph is already otherwhere. The crew will remember this morning the way men remember certain breakfasts. Hot, quiet, nothing remarkable except that the day that followed would be. Jewel stands at the periscope later, not looking for the man. That would be folly, but looking because that is what captains do. He finds waves and the grammar of light and allows them to be enough. You stand at the rail that is no longer there. You watch a ripple that has already vanished. You listen to a prayer that was never recorded. You feel the world tilt a fraction of a degree toward a shore where boots will not land because other boots will. This is how mercy sometimes behaves in wartime. Ungentle, precise, ashamed of itself, necessary. When the telegram reaches the room beneath Whitehall, Montague exhales the way a man does who has been holding a note too long for anyone to hear. He sets the slip down as if it were an eggshell carrying heat. He writes the time in the margin because order loves witnesses. He does not smile. He allows himself a single sentence in a book. He will never show another living soul. The sea has agreed. Outside, London is rubbing light onto brick. Milk floats in the bottlenecks like a pale coin. A constable stamps a foot against a cold that has outlived its invitation. The city continues, that faithful indifference. Nothing in its streets says, a corpse has just become a general. The calm after the act is not peace. It is a held breath with a shape. You can feel it, in the way the lamp hums, in the way a paperclip rests, in the way two men decide to say nothing and mean everything. And far away, the body turns once and then again, as if to take a last look at no one. He is not Michael anymore, though he bears him. He is not William Martin either, though the world will address him as such. He is a hinge. He is a door the war will open. The tide does the rest. It always has. Chapter 4. The Lie That Breathed. Part 1. The Fisherman of Welvar. The sea gives things back without warning. Some mornings it returns driftwood, sometimes drowned fruit, sometimes an argument it lost with the wind. On this morning, it gives a man. The fishermen of Welvar know the grammar of bodies, how they float, how they turn, how they pretend to sleep. They approach without fear, but with the courtesy reserved for the dead. The man's uniform glints under the early light. His hand is chained to a briefcase. The insignia reads Royal Marines. They shout toward shore. A bell rings. Two more men wade in, trousers rolled, ropes in hand. Together they pull him from the surf and lay him gently on the sand. His head tilts toward the rising sun, eyes closed as if already listening to the prayers being whispered nearby. The guardia arrives, boots crunching over shells. A notebook opens. A cigarette smolders between two fingers that have written this same report too many times. The words are familiar. Body recovered. Male. Likely aircraft casualty. A cross is made. A form signed. Duty completed. But the briefcase refuses to be ordinary. Its lock gleams. The chain's polish catches every curious eye. A sergeant shakes it, frowns, and orders it delivered to the British vice-consul. The dead man will be given to the sea again soon, they think. Until then, he waits under a tarpaulin that flutters like a tired flag. You stand with them, smell the salt, the rust, the cheap tobacco. Everything seems simple until it isn't. The sea, the chain, the papers, each is a door pretending to be closed. Part 2. The First Reading. In an office above a cafe, British Vice-Consul Francis Haselden adjusts his spectacles and peers down at the dead man's effects. Sunlight stumbles through half-closed shutters, painting his desk in uneven stripes. He has seen death before, but not like this. Crisp uniform, lettered documents, the whisper of significance. He scribbles a memo to Madrid, requesting guidance. Downstairs, the Spanish civil governor sips coffee and watches the British man through slatted blinds. Outside, Welvar is already talking. Fishermen, barmaids, clerks. The rumour becomes its own kind of tide. An English officer has washed ashore, carrying secrets. Haselden sends a note to the local admiralty and then another, unofficial, to London. Body recovered with private correspondence. Spanish authorities cooperating. He seals it quickly, as if afraid of its own truth. But the secret is no longer his to guard. By nightfall, a German attaché in Madrid will know everything. A photograph will be developed in a darkroom smelling of vinegar and promise. And soon, in an office 500 miles away, another pair of eyes will begin to believe. Part 3. The Chain of Custody. Madrid. A city half-starved, half-listening. The war comes here not with sirens, but with whispers. The elegant murder of truth conducted in drawing rooms. Colonel Carl-Eric Kulenthal of the Abwehr receives the call. A Spanish contact reports that British papers have been retrieved from a drowned officer's body near Welvar. He doesn't smile. He lights a cigarette. He's been chasing ghosts for months. False trails, half-rumors, decoys. But something about this feels genuine. He can sense it in the tiredness of the voice on the other end. Men don't fake exhaustion. They fake enthusiasm. Secure the contents, Kulenthal says. Photograph everything. Send the originals to Berlin by diplomatic pouch. The papers make their slow pilgrimage north, from Spanish officers' hands to German intelligence, from smoke to smoke. Every step leaves a thumbprint of belief. In Berlin, Admiral Canaris reads the file twice. It smells faintly of salt. There are stains on the letter edges where C met ink. It is, in its imperfection, perfect. He nods to his aide. Prepare translation copies for the Führer. Elsewhere, other hands unfold the same sheets, tracing the familiar loops of British signatures, noting the informal tone between generals. It all feels real, because it is not trying to. A lie that wants to be believed tries too hard. This one simply exists. Part 4. The Believers. Hitler reads the file late one night in the Wolf's Lair, under a single bulb that paints his shadow across the map of Europe. The documents describe Allied intentions in Greece and Sardinia. Sicily, they imply, is merely a decoy. He circles Greece with red pencil. He circles it again. His staff murmurs. Some hesitate. But the Führer's conviction fills the room like smoke. The invasion plan he fears most, Sicily, suddenly feels safe. Troops are moved. Aircraft redeployed. A chain of decisions born from a corpse's pocket. Across the continent, in a London basement that smells of wet paper and tension, Ewan Montague receives a telegram. Spanish report. Documents reach German hands. He reads it once, then again. His pulse is steady. Chumley looks up from his desk. Do they believe it? Montague exhales through a thin smile. Not yet, he says. But they will. That night, he walks home through streets glimmering with blackout rain. Every puddle reflects the soft amber of a world that doesn't know what's just happened. He passes a newsboy shouting headlines about bombings in Italy. The war grinds on. But in the silence between headlines, history has shifted. Part 5. The Turning Tide. Sicily, July 1943. Dawn lifts itself over the horizon like an exhausted promise. The first Allied ships approach. The invasion begins. What they find is not resistance but confusion. German and Italian divisions positioned hundreds of miles away. The beaches, expected to be fire, are instead wind and sand. A corps in Spain has redirected an army. You see it now, the strange choreography of faith and folly. A fisherman's net, a diplomat's envelope, a general's pen, a dictator's belief. A body that never lived commands soldiers who will never know his name. In London, Montague receives confirmation. Enemy has accepted mincemeat documents as genuine. Operation successful. He sits very still. No cheers. No applause. Only the hum of an office fan and the faint smell of dust warming on the bulb. For once, the world will not see victory coming from the sky or the sea, but from imagination itself. He writes in his diary, "The dead man has done more for us than many of the living." Part 6. The Quiet After Truth. In Welvar, the grave is simple. A white cross, a name, a date. Major William Martin, Royal Marines. Locals leave flowers because someone should. The British send thanks that sound more like apologies. Pam's photograph remains in his file, folded neatly among papers now locked away. No one will see her face again until long after the war is over. Jean Leslie will live to old age, unaware of how many lives her smile saved. The sea reclaims its rhythm. Waves erase footprints, names, even guilt. But somewhere in its depths, the lie still breathes, moving quietly, endlessly, like current beneath calm water. You can almost hear it. The sound of pages turning underwater. The hum of typewriters that once dreamed of mercy. The slow, steady heartbeat of belief. Sometimes, Montague would later write, truth needed to drown so that men might live. And as the chapter closes, the tide folds one last time against the Spanish shore. A soft, eternal applause for the man who never was. Chapter 5. Ghosts in the Fields. Part 1. The New Front. The sea has played its part. Now the land must learn to lie. You wake beneath a pale English sky, the colour of unsharpened steel. In the fields of Kent, dew clings to grass like static. Wind passes through hedgerows carrying the thin smell of fuel, oil, and rain-soaked canvas. It's 1944, and the war has discovered its second voice. a whisper loud enough to move armies. Trucks arrive in silence before dawn. Men climb down wearing overalls instead of uniforms, painters instead of soldiers. Their brushes, hammers, air hoses. What they build isn't real, but it must look real to the eye of a German camera. A tank rises from rubber and air. A fighter plane blooms from wood and cloth. From a distance, they are perfect. Up close, they breathe differently. Too soft, too clean, too patient. A corporal lights a cigarette and grins. Ghosts, that's what we are. He's right. The fields around him are haunted not by the dead, but by the living pretending to be something they are not. Operation Fortitude South has begun. Part 2. Invisible Architects. At Bushy Park, the deception planners meet beneath chandeliers blackened with soot from years of cautious light. The atmosphere is 1 part theater rehearsal, 1 part military conference. The goal: to convince Hitler that the Allied invasion will strike at Calais, not Normandy. To build an entire army that doesn't exist, an army of paperwork, radio chatter, and clever arrogance. The chief illusionist, General George S. Patton, the loudest personality in uniform, suspended for insubordination, restored for reputation. He is now repurposed as bait. The Germans fear him more than any other commander. Therefore, he must remain visible. They will give him an army of air and rumor, the 1st U.S. Army Group, or FUSAG. It will breathe across the southern counties of England, while the true invasion sleeps under cover in Portsmouth and Devon. Signals officers begin their work. Morse operators tap sequences day and night, creating the heartbeat of a phantom force. Each message authenticates another, looping endlessly in perfect nonsense. Code names, logistics, requisitions, an empire of fiction. Every truckload of rations recorded for men who will never eat. Every bullet accounted for to feed an army made of smoke. A sergeant jokes that if anyone bombs these coordinates, they'll only puncture air. The laughter is brief. Laughter in wartime often is. Part 3. The Landscape of Lies. From above, the deception is immaculate. Luftwaffe reconnaissance planes glide over Kent's patchwork fields. Their cameras blink like indifferent eyes. The photographs show everything Berlin hopes to see: tank formations near Canterbury, fuel dumps near Dover, pontoons stacked along the coast. Every shadow has been arranged for them, every illusion rehearsed until it looks effortless. On the ground, soldiers pose as mechanics. They move between dummy aircraft, polish nothing, wave at passing scouts as though signaling reality itself. The roar of engines comes from hidden loudspeakers that play a recorded orchestra of war. To any listening ear, the coast hums with invasion. To anyone standing among the props, it's a pantomime. At night, lanterns are placed under tarps to simulate campfires. The men gather around them out of habit, warming their hands over light that gives no heat. Overhead, the same stars that guided Mincemeat's corpse now watch this other illusion unfold. The earth answers the sea with equal cunning. A private scribbles in his notebook. Sometimes I think the ghosts are watching us make them. He isn't wrong. The land, too, keeps its memories. Part 4. The Signal and the Silence. In a radio hut that smells of ozone and tea, a young operator named Arthur Bates sits before his set. His instructions are simple: transmit chatter, nothing important, everything convincing. He invents weather, deliveries, complaints about rations. Occasionally, he quotes scripture into the static. "Let there be light," he says, and the air obeys. Across the channel, German listening stations record his fiction with the reverence of scholars. Analysts translate his sentences into certainty. Tanks near Canterbury. Artillery massing east of Maidstone. Dates, names, call signs. All of it imaginary. All of it fatal in its consequence. Bates doesn't know that his fake messages will one day protect the soldiers in Normandy. He only knows the shape of exhaustion. The hours are long. The room is warm. He taps the key with the rhythm of a man praying by accident. Outside, wind combs through the grass and across the hulls of dummy tanks. The sound it makes is a sigh, the breath of an army dreaming itself into being. When dawn returns, the mist lays soft over Kent, blurring every line. A dog barks somewhere near an empty hangar. A sparrow lands on the canvas flank of an inflatable Sherman and rides it gently as it sways. From the sky, it will look perfect. The world believes what it needs to believe. And in this quiet theater of fields and fabric, belief is the only thing that kills. Chapter 6. The Generals Who Never Were. Part 1. The Man Made of Reputation. Every deception needs a leading man. For Operation Fortitude, that man was General George S. Patton. Flesh, blood, and theatre. A commander famous for his temper, his brilliance, his voice that could make fear stand to attention. Even in disgrace, he radiated inevitability. To the Germans, Patton was war in human form. To the Allies, he was the perfect ghost to command an army that didn't exist. You see him now, stepping from a jeep into the wind of a Kent airfield. His boots sink slightly into the damp earth. His riding crop hangs at his side like punctuation. Behind him, rows of inflatable tanks shimmer faintly in the morning haze. They salute him, as all good illusions should. Patton surveys his domain, the 1st U.S. Army Group, FUSAG, an army of painters, signalers, forgers, clerks, and shadows. He grins. If the enemy wants to see an army, let's give him one worth looking at. He knows his presence is performance. Each public appearance choreographed, every rumor seeded carefully. Newspapers whisper of his return to command. Allied press offices leak stories to reinforce the myth. The Germans, listening, record every word with hungry precision. A camera snaps. Patton turns toward it, chin lifted. The world's most dangerous decoy has taken the stage. Part 2. The Army of Paper. In London, a different kind of generalship unfolds, one conducted in ink. Colonel John Bevan and his team at the London Controlling Section construct an entire army on paper. Divisions with names, histories, insignias, even medical units. Every officer in this phantom order has a file, a salary, a record of conduct. There are letters between them, orders of movement, transfers, reprimands. Nothing is left unimagined. Railway clerks file requests for transport to non-existent depots. Paymasters sign checks for soldiers who will never eat. Quartermasters record rations for 150,000 men who have only ever lived in a filing cabinet. And above them all, a single typewriter key presses the future into shape. Fortitude South. Each false memo is designed to be intercepted. Each document a breadcrumb in the forest of espionage. To Berlin, they look like mistakes, and that is what makes them perfect. The best lies behave like accidents. In this world of ordered chaos, generals are made not by battle, but by rumor. It is a war fought in stationary cupboards and listening posts. A war where the stationary clerk becomes the quartermaster of destiny. Part 3. The Listeners. Across the Channel, in a room heavy with tobacco smoke and self-importance, German intelligence officers spread the latest aerial photos across a table. The images show rows of tanks, trucks, tents, and hangars, all where the enemy is supposed to be. One officer traces the outlines with his ruler. "Look," he says, "Fusag's build-up continues. Patton commands it himself." Another nods. They argue briefly over tonnage, divisions, fuel. No one questions the premise. In the corner, a young analyst clears his throat, mentions that the shadows of certain tanks look identical, that the spacing between units never varies. His superior waves him off. Patton doesn't make mistakes. Belief is a contagion. Once caught, it inoculates against reason. Outside the Abwehr building, Berlin lives in blackout. Trains carry soldiers east, not west, while on maps, the word Calais glows faintly like a candle behind parchment. The war has entered a phase where men no longer fight only for truth, but for the comfort of their own illusions. Part 4. The Voice of War. Night in Kent again. The wind carries a low hum. Generators, radios, the murmuring of men rehearsing authenticity. A single radio hut glows dimly under blackout curtains. Inside, operators exchange invented orders. Transfer fuel convoy to Sector 3 by 0800. Inform General Patton inspection delayed due to fog. Acknowledge. Every transmission is recorded, decoded, and believed by someone who desperately wants to. From these fragments, the Germans assemble the orchestra of invasion. They can almost hear it, the crescendo of guns, the thunder of engines, the prelude to calamity. All of it played by invisible musicians. Patton visits one of the dummy camps the next morning. He walks between rows of rubber tanks, brushing dust from his gloves. To any distant observer, it's a general inspecting his troops. To the men behind the illusion, it's theater with the highest stakes imaginable. He tips his helmet toward a photographer. "Make sure they see the stars," he says, referring to the insignia on his collar, knowing full well those stars are worth more than the entire army they represent. Behind the lens, the shutter clicks like a trigger. That photograph will travel faster than any bullet ever could. By the time it reaches Berlin, it will be prophecy. Part 5. The Irony of Command. At a small desk in London, Ewan Montague receives a copy of the intercepted German communiqué. Patton commanding Fusag, confirmed by multiple sources. Expect invasion at Pas-de-Calais. He laughs quietly, the kind of laugh that hides relief behind exhaustion. "They've learned nothing," he murmurs. Beside him, Chumley pours 2 fingers of whiskey. The men drink not to victory, but to absurdity, the strange grace of a world where belief kills faster than steel. Later, Patton himself is summoned to brief Eisenhower. He arrives in immaculate uniform, swagger intact. He delivers his lines flawlessly. When the meeting ends, he lingers at the doorway and asks, almost sheepishly, "Tell me, Ike, do I still get to be me?" Eisenhower smiles faintly. "You never stopped." That night, Patton writes a single line in his diary. "I've never led so many men I'll never see." Part 6. The Echo. From the cliffs near Dover, the sea looks endless, but the deception has boundaries as real as any coastline. Below, the wind stirs through dummy tents. Canvas ripples like breath. To the Germans, this shore will soon be the stage of their defeat. They just don't know which script they're in. You feel it, the symmetry with the corpse that floated months before. Different element, same idea. imagination as weapon, faith as fuse. Across Europe, two ghosts now guard the living, one drifting in the Atlantic's slow current, the other commanding armies made of air. The war has become a contest of belief, and belief, once ignited, is almost impossible to extinguish. The generals who never were fought the loudest battle no one ever saw. Chapter 7. The Phantom War. Part 1. The Dawn That Lied. June 6, 1944. The air smells of salt and static. You stand at the edge of a world that doesn't yet know it's changing. The channel lies beneath a bruised sky, quiet as a held breath. Below the waves, engines murmur, the slow pulse of the largest armada ever assembled. And yet, across the continent, the German High Command sleeps, because they believe the story, the one written in London, rehearsed in Kent, the story whispered by Patton's shadow army. They believe Normandy is a diversion. They believe the real blow will fall at Calais. They believe in ghosts. The first paratroopers descend like seeds scattered by the wind. The beaches erupt in thunder, smoke, and prayer. But in Hitler's bunker, the red pencil stays poised over Calais. He waits. He waits for the army that will never come. The lie is doing its work. Part 2. The Weight of Conviction. In Berlin, morning arrives slow and reluctant. Teletypes chatter. Reports stack. The news of Normandy lands like a rumor, not a revelation. Invasion at Cannes. Small-scale landing. Possible diversion. Kulenthal frowns. He knows the name from somewhere, an unimportant coastal region. He glances again at the mincemeat files, now worn and faded. The handwriting, the familiar signatures, the comfort of old intelligence. He chooses belief. He must. The alternative, that the entire architecture of certainty was illusion, is too heavy to hold. He marks the report low priority, sends reinforcements not to Normandy, but to Calais. Thousands of soldiers wait for enemies who have already passed them by. Faith can be an anchor. Sometimes it drowns you. Part 3. The theatre holds. Across England, the Fortitude machine keeps humming. Radio operators continue their transmissions. Dummy trucks roll at night to keep the illusion alive. Weather balloons carry foil cutouts to mimic aircraft on radar. Clerks draft memos announcing the arrival of divisions that never existed. Even after D-Day, the play must go on. The Germans must still see what they want to see. At a fake airfield near Dover, a private leans against an inflatable jeep, listening to the distant echo of real war. He doesn't know if he feels proud or foolish. He only knows that every bullet not fired at the men in Normandy is a victory. Above him, reconnaissance planes glide silently through the clouds, cameras blinking like indifferent eyes. From their altitude, illusion and truth look identical. Part 4. The Silence of Command. In the Wolf's Lair, Hitler stands over the map table, his uniform immaculate, his hand trembling ever so slightly. Normandy is a feint, he insists. The main assault will come at Calais. Hold the panzer divisions in reserve. His generals' exchange looks that way, loyalty against logic. None dare oppose him. The order stands. 4:48 crucial hours. The tanks that could have thrown the Allies back into the sea remain idle, waiting for an army that does not exist. The room hums with the sound of maps dying. Part 5. The Real and the Unreal. At 6:31, on a beach codenamed Omaha, men step from landing craft into chaos. Bullets stitch the surf. The air is full of metal and salt. The sea, unbothered, carries both the living and the dead toward history. And yet, because of the lie, because of the phantom army still breathing in the south, the beaches are not the slaughterhouses they might have been. The deception has bought them hours, and hours in war are measured in generations. Somewhere, a corporal clutches his rosary and whispers thanks. He doesn't know he's thanking ghosts. Part 6. The Echo Across the Channel. In London, the message arrives coded but unmistakable. The landings have succeeded. The enemy still expects Calais. Montague reads it aloud, voice steady but eyes glinting with something between disbelief and grief. Chumley pours whiskey into 2 chipped glasses. Neither man speaks. They drink in silence, not to victory, but to vindication. To the man who never was. To Patton's invisible soldiers. To the theatre that held long enough for truth to arrive by sea. Outside, the bells of Westminster begin to ring, hesitant, uncertain, as if the city itself fears to wake the dead too soon. Part 7. The Cost of Imagination. By August, the deception has done its work. The Allies push inland. France breathes again. The Fortitude camps are dismantled, rubber tanks deflated, wooden aircraft burned, the ghosts dismissed without ceremony. Patton rides east with a real army this time, leaving behind a landscape that once pretended him into existence. He never mentions the theatre again. He doesn't need to. The cameras did the talking. Montague, too, moves on. The files of mincemeat and fortitude vanish into locked drawers marked most secret. The world will not know how much of its freedom came from paper, ink, and imagination. Not for years. You walk one last time through the empty fields of Kent. The grass has grown back over the tire tracks that were never real. Wind moves gently through the stubble. It sounds like applause. In war, Montague once wrote, the truth is often too fragile to survive, so we taught it how to hide. Chapter 8. The Cost of Belief. Part 1. The Silence After Victory. Wars end differently for different men. For some, it's a parade. For others, it's a quiet room where the telephone finally stops ringing. You find yourself in London again, 1945. The blackout curtains are gone, but the habit of shadows remains. Dust drifts through a shaft of afternoon light in Montague's office. The desk is empty now, save for a locked drawer and a single pen that hasn't been used in months. On the wall hangs a map of Europe, pins removed, holes left behind like constellations of absence. The war is over, but peace feels like an imitation of something they once rehearsed. Ewan Montague reads the news. Germany surrenders. Hitler dead. The words feel thinner than they should. Victory, when it finally comes, makes no sound. He looks down at his hands, the same hands that once built a corpse into a legend, that wrote letters of love for a man who never lived, that turned fiction into salvation. And now, those same hands tremble slightly as he closes the newspaper. No cheers, no closure, just the weight of having been right. Part 2. The Afterimage. Charles Chumley returns to civilian life. He keeps the habits of secrecy, the way he lowers his voice even in cafes, the way he pauses before answering questions no one is really asking. He applies for jobs that require precision and patience, but he finds that normal work feels flimsy after the architecture of lies he once built. Jean Leslie marries. She folds away her wartime photograph, Pam, the smiling ghost who helped deceive an empire. Sometimes, late at night, she wonders whether the real woman behind the false identity didn't become more real than herself for a time. Love letters written for someone else's grief can haunt you, even when the ink has long faded. The city moves on. Posters come down, ration cards expire, and yet, in certain rooms, the air still carries the faint smell of carbon paper and cigarettes, the smell of belief manufactured by hand. Part 3. The Man Beneath the Lie. In Huelva, Spain, the grave still stands. White stone, black letters, Major William Martin, Royal Marines. Each year, someone leaves flowers. No one knows who. Perhaps a local woman who once saw the British officers tending the burial. Perhaps no one at all, and it's only the sea's own offering. Shells, driftwood, petals carried by tide. But the truth does not rest as easily. In 1953, long after the world stopped listening, a journalist begins to dig. He discovers that Major Martin was not a Marine at all, but a Welsh drifter named John Michael, a man who died alone after ingesting rat poison, unmourned, unnoticed. The revelation passes through newspapers like a shadow through water. People read it, shake their heads, move on. But to Montague, now older, greyer, it feels like an old door creaking open in a house he'd locked long ago. He visits the grave once, quietly, in civilian clothes. He lays a small bouquet and whispers the only apology he can manage. "You did your duty, old friend, better than any of us." The wind carries the words away before they can find an answer. Part 4. The Weight of Mercy. Years later, Montague is asked to speak publicly about the operation. The war has become history. Secrets have become stories. He writes his memoir with care, The Man Who Never Was, a title that hides as much as it reveals. He recounts the details that can be told, the idea, the planning, the body, the result. But he leaves out the nights, the smell of disinfectant and damp canvas, the feeling of his own pulse echoing inside the silence of a morgue. He doesn't mention the dreams, the ones where the sea speaks in a voice made of paper, where the dead man asks if he can rest now, where truth itself demands to be buried again. When the book is published, the public calls it brilliant, clever, a perfect example of British ingenuity. No one calls it tragic, but it is, because every brilliant deception carries the burden of those it fooled, and even the kindest lie leaves a scar. Part 5. The Ghost of the Machine. Elsewhere, in Kent, the fields that once held the dummy tanks have turned green again. Children play among the ruins of airfields. The echoes of engines have faded to myth. But beneath the soil, you can still find pieces of rubber, bits of wire, scraps of falsehood that once defended the truth. In Berlin, a museum displays intercepted documents, the same forgeries that once guided armies. Visitors pass by, whispering. Few stop to notice the handwriting. Fewer still understand that imagination, not power, won that war. The ghosts of deception remain loyal. They wait in archives, in sealed boxes labeled top secret, in stories told too softly to record. They are the proof that sometimes, to save the living, We must learn to love the unreal. Part 6. The Mirror. Ewan Montague dies in 1985. His obituary mentions his wartime service, his books, his quiet sense of humor. It does not mention the man he borrowed from death, or the night he watched the sea accept a stranger. But maybe that's fitting. Some truths only live in silence. And so, the story loops back to you, to all who have ever believed or doubted, because Operation Mincemeat was never only about a corpse. It was about the fragile bargain between faith and fact, between what we see and what we need to see. In the end, every lie told for mercy becomes a mirror, showing us who we were and what we were willing to believe. He never lived, Montague once said, but he died a soldier. The sea outside Welva still rolls against the shore. Waves write and erase his name, endlessly patient. Each tide brings something back. Shells, kelp, silence. But never the truth, because the truth stayed with him. The man who never was remains exactly that. A reminder that imagination, once unleashed, can change the world and leave it unable to tell whether it ever really woke up. Chapter 9. The Sea Remembers. Part 1. The water holds its own history. The sea keeps nothing forever, but it forgets nothing either. It is the only witness that never takes sides. You stand again on the Andalusian coast, where the sand is fine as flour and the wind smells faintly of oranges and salt. The tide moves in its old rhythm. Forward, erase, return. Every wave whispers the same syllable, the one the world has forgotten. Still, out beyond the breakers, a fisherman's boat drifts in the same water that once carried a man called Major William Martin, and another man, General Michael, hidden inside him. The fisherman does not think about spies or wars. He thinks about nets and weather, about the price of mackerel, about the sea's mercy and its moods. But the water beneath his hull remembers every secret it has ever been asked to keep. Part 2. The Shape of Memory. Below the surface, the currents still trace invisible routes, the same lines that carried the canister in the spring of '43. Grains of sand drift in slow formation, tiny soldiers marching nowhere. The sunlight filters down in long gold spears that fade before they reach the bottom. If you listen, really listen, you can almost hear it. The hush of pages turning underwater, the sigh of paper dissolving, the ghost of a typewriter key pressed by a hand that no longer exists. Memory, here, is not a photograph. It's motion, the slow, endless choreography of forgetting. The sea remembers in patterns. A briefcase tumbling once, a chain glinting, a uniform sleeve caught in current. It keeps no moral, it simply keeps. Part 3. The Watchers. On the headland stands a memorial cross, white stone against the blue. Tourists stop, read the inscription, take photographs, move on. A few pause longer, trying to imagine the war that once stained even this quiet shore. Among them, an old man lingers. Perhaps he was a sailor once, perhaps not. He traces the carved name, Major William Martin, and nods, as if recognizing an old acquaintance he never met. He doesn't speak. Some stories are beyond speech. Far below, a gull cries, the same high, lonely note that sounded when the corpse first floated ashore. The sound crosses decades as easily as air. Part 4. the weight of water. At sunset, the tide begins to rise again. The light turns copper, then bruised violet. The waves build, stretch, break, gather. Each one carries a reflection of the sky, and within each reflection, a moment of that old deception. A flash of uniform, a glimpse of chain, a brief ripple that might once have been a man. You close your eyes and the wind smells like diesel and ink and salt. The trinity of this story. You think of Montague walking home in the rain, of Jean Leslie folding her photograph into a drawer, of Patton laughing among his rubber tanks, of the thousands saved because someone believed in the unreal. The water rolls on, indifferent and infinite. It has outlived all of them. It will outlive you too. And still, somewhere in its restless heart, the sea remembers. Part 5. The Whisper. Night again. The stars return, scattered like forgotten coordinates. The sea glows faintly with plankton, the smallest lives giving light where there should be none. You stand at the edge of the surf. The water moves around your boots, then recedes, then returns, as if considering what to tell you. You whisper the name that was never his. It feels strange in your mouth, too heavy, too light. But the sea answers anyway, not in words, but in rhythm. Hush, hush, hush. You realize it's not the sound of waves. It's the sound of paper. Pages closing. The story has found its ending. But the ocean never ends. It will carry the lie forever, and in carrying it, make it truth. History is only memory that refused to drown. The tide reaches your feet one last time, and the moon writes a silver line over the surface. Epilogue. Echoes. The story ends the way all true stories end, not with a bang, but with a sound that fades and never quite stops. You're standing by the sea again. It looks the same as it did at the beginning, but you are not the same. You've walked through the corridors of deception, heard the whispers of men who lied for mercy, felt the pulse of a world built from ink and courage. The wind moves through the grass in slow applause. Distant bells drift from the town behind you. Somewhere, a child laughs, a sound too alive to belong to history. And that's the point, isn't it? That all this, the planning, the sacrifice, the imagination, was for life to continue making small, careless sounds again. In the hush that follows, you can still hear the old rhythms, the tap of typewriter keys, the shuffle of paper, the sigh of a tide carrying one more secret home. They layer together like heartbeats in another room. The sea remembers the man who never was. The land remembers the armies that never existed. And history remembers the truth made from both. Because that's what echoes are. The sound of something long gone, that refuses to stop being heard. You walk away from the shore. The water slides against the sand, leaving behind a trail that erases itself with perfect patience. Above, the sky deepens to a bruised blue, the color of silence before a story begins again. And somewhere, beyond the edge of sight, a single voice continues, not loud, not mournful, just steady, like the breath of the sea itself. Deception rarely ends cleanly. It lingers, sustained by routine and patience, long after its origin is forgotten. What follows remains within that same quiet current. Part 3. Agent Garbo, the man who fooled Hitler twice. Night settles over a dim room in Lisbon, where a man sits alone at a small wooden table. shaping lies with the precision of a craftsman. A single lamp glows above him, casting a warm halo across scattered notes, false identities, and the quiet instruments of deception. Outside, the city hums with the soft unrest of a world at war, but inside this room, the conflict unfolds in whispers. Every detail, every invented route, every fabricated courier, every imaginary agent, carries the weight of two continents leaning toward invasion. He is Juan Puyol Garcia, though the world will come to know him by another name, Agent Garbo, the man who convinced Hitler's war machine that shadows were armies and silence was truth. His story begins not with power or training, but with an unwavering belief that the terror sweeping Europe must be opposed. Puyol is not a soldier. He is not a spy. He is a restless hotel manager, a failed businessman, a man whose life, up to this point, has offered no hint that he would one day become one of the most extraordinary double agents of the Second World War. Yet something in him is shaped for this role, a quiet resolve, an instinct for storytelling, and a mind capable of weaving entire worlds from fragments. When he first approaches the Allies, offering his loyalty and his imagination, they decline. He seems ordinary, too ordinary perhaps, and they have no shortage of desperate volunteers. But Puyol has already decided that he will become a weapon of misinformation. If Britain will not take him, he will create a path on his own. So he goes to the Germans. They accept him eagerly. A new recruit, a man claiming access to London, prepared to report on British movements. They give him money, invisible oversight, and a mission they believe will serve the Reich. But instead, they are placing trust in a man who will become one of the greatest saboteurs of Nazi intelligence. From that moment forward, Puyol builds an empire of fiction. In Madrid, operating entirely without Allied support, he invents a network of agents, 27 of them, each with a background, a temperament, a routine, and a believable set of limitations. Seamen, clerks, diplomats, soldiers. Every one of them exists only on the pages he writes, yet the Germans begin paying them, trusting them, relying on them. They send him questions, and he responds with stories so rich in detail that even Allied censors reviewing German intercepts believe the network must be real. But all of it is born from Puyol's mind. The British eventually notice what he has built. They see German reports based on his intelligence and realize that someone out there, someone untrained, unknown, unclaimed, is running a fantasy so convincing that the Abwehr, one of the most feared intelligence agencies in the world, has fallen entirely under its spell. MI5 tracks him down. They make contact. They realize that what he has done in isolation could become something far larger with proper coordination. And so Juan Puyol Garcia becomes Agent Garbo, a name chosen because he can play any role, embody any story, deliver any illusion with flawless theatrical grace. From a cramped office in London, he begins feeding Hitler's regime a steady diet of meticulous falsehoods. His imaginary network expands. His reports become essential reading for the German High Command. Generals and analysts cite him, debate his claims, and reorganize their strategies based on the movements of troops who do not exist. But his greatest performance is still ahead. In 1944, as the Allies prepare for Operation Overlord, the greatest amphibious assault in history, Garbo becomes the heartbeat of deception. His task is immense. Convince Hitler that the invasion will not land in Normandy, but at Pas-de-Calais. Convince him that the first wave is not the true assault. Convince him that ghost armies, under generals who will never march, are gathering for an attack that will never come. And Hitler believes him. He believes him so completely that even after Allied forces storm the beaches of Normandy, German divisions remain frozen in the north, awaiting a second invasion Garbo assures them is imminent. His lies hold them in place for weeks, long enough for the Allies to secure their foothold, long enough for the war in Western Europe to tilt decisively. It is one of the most successful acts of strategic deception ever executed, and it is carried out by a man who never fired a weapon, who forged his path from rejection, and who turned imagination into a shield that saved countless lives. This is his story: quiet, cunning, improbable. A tale of one man who reshaped the war not with force, but with words woven so carefully that even the most powerful regime on earth could not see through them. If you find calm in these quiet historical journeys, feel free to subscribe. It helps these stories reach those who need them. A man out of place. Before the world knew him as Agent Garbo, Juan Puyol Garcia lived a life that looked, on the surface, profoundly unremarkable. He was born in Barcelona in 1912 to a modest family that valued discipline, industry, and moral clarity. Nothing in those early years suggested espionage, deception, or the quiet theatrics that would one day define his place in history. If anything, the young Puyol seemed destined for a conventional path: respectable work, steady responsibilities, a life shaped by routine rather than risk. Yet something within him resisted simplicity. As he grew older, he drifted through several trades, never quite finding the role that fit. He managed a poultry business for a time, worked in hotel administration, attempted to run a cinema, and even tried his hand at farming. Each venture offered stability, but none captured his imagination. Friends and acquaintances often described him as thoughtful, observant, and introverted, with an unusual sensitivity to the moral landscape around him. Though rarely loud, his convictions were strong, and he held an instinctive disdain for cruelty and authoritarianism, a trait that would become pivotal as Europe moved toward war. The Spanish Civil War deepened this inner divide. Puyol served briefly on both sides during the conflict, not out of ideology, but out of survival. He grew to distrust extremism in all its forms. The brutality he witnessed left him with a conviction that tyranny, whether from the left or the right, had to be resisted. But resistance, in his mind, was not born from violence. It was born from the determination to disrupt the machinery of oppression in whatever way one could. By the late 1930s, as tensions intensified across Europe, Puyol found himself adrift once more, navigating a world sliding toward catastrophe. He felt an urge to act, though he had no formal training, no connections, and no clear sense of how one ordinary man might influence a coming storm. Still, the need to do something grew stronger as Nazi Germany expanded its power. He saw fear spreading across borders, watched nations buckle under the pressure of totalitarian rule, and recognized that another, far greater conflict was inevitable. It was then that he began to form a quiet idea, almost absurd in its audacity. He would offer himself to the Allies. He would help them defeat Hitler's regime, not with weapons or military skill, but with the only tools he truly possessed: his persistence, his imagination, and his ability to observe people deeply enough to understand what they wanted to believe. He approached the British Embassy first, carrying little more than determination and a belief that his moral compass aligned with their cause. He spoke earnestly about wanting to help. He offered his loyalty, his willingness to serve, and an unshakable commitment to undermining fascism. The diplomats listened politely, but they had no reason to take him seriously. To them, he was simply another volunteer in a long line of well-meaning but unqualified civilians. They declined his offer. The rejection did not deter him. Instead, it clarified something fundamental. If the path forward did not exist, he would build one. He had no strategic plan, no allies, and no authority. But he had an idea that felt increasingly urgent. If he could not join the British intelligence services directly, he would create circumstances that would force them to notice him. To do that, he would need to become something entirely new. He began studying how intelligence worked, piecing together fragments from newspapers, public reports, and conversations overheard in cafes. He learned the outlines of espionage, how networks were structured, how reports were written, how agents described their work. It was surface knowledge, but it offered him enough to attempt something no one expected. If the Allies would not recruit him, perhaps the Germans would. And if the Germans accepted him, he could become a conduit of misinformation, working for them officially, but serving the Allied cause in secret. It was a dangerous plan, built on assumptions, but it aligned perfectly with his quiet sense of purpose. He did not wish to harm. He wished to mislead, confuse, and obstruct. He wanted to fight a war of ideas. This was the origin of one of history's most remarkable deceptions, not in a recruitment office or a clandestine briefing room, but in the quiet determination of a man who refused to accept that he was powerless in the face of tyranny. Recruiting the enemy. The German embassy in Madrid did not expect brilliance to walk through its doors. By 1941, the Abwehr, the German military intelligence service, was expanding its reach across Europe, searching for informants, sympathizers, and opportunists. They had money, influence, and confidence in their ability to judge character. But they also had a growing problem: too much information, too few reliable sources, and a belief that enthusiasm was often as valuable as expertise. So when Juan Puyol Garcia approached them, speaking in careful, earnest tones about his willingness to help the Reich, they listened closely. He crafted his presentation with the precision of a man shaping a fragile illusion. He portrayed himself as someone with access to Britain, someone whose political loyalties leaned toward order and stability, someone who wanted to serve Germany's vision for the future. He was polite, composed, and convincing in a way that had little to do with training and everything to do with instinct. The Abwehr officers, accustomed to flattery and opportunism, found him both credible and useful. They accepted him. They believed they were acquiring a small but potentially valuable asset, a man willing to travel, observe, and report on British activities. What they did not know was that Puyol had no access to London, no contacts in the British military, and no intention of providing them with anything real. Everything he offered them would be crafted from the desk of a hotel room or a rented apartment, written in long, thoughtful letters that sounded authentic, because he understood how the Germans wanted their intelligence to look. With his new handlers came assignments. They asked him to gather information about ports, troop movements, and political sentiment in Britain. They gave him money to cover his travels. They encouraged him to build a network, and they asked him to send reports frequently and with detail. Puyol smiled inwardly. Detail was his strength. He began writing dispatches filled with small, carefully placed specifics: train schedules, street names, naval rumors, food shortages, factory chatter. He used maps, newspapers, and imagination to assemble the texture of British life. Every report carried enough mundane truth to appear grounded, and enough strategic ambiguity to prevent contradictions. His letters read like the observations of a curious, diligent man moving through the city with purpose. The Germans were delighted. Within months, they were convinced they had discovered an exceptional agent operating deep inside British society. His reports were thoughtful, his tone measured, and his supposed network seemed both plausible and productive. Abwehr officers read his dispatches with a growing sense of pride. They believed they were shaping a powerful intelligence foothold in enemy territory, one that would soon influence the course of the war. But Puyol was just getting started. As his correspondence with the Germans deepened, he realized something extraordinary. They rarely questioned him. They accepted his invented facts with enthusiasm. They praised his diligence. In their eagerness for reliable intelligence, they failed to notice that the cities he described were ones he had never visited, that the agents he mentioned did not exist, and that his entire operation was a carefully constructed fiction. He took this as a sign, a confirmation that his approach could be expanded. Pujol began building his imaginary intelligence network. He created 27 agents, each with a distinct biography. There was a Venezuelan sailor who frequented British docks, a Welsh nationalist with access to industrial gossip, a civil servant with a knack for overheard remarks, and several soldiers with colourful personal histories. He developed their personalities: cautious, bold, sentimental, unreliable, meticulous. He gave them flaws, families, debts, quarrels, and reasons to be late with their reports. This attention to human detail made the entire network feel alive. The Germans paid salaries to people who did not exist. They grew frustrated when one of his agents fell ill or missed a meeting. They accepted that some personalities were difficult to manage. They even expressed condolences when one of his fictional operatives died unexpectedly, prompting Pujol to send funeral expenses that the Abwehr reimbursed without hesitation. It was deception elevated to art. Yet behind the quiet satisfaction, there was always danger. If the Germans ever realized he had no connection to Britain, everything would collapse instantly. His life, and the lives of those around him, would be put at risk. But Pujol trusted his ability to stay ahead of suspicion. He studied German expectations, anticipated their questions, and built each lie with a foundation strong enough to withstand scrutiny. With every dispatch, his influence grew. In Berlin, analysts began citing his intelligence in official assessments. His words shaped their understanding of the British war effort. They believed him implicitly. All this, while the British still had no idea he existed. Catching London's eye. For more than a year, Juan Pujol Garcia operated in the shadows of two worlds. To the Germans, he was a diligent, well-placed asset reporting from London. To himself, he was a quiet saboteur, feeding the Reich an ever-expanding tapestry of fiction. And to the British, at least for the moment, he was invisible. But war has a way of revealing the unseen. By early 1942, the British codebreakers at Bletchley Park were intercepting and reading a growing number of encrypted German intelligence reports. Within these messages, analysts noticed a curious pattern: references to a highly productive agent supposedly stationed in London, someone whose dispatches were startlingly detailed and, most strikingly, remarkably consistent. This mysterious agent seemed to have penetrated British society with unusual ease. He named streets accurately, described military routines with apparent familiarity, and reported on civilian sentiment in ways that sounded authentic. His network extended across the country. His tone was calm, confident, and precise. Yet MI5 had no record of him. This contradiction intrigued them. German intelligence was notoriously uneven, sometimes shockingly naive, sometimes sharp and perceptive, but this source stood out. His reports were structured well, written with care, and filled with information that, though often strategically useless, demonstrated an uncanny understanding of what German analysts wanted to hear. There was something else, too. Something the British found both amusing and suspicious. Many of the intelligence reports contained statements that were technically plausible but deeply impractical. His fictional agents traveled too easily. Weather conditions and transportation schedules aligned too neatly. His London movements reflected someone who understood the city from maps rather than from worn shoes. A few British officers began to suspect a strange possibility. Whoever this person was, he might not be in Britain at all. If true, it would mean the Germans were being fed misinformation from someone outside the country. That alone would have been remarkable. But the scope of the deception, an entire phantom network, sending dispatch after dispatch, absorbing German funds and trust, bordered on unprecedented. Still, suspicion was not proof. MI5 needed confirmation. Puyol, meanwhile, continued writing his reports with the care of a novelist polishing a manuscript. His goal was not simply to deceive, but to make the deception believable. He wanted his lies to feel rooted in routine and human error, because perfect intelligence was suspicious, and without realizing it, his dedication to realism was drawing British attention step by step. The breakthrough came not through espionage, but through geography. One of Puyol's London reports contained details that could only have come from secondary sources, phrases lifted from outdated travel guides, subtle misinterpretations of British social customs, slight misunderstandings of wartime rationing. These inconsistencies were small, but to trained eyes, they revealed a truth. The agent writing these reports had never set foot in wartime Britain. This revelation sparked curiosity. Who was this person? Where was he operating? And most importantly, could he be turned? If someone had managed to embed themselves so deeply in the Abwehr's confidence while operating abroad, MI5 wanted to meet them. Meanwhile, Puyol sensed that his deception had reached its limit without proper support. He needed access to real British information to prevent errors from compounding. He needed structure, guidance, and resources. And above all, he needed legitimacy, because the larger his network grew, the greater the risk that a single mistake might collapse everything. He decided to try again. This time, instead of approaching British diplomats directly, he made contact through the American embassy, leveraging a growing partnership between Allied intelligence services. The Americans listened, intrigued by the idea of a man already feeding the Germans disinformation. They recognized the potential and passed word to London. And in MI5 headquarters, something clicked. This was the same man they had been monitoring, the ghost agent whose fictional network had become a fixture in German reports. The same source whose creativity had baffled analysts. Suddenly, everything aligned. The inconsistencies, the tone, the structure, the uncanny ability to anticipate German expectations. MI5 sent for him. When Puyol arrived in London, the room was quiet. Officers studied him with a mix of skepticism and fascination. They expected a trained operative, perhaps a renegade military officer or an experienced courier. Instead, they were met with a soft-spoken Spaniard who had built an entire intelligence empire from a table in Lisbon, using maps, imagination, and stubborn determination. He explained everything: how he had approached the Germans, how he had invented the network, how he had financed it through Abwehr reimbursements, and how he wished to serve the Allied cause. He spoke modestly, without theatrics, but his story stunned everyone present. MI5 realized what they had been given: not merely a double agent, but a once-in-a-generation asset. He would become Agent Garbo, an essential pillar of Britain's deception strategy. And soon, his greatest performance would begin. The birth of Agent Garbo. London received Juan Puyol Garcia with a mixture of disbelief and opportunity. British intelligence officers were accustomed to evaluating volunteers, many of them enthusiastic, many disappointing, but nothing in their experience resembled the man who now sat across from them, modestly explaining how he had manipulated the Abwehr into trusting a network that existed entirely in his mind. At first, they tested him. MI5 officers asked to see the letters he had sent the Germans. They examined his tone, his phrasing, the rhythm of his invented intelligence. They studied the backgrounds of his fictional agents, the imaginary routes they traveled, the careful mistakes he had woven into their stories to make them believable. The more they read, the more astonished they became. This man was not improvising. He was constructing. His lies were not mere falsehoods. They were structurally sound. Each imaginary agent had a purpose in the network. Each report served a plausible operational need. Each delay, illness, or setback was placed with enough precision that it humanized the characters and prevented the Germans from questioning their authenticity. His entire system had been built on instinct, but an instinct as refined as any formal training. The British realized something rare. Juan Pujol Garcia had the mind of a master intelligence officer, even though he had never served as one. Almost immediately, they moved to absorb him into the double-cross system, the network of captured or voluntary agents used to deceive the German war machine. But Pujol was different from anyone MI5 had ever handled. Most double agents required monitoring, coercion, or careful incentives. Pujol needed none of that. He had come to them willingly, driven not by money or survival, but by a moral conviction that totalitarianism must be opposed. They gave him a code name, Garbo. It was a nod to Greta Garbo, whose acting was considered flawless. This man, they felt, could play any role. Under British guidance, his work transformed. No longer isolated in Lisbon, improvising from newspaper clippings, he now had access to real British movements, updated military information, and controlled intelligence. MI5 handlers helped shape his fictional reports so that they misled without disrupting legitimate operations. A dedicated case officer, Tomas Harris, a multilingual, artistic, and perceptive intelligence officer, became his closest collaborator. Together, they refined his fictional world. His 27 imaginary agents received expanded histories and clearer motivations. Their relationships were deepened. Their inconsistencies were smoothed. Their usefulness to German intelligence grew. Pujol and Harris wrote long, layered dispatches, some urgent, some routine, some faintly irritated, to mirror the natural ebb and flow of field intelligence. Every message was a performance. When an agent was late, they included explanations involving train delays, rationing difficulties, or family responsibilities. When an agent made an error, they folded it into the story as a human flaw. When an agent died, often for strategic narrative reasons, the Abwehr sent condolences, unaware that the funeral existed only in Pujol's imagination. Under MI5 supervision, Garbo's network evolved from clever improvisation to a fully developed instrument of deception. The Germans believed every word. To them, Garbo was a treasure, a source whose reliability dwarfed that of most operatives. They trusted him because his intelligence matched their expectations of British behavior. He understood their worldview and fed it back to them. His network did not merely tell the Germans what Britain was doing. It told them what they assumed Britain would do. That subtle alignment made the difference. In Berlin, analysts highlighted his reports in their summaries. Commanders reviewed them when considering troop deployments. Even senior officers within the Wehrmacht were influenced by the intelligence Garbo provided, believing they had found a perfectly placed agent within the heart of British society. Now firmly under British control, Pujol's fictional empire became a strategic weapon. But MI5 had larger ambitions. Deception was no longer a matter of minor misdirection. With the Allied invasion of Europe growing nearer, Britain needed to construct an illusion so vast, so convincing, and so intricately detailed that the German High Command would not merely misunderstand their plans, they would commit their armies to defending the wrong place entirely. Garbo was central to this operation. He would not simply assist the deception. He would carry it. And in the process, he would become one of the most influential intelligence assets of the entire war, despite never stepping onto a battlefield or firing a single shot. A web of shadows. In a quiet office tucked inside a London building whose windows were kept dark even on clear days, Juan Pujol Garcia and his MI5 handler, Tomas Harris, worked side by side at a narrow wooden desk. The surface was always cluttered. Maps, typewritten drafts, envelopes, shortwave transcriptions, and sheets of onion paper layered with careful handwriting. This was the heart of Agent Garbo's operation. Not a battlefield, but a room where silence and ink became weapons. Together, they nurtured the illusion that Puyol had spent years cultivating on his own, a vast network of agents scattered across Britain. Under British direction, the network grew more sophisticated. Characters became richer, motives more believable, movements more synchronized with genuine wartime rhythms. Every fictional operative had a unique voice, a defined routine, and a clear relationship with the rest of the network. Their stories interlocked like the pieces of an intricate puzzle. What made the illusion so convincing was not the scale, but the humanity. Real agents made mistakes, so Garbo's agents made them as well. Real networks experienced friction. His characters argued, misunderstood orders, or missed appointments. Real operatives suffered stress and fatigue. His fictional ones dealt with health problems, personal crises, and the strains of wartime scarcity. These imperfections gave the network its pulse. MI5 understood that the Abwehr, like any intelligence service, believed in the power of personalities. An agent who was too efficient, too disciplined, too consistent would appear artificial. Harris and Puyol leaned into this truth, crafting scenes that read like slices of real life. A sailor delayed by storms. A clerk whose wife questioned his strange absences. A courier who drank too much and misplaced notes. Even a small argument between two fictional agents could be used to explain why a report arrived a few hours late. Garbo's network didn't just act human. It behaved more realistically than some real intelligence teams. To Berlin, this wealth of storytelling felt authentic. Abwehr analysts read these dispatches as if they were observing the private, often messy, currents of a living intelligence system. Their trust deepened with every interaction. They paid agents who did not exist. They asked questions to intermediaries who lived only in Garbo's letters. They offered praise, shared concerns, and addressed criticisms to phantoms. In the German files, the imaginary men and women of Garbo's network had become as concrete as any soldier or informant on their payroll. One of the most striking examples of this trust came when one of Garbo's fictional operatives died. The story was crafted carefully. The agent succumbed to a sudden illness after weeks of overwork, leaving behind a grieving widow and unfinished assignments. The Abwehr responded with sympathy and regret. They approved funds for the widow. They expressed hope that Garbo would fill the gap in his network with someone of similar talent. It was an extraordinary moment, a powerful intelligence service sending condolences to a ghost. The more the Germans invested emotionally and financially in these characters, the less they questioned the foundation of Garbo's reports. They believed in the network not only because the information was compelling, but because they felt connected to the people within it. Puyol, for his part, remained calm and meticulous. He wrote with the discipline of a novelist and the focus of a craftsman. Day after day, he and Harris shaped new dispatches, blending truth with falsehood in carefully measured proportions. The British provided updated military data, so he could sprinkle his reports with just enough authenticity to avoid contradictions. Every detail, even the mundane, was chosen with purpose. If a real British convoy travelled through the Midlands, Garbo might report that one of his agents saw it, but describe the number of vehicles incorrectly. If a naval operation was planned, he might hint at troop movements that aligned with German fears while subtly misdirecting their conclusions. By the end of 1943, Garbo's network had become indispensable to German intelligence. He had grown into one of the Abwehr's most valued agents, someone whose reports were studied closely at the highest levels of command. His messages were no longer simply contributions. They shaped analyses. They influenced decisions. They carried weight. But a new phase of the war was approaching, one that would test Garbo's abilities more than anything he had done before. The Allied invasion of Western Europe was on the horizon, and with it came a deception plan unlike any the world had ever seen. For this plan to succeed, the Germans needed to believe the impossible, and Garbo would be the one to show it to them. Preparing the grand illusion. By late 1943, a new tension settled over London, not frantic or loud, but quiet and heavy, like the stillness before a tide shifts. The Allies were preparing for a moment that would determine the future of the war, the invasion of Western Europe. It would require coordination on a scale never before attempted, and secrecy so complete that even the faintest hint of truth could endanger everything. Within this tightening circle of planning, Agent Garbo moved steadily into the center. British intelligence had long known that the German High Command expected an Allied landing. They did not know where or when, but they sensed it was coming. In Berlin, debates grew sharper. Some analysts argued for Normandy, others for Norway, still others for the Pas-de-Calais, the narrowest point between Britain and France, and the most logical crossing in the eyes of German strategists. To mislead them fully, the Allies needed a deception effort vast enough to mimic an army. Not a small misdirection. Not a rumor. A fabricated force that looked, sounded, and behaved like a real invasion group. This plan, later named Operation Fortitude, required double agents, fake radio traffic, dummy tanks, staged headquarters, and carefully crafted leaks. But at the heart of it all stood one man. Garbo was uniquely positioned to become the voice the Germans trusted above all others. His fictional network was already woven into the Abwehr's decision-making. His reports were read at high levels. His reliability rating was among the highest given to any agent operating for the Reich. If he said an army was gathering, if he said an invasion was imminent, if he said a second wave was on its way, the Germans would believe him. And so MI5 began preparing the stage. The first step was to reinforce Garbo's credibility even further. His network needed to behave as if it were monitoring Britain's preparations for war with painstaking detail. Harris and Puyol crafted long letters describing troop concentrations across England, supply struggles, and the gradual build-up of an army preparing for action. These reports aligned with German fears that the Allies were organizing not one, but multiple attack groups. Garbo's operatives described convoys seen at dawn, officers overheard in public houses, and coded remarks traded in railway stations. All of it vague enough to avoid contradictions, but specific enough to feel authentic. He placed imaginary units near the Scottish coast, hinting at threats toward Norway. He established the presence of a massive force in southeast England, one that would appear perfectly suited for an assault on Pas-de-Calais. These illusions gave shape to an invasion force that did not exist. The Germans swallowed it whole. Meanwhile, the British deception team built physical evidence to support his narratives. Inflatable tanks, wooden aircraft, and empty barracks filled with staged activity created a sense of movement. Trucks drove in circles to simulate logistics routes. Dummy landing craft-lined quiet beaches. The deception extended across sound, light, and routine. But without believable intelligence, even the best illusions might have crumbled. Garbo supplied that intelligence. Every time the Germans asked for confirmation, his network provided it. Every time they wondered about timing, he fed them something plausible. Every time inconsistencies arose, he smoothed them over with a kind of human detail only someone who understood narrative structure could create. One of the most brilliant aspects of his deception was its restraint. Garbo did not shout. He whispered. He reported minor movements first, then broader patterns, then growing urgency. His fictional couriers expressed concern about increased patrols. His operatives noticed more bombs being loaded on aircraft. His descriptions unfolded slowly, mirroring the real tension building across Britain as the Allies prepared for Operation Overlord. The Germans found this pacing convincing because it resembled the natural escalation of military activity. Garbo understood instinctively that the best lies do not surge. They accumulate. They gather weight. They settle like mist until they feel indistinguishable from reality. By early 1944, the Abwehr was convinced the Allies were preparing to strike at Pas-de-Calais. They believed an immense army under General Patton, an army that existed only in radio traffic and Garbo's reports, was waiting for favorable tides. They believed the Normandy coastline, though vulnerable, would not be the primary target. Garbo had aligned their assumptions perfectly with the Allied plan. Yet there remained a deeper challenge. The moment the actual invasion began, his role would enter a dangerous and delicate phase. If he warned the Germans too early, the deception would fail. If he warned them too late, the Germans might grow suspicious. His message would require timing so precise that it bordered on impossible. But Garbo was not afraid of complexity. He thrived in it. As spring approached and Allied forces waited for the right conditions to launch Operation Overlord, Garbo prepared for the most critical performance of his life. The moment when a single message, crafted in London but read in Berlin, would shape the course of the war. The night before the storm. By early June 1944, southern England had transformed into a landscape of waiting. Fields once quiet were filled with rows of vehicles covered in netting. Lanes carried endless columns of trucks moving under blackout conditions. Barracks hummed with low, nervous energy. Along the coast, ships gathered like silent silhouettes, their decks crowded with men preparing for a dawn that would reshape Europe. Within this growing tension, behind guarded doors and blackout curtains, Juan Puyol Garcia prepared for the most delicate moment of his life. Operation Overlord, the Allied invasion of Normandy, was just hours away. For months, Garbo had been shaping the German worldview, persuading the Abwehr that the real invasion force aimed not for Normandy but for Pas-de-Calais. He had nurtured this belief carefully, consistently, and subtly, letting it settle deep into German strategic thinking. Berlin trusted him completely. Their confidence in his intelligence was so high that doubts scarcely surfaced anymore. Now, he would need to do something paradoxical. He would warn them of the invasion, truthfully, but he would warn them just late enough that they could not act. His handlers understood the stakes. MI5, the XX Committee, and the senior architects of Operation Fortitude all agreed. Garbo's message on the morning of June 6th would be the hinge on which the entire deception rested. If he sent it too early, the Germans might mobilize forces toward Normandy. If he sent it too late, the Abwehr might suspect deliberate withholding. The timing had to feel natural, inevitable, and real. Throughout June 5th, Garbo and Thomas Harris worked in near-total silence. Reports from the invasion fleet came in from across the coast. Weather forecasts shifted hour to hour. High commands whispered strategy over telephones guarded by encryption. The tension carried a cold sharpness, as if the air itself understood what the next dawn would bring. Garbo reviewed his network's latest observations, shaping a believable escalation. Some fictional agents noted unusual patrol movements. Others described convoys moving toward embarkation points. One reported that morale among troops felt strangely focused, as if something was about to change. These were hints, not enough to reveal Overlord, but enough to make his next message credible. Outside the window, London lay under a muted sky, its streets darkened by blackout, its buildings carrying the scars of years of bombing. Somewhere not far away, A radio operator waited beside a transmitter that would soon carry Garbeau's signal across Europe. Farther still, along the French coastline, German troops manned bunkers, radar stations, and artillery positions. Some alert, some weary, all unaware that a storm was already rolling toward them over the channel. As midnight approached, Harris handed Garbeau the draft of the message they would send at dawn. It needed to convey three things simultaneously: that Garbeau had done everything possible to warn the Germans in time, that the invasion force heading to Normandy was only a diversion, that the real blow at Pas-de-Calais was still to come. It was a masterpiece of layered truth and embedded misdirection. Garbeau read the draft slowly. His face remained calm, but his pulse tightened. For the first time, he felt the weight of the moment pressing against him. Not fear for his life, but an acute awareness that thousands upon thousands of soldiers were preparing to cross the Channel. If his timing faltered, if the Germans shifted even a fraction of their reserves westward, the cost would be unthinkable. Shortly before 3 a.m., he sat before the transmitter. The invasion fleet was already moving. Paratroopers were in the air. Gliders were crossing the moonlit sky. Allied ships churned steadily toward French shores, their decks crowded with men who could not see the world beyond the faint shapes of the vessels beside them. Garbeau began transmitting. His message reported an imminent operation near Normandy, accurate, but timed so that the Germans would receive it too late to respond effectively. It carried urgency, but not enough to override their deep-rooted belief in Pas-de-Calais. He framed the Normandy assault as the opening feint of a larger plan, reinforcing everything they had believed for months. When the message had been sent, Garbeau leaned back in his chair. He had done everything required. The rest was out of his hands. Across the Channel, the first landing craft were closing in on dark beaches. In Berlin, night shift intelligence officers logged Garbeau's message, assuming it contained valuable but non-critical information. And in southeastern England, fields full of inflatable tanks and dummy installations continued their silent vigil, protecting the illusion he had built. Morning was coming, and with it, the world would change. A warning too late. The hours after Garbeau's dawn transmission carried a peculiar quiet, an uneasy calm that settled across the MI5 office where he and Thomas Harris waited. Outside, the city was beginning to stir, unaware that thousands of Allied soldiers were now fighting their way through surf and gunfire on the beaches of Normandy. Radio operators nearby monitored German frequencies, listening for signs that Garbeau's warning had reached the Abwehr. It had, but not in the way the Germans hoped. In Berlin, the message arrived in the early morning, logged by night shift analysts who had spent long hours reviewing routine reports. Garbeau's dispatch described activity near Normandy, unusual movements, a sense of imminent action, the telltale signs of a military operation beginning to unfold. But the Abwehr, following its standard procedures, did not treat the message as an urgent alarm. By the time senior officers reviewed it, the invasion was already underway. Phones rang across German headquarters as confused reports filtered in from coastal observers and frontline units. Radar stations along the Norman coast picked up aircraft that had no clear pattern. Bunkers heard explosions faintly in the distance. Some officers demanded confirmation. Others dismissed the initial reports as small-scale diversions or commando raids. Garbeau's warning, had it been received an hour earlier, might have pushed the German High Command to mobilize in force. But now it appeared simply as one more fragment in a chaotic morning. And crucially, because it arrived too late to be actionable, Garbeau gained something invaluable: the trust that comes from having done everything possible. In Berlin, the mood shifted from confusion to tactical interpretation. If Normandy was being attacked, what did it mean? Was it the real invasion? Or was it, as Garbeau had implied, merely a diversion. German leaders turned to their assumptions. For months, they had believed the Allies would strike at Pas-de-Calais. Their best analysts had reinforced the idea. Their highest-ranking commanders had endorsed it. The Führer himself was certain of it. Garbeau had prepared the ground perfectly. As initial reports of the Normandy landings filtered in, the German High Command hesitated. They viewed the assault not as the decisive blow but as a feint, a performance meant to disguise the true invasion force gathering in the north. They were convinced that Patton's fictional 1st U.S. Army Group, reinforced by Garbeau's network of agents, remained poised for the main thrust. Their response was cautious, fragmented, and slow. Units waited for orders. Reserves remained frozen in place. Commanders argued over the significance of conflicting reports. Everything the Allies had hoped to achieve through deception was unfolding exactly as planned. Meanwhile, in London, Garbeau remained in character. He sent follow-up messages expressing frustration and disappointment that his early warning had not been acted upon. He emphasized that he had tried to alert them as soon as possible. His tone suggested loyalty, diligence, and professional sincerity, reinforcing the persona he had crafted over years. The Germans praised him. They expressed regret that his intelligence had been received too late. They assured him they still trusted him deeply. They encouraged him to continue reporting everything he learned. And so Garbeau leaned into the narrative. He described how his agents believed the Normandy operation lacked the scale and logistical preparation needed for a full invasion. He hinted that more significant movements were still forming in southeastern England. He suggested that the real blow was coming. Every detail strengthened the German belief that Normandy was only the opening act. That belief held for weeks. Even as Allied troops secured beachheads, captured towns, and pushed deeper into France, the German High Command kept critical divisions stationed near Pas-de-Calais, waiting for armies that would never arrive. And the longer they waited, the more the balance of the war shifted. Garbeau understood the gravity of what was happening, not in a triumphant sense, but in a sober, deeply human one. He knew his words had shaped the course of military deployments, influenced decisions made in command rooms, and affected the lives of countless soldiers on both sides. His work was not glamorous. It was quiet, slow, deliberate, and fraught with moral weight. But it was effective. No gunfire echoed in his office. No enemy soldiers ever stood before him. Yet his deception, conducted through ink, paper, and carefully chosen words, altered the trajectory of the war in ways few could ever grasp. As Allied divisions fought their way inland, the German army continued to expect a second strike at Pas-de-Calais long after the opportunity to reinforce Normandy had passed. And in that gap between expectation and reality, the Allies gained the foothold they desperately needed. Garbeau had succeeded. The storm that began on June 6th was shaped, in part, by a man whose battlefield existed entirely in the imagination. Holding the illusion. In the days following June 6th, while the beaches of Normandy transformed from chaotic battlegrounds into expanding Allied footholds, Juan Puyol Garcia faced a challenge as delicate as the invasion itself. The German High Command remained uncertain, teetering between shock at the landings and conviction that the real assault was still forming across the Channel. Their hesitation had already bought the Allies precious time, but maintaining that uncertainty required steady, careful guidance. This was the phase where the entire deception plan could still unravel. If the Germans suddenly recognized Normandy as the true invasion, they might rush critical reserves to the front. Even delayed by hours or days, such movements could have slowed or complicated the Allied advance. Garbeau's task now was to keep German strategists firmly anchored in their expectations, that Pas-de-Calais, not Normandy, would host the decisive blow. He began sending messages with renewed precision. He wrote in a tone of calm professionalism, tinged with frustration at the German failure to act earlier. His fictional agents reported conversations overheard at barracks and ports. They described seeing officers who seemed to dismiss the Normandy landings as insufficiently supported. One agent noted that the troops involved appeared too few for a major operation. Another hinted that Allied commanders spoke openly of a larger action to come, one requiring immense logistical buildup. Garbo didn't claim certainty. He suggested, implied, and nudged, allowing German analysts to draw the conclusions they already favored. In Berlin, these updates aligned perfectly with their own beliefs. Hitler, in particular, remained fixated on Pas-de-Calais. His generals, sensing his conviction, repeated it throughout the upper circles of command. Even as alarming news arrived, Caen contested, Cherbourg threatened, Allied reinforcements landing steadily, the German high command clung to the notion that Normandy was a diversion. Garbo's intelligence confirmed their worldview with uncanny precision. Every message he sent reinforced a single, cohesive narrative. The Allies are setting the stage for a second, far larger invasion. He described troop movements that suggested a massive formation still gathering in southeast England. He cited delays caused by weather. He mentioned stockpiles of equipment supposedly destined for future landings. He provided schedules that never materialized. He hinted that General Patton's forces were preparing for decisive action. The Germans believed every word. One of the most brilliant aspects of this phase was Garbo's use of disappointment. He expressed regret that the Abwehr had not acted on his earlier warning. He wrote that some of his agents felt discouraged. He let the Germans feel the sting of missing an opportunity, subtly reinforcing the idea that a second chance was coming. And the Germans responded with reassurance. They told him they valued his work. They urged him to continue. They expressed confidence that his insights would guide future decisions. This emotional reinforcement strengthened the illusion even further. Meanwhile, Allied commanders monitored German deployments anxiously. For 10 days after D-Day, the Germans held powerful armored divisions near Pas-de-Calais, waiting for the invasion Garbo assured them was imminent. Even as reports from the front line grew more desperate, even as Rommel warned that the Normandy situation was deteriorating, even as Allied air superiority made movement increasingly perilous, the High Command hesitated. Garbo's words carried more weight than Rommel's warnings. His deception held firm through mid-June, then late June, then into early July. For more than 6 weeks, the Germans believed the second invasion was coming. They refused to send their strongest reserves into Normandy until the opportunity to shift the war had all but evaporated. And throughout that period, Garbo continued to write, methodically, responsibly, without flourish. His messages were not dramatic. They were steady, believable, ordinary. They fit neatly into the pattern of trust he had built over years. And because he never strained credibility, he never lost it. By the time the Germans finally accepted that Pas-de-Calais would remain quiet, the Allied advance was unstoppable. The deception had achieved everything it was designed to accomplish. Back in London, Garbo did not celebrate. His work, though essential, was invisible by design. He watched the news with quiet resolve, understanding the strange paradox of his role. He had shaped one of the most decisive phases of the war with tools so subtle that most would never know the impact. His battlefield was a desk. His weapons were phrasing, timing, and narrative structure. His victories were measured in decisions the enemy never made. He had held the illusion long enough for history to change. And though he did not seek recognition, the world would eventually try to grasp the enormity of what he had done. A man without training, without rank, who fooled one of the most powerful regimes on earth, twice. The man behind the masks. In the months following the Normandy landings, the name Garbeau carried immense weight within Britain's intelligence circles. MI5 officers spoke of him with a mix of admiration and disbelief. His dispatches had become a cornerstone of Operation Fortitude, and the deception he helped execute had held the German high command in place far longer than anyone dared predict. But while his fictional network grew in fame, at least among those who knew the truth, the man behind the operation remained quiet, almost self-effacing. Juan Puyol Garcia never saw himself as a hero. He did not revel in his achievements. He viewed his work not as brilliance, but as duty. Yet there was something extraordinary about the life he now inhabited. Each day he stepped into another role, part observer, part storyteller, part strategist, part performer. The desk where he worked became a stage on which he adopted the voices of his imaginary operatives. One moment he was a discontented dock worker frustrated with rationing shortages. The next, a young woman reporting overheard gossip from military canteens. The next, a naval clerk concerned about unusual orders. Every voice had its own anxieties, rhythms, and habits. Garbeau didn't merely write for them, he became them. This ability to shift seamlessly between perspectives was rare. MI5 officers often joked that he was less a double agent than a one-man cast, capable of running an entire espionage ensemble on his own. But behind the humor lay a deep respect. Puyol possessed an intuitive grasp of human behavior, what people wanted to believe, how they read tone, why they trusted certain details and doubted others. His empathy was his greatest skill. He understood fear because he had lived through civil war. He understood hesitation because he had spent years searching for purpose. He understood authoritarian thinking because he had seen how ideology twisted ordinary lives. These experiences shaped the way he constructed his fictional world. His agents were not perfect. They were flawed, overworked, and sometimes confused. They made mistakes that felt human. They complained. They took risks. They disagreed. These imperfections made them real in the eyes of the aware. Yet Garbeau's role was not without cost. The weight of sustaining so many identities pressed on him. The work demanded constant attention, monitoring real military movements, predicting German reactions, weaving narratives that felt organic. A single misstep could unravel years of deception, placing him and his family in danger. Even with MI5 protection, the stakes remained soberingly high. The pressure often manifested in quiet ways. Days passed where he and Thomas Harris barely spoke, communicating through the rustle of paper and the tapping of typewriter keys. Garbeau's eyes grew tired from scanning maps and coded intercepts. His handwriting, once neat and controlled, began to show the signs of fatigue. The work consumed him, not because he sought recognition, but because he knew how much depended on precision. Still, there were moments of unexpected calm. Sometimes he stepped outside during brief breaks, walking slowly along quiet London streets. The city around him bore scars, shattered roofs replaced by boards, vacant lots where buildings had once stood, windows covered in tape to contain future blasts. Yet life continued. Buses rattled past, children played near shelters, shopkeepers arranged rationed goods with careful pride. These sights reminded him why he had chosen this path. He wanted to defend the idea that people could live without fear. The British, recognizing his contributions, granted him a measure of trust rarely given to agents. His reports were not vetted with suspicion. They were reviewed with respect. His instincts were valued. He became, in many ways, a colleague rather than an asset. a partner in shaping strategy. But the world outside MI5 knew nothing of this. To the public, the war's progress seemed born of soldiers, sailors, and airmen. Few could imagine that key moments of the conflict had been softened, redirected, or delayed by a single man working quietly behind a desk. There were no medals waiting for him, no parades, no headlines. His victories existed in silence. And yet, for Garbo, that anonymity felt natural. He did not seek applause. He did not crave acknowledgement. He wanted only to contribute to something larger than himself. But even within the quiet, a new reality was forming. The war would not last forever. And when it ended, the man known as Garbo would need to confront a world shaped in part by his deception. A world that would never fully understand how much had depended on the subtle, invisible work he performed. The masks he wore would need to come off. But not yet. For the war was still unfolding. And Garbo still had roles to play. Living two lives at once. As 1944 turned toward its end and the Allies pressed further into occupied Europe, Garbo's deception continued, but its intensity began to shift. The grand illusion of Pas-de-Calais had accomplished its purpose. German leadership, despite mounting evidence, had clung to their belief in a second invasion long enough for the Allies to secure France. Now, Garbo's task became more subtle, to guide the Abwehr gently through a changing war without revealing the vast fiction he had built. This transition exposed something remarkable about his life in London. He was living two versions of himself at once. To MI5 and the XX Committee, he was one of the most valuable double agents of the war, a strategic asset whose reports had helped shape D-Day's success. He attended briefings, reviewed intercepted communications, and collaborated with officers who trusted his instincts deeply. They valued him not only for his work, but for his calm and steady presence. He was methodical, disciplined, and quietly thoughtful. To the Germans, he was still a loyal operative navigating the chaos of war. His fictional network continued to report disruptions in troop morale, late-night conversations overheard in barracks, logistical delays, and small but believable vignettes from across Britain. Some agents sent fewer updates now. Others developed illnesses or complications that reduced their activity. Garbo allowed parts of the network to slow organically, as any real intelligence structure would when overstretched. He maintained this illusion with the same painstaking care he had shown from the beginning. The Germans took it all at face value. What neither side fully understood was what this dual existence did to Garbo himself. During long evenings at his desk, he moved from one mindset to another with strange fluidity. One moment he was a professional intelligence source writing to Berlin with sympathetic candor. The next, a collaborator with MI5 carefully adjusting the temperature of the narrative. He lived in the space between loyalties, identity, and invention, a place where the truth and the lie intertwined so tightly that even he sometimes needed to pause and remind himself where the boundary lay. The psychological toll grew heavier with time. Some nights he slept lightly, listening to distant sirens and the faint rumble of anti-aircraft guns. The war had not yet left Britain entirely, and memories of the Spanish Civil War lingered in him like old bruises. He understood conflict in a way few intelligence officers did. He knew what fear looked like in the eyes of civilians, how uncertainty hollowed a person from within, how fragile the idea of safety could be. This intimacy with fear sharpened his work, but it also made it harder. Garbo was not a man driven by ego. He was driven by conscience. He wanted to protect, not harm, and even though his deception had saved countless lives, the knowledge that he controlled the beliefs of enemy commanders weighed on him. One poorly crafted message could send troops into the path of danger, or away from it. He carried that responsibility like a quiet burden. Yet through all of this, his family lived nearby in London, under assumed identities for their safety. His wife and children knew only parts of his work. They understood that he served the British, that he was involved in something sensitive and dangerous, but not the full extent of his role. Garbo tried to keep the stress away from them. He wanted their home to feel like a refuge, not an extension of the war. But even there, the two lives often clashed. He would sit at the dinner table answering simple questions about the day while his mind replayed coded messages, intercepted reports, and the shifting strategies of the Reich. He would help put his children to bed, listening as they drifted into sleep, even while knowing that somewhere across Europe, German officers were reading his latest dispatch with complete faith. It was a strange form of isolation, surrounded by people, yet alone in the only work that defined his wartime identity. Still, he never faltered. He crafted his letters carefully, allowing some agents to fade, giving others new assignments, making the network's evolution feel natural as the war's momentum shifted. And through every message, he maintained the underlying illusion of competence and loyalty that the Abwehr had come to rely on. By late 1944, Germany's situation had deteriorated dramatically, yet they continued to trust Garbo, seeking his insights even as their world unraveled. His influence persisted not because he shouted, but because he had spent years building a foundation of credibility so subtle and believable that it held even under the weight of collapse. This was the paradox of his existence. He lived inside a deception so complete that both sides believed in his abilities, but only one knew the truth. A quiet influence over a collapsing regime. As winter 1944 deepened and the front lines shifted relentlessly against Germany, Garbo's role entered a curious phase. His influence remained powerful, yet the world he was influencing had begun to crumble. The Germans still turned to him for clarity, even as their situation grew more desperate, their communications more frantic, their confidence more brittle. And Garbo, ever precise, ever controlled, continued shaping their perception of a war they were no longer able to fully understand. But deception in a collapsing system carried its own challenges. The Abwehr became increasingly erratic. Reports arrived late or were routed through new channels as German intelligence fractured under pressure. Some analysts asked sharper questions, others grew strangely optimistic, clinging to fragments of hope as the Reich shrank on every side. Yet through all these distortions, Garbo's credibility remained intact. His tone, steady, measured, and consistent, provided a sense of stability they no longer found elsewhere. It was exactly the tone they wanted to believe. His fictional network mirrored the chaos of a war in decline. Some agents struggled to obtain information. Others claimed to face tighter security restrictions. A few simply ceased reporting altogether, subtly fading, as if unable to navigate the increasing turmoil. Garbo allowed the entire structure to weaken at a pace that felt organic. The Germans accepted it without question. To them, it reflected the natural strain of a nation under siege. Garbo's reports began to shift focus as well. He no longer crafted grand illusions of future invasions. Instead, he fed the Abwehr observations that echoed what they already suspected, that the Allies were determined, that German morale was weakening, that resources were stretched thin. These messages were not openly critical. They were sympathetic, tactful, sometimes even regretful. He wrote as a loyal agent trying to convey truths that pained him. The Germans responded with gratitude. In an era defined by betrayal and paranoia, they saw him as someone who spoke candidly but with loyalty. In the narrowing corridors of the Reich, his sincerity felt rare. Meanwhile in London, MI5 observed the disintegration of German intelligence with careful detachment. The double-agent system had been so effective, so deeply embedded, that now, at the war's end, they needed to guide it toward a quiet conclusion. They could not simply sever ties or allow sudden silence. Everything had to end as it had begun, slowly, naturally, and without hint of the years-long deception beneath the surface. And so Garbo eased his network toward its final chapter. He sent occasional updates, nothing dramatic, reports of shortages, delays, agents who struggled to maintain contact, and small insights that aligned with the broader collapse of Germany. In Berlin, these messages were read with weary acceptance. Even as the Reich cracked under Allied pressure, they continued to believe in Garbo, the one agent who had never failed them. All the while, Puyol lived with a quiet awareness of what his work had meant. He knew that deception had saved lives. He knew that his lies had bought the Allies time when time mattered most. He knew that his network, imagined, fragile, intricate, had shaped strategic decisions at the highest levels of the German command. But he also knew something else, something few intelligence officers ever fully confront. When a deception succeeds, it leaves behind no visible monument. The soldiers on the beaches of Normandy never knew how much their fate depended on messages written in a quiet London office. The commanders who made decisions believed they acted on truth, not performance. The world would remember D-Day through images of bravery and sacrifice, not through the soft clicking of typewriter keys in an upstairs room. Garbo accepted this with the same humility that defined his wartime work. By early 1945, as Allied armies advanced across the Rhine and Soviet forces approached Berlin from the east, Garbo prepared to send one of his final messages to the German High Command. It was understated, almost gentle, a report noting worsening morale, shifting priorities, and the difficulty his agents now faced in gathering meaningful intelligence. It was the kind of message a loyal operative would send when he sensed the end approaching. The Germans thanked him. They assured him they still valued his efforts, even as their intelligence network unraveled. They expressed hope that he would continue sending whatever information he could. Their words carried a kind of mournful sincerity, as if they recognized that the structure they relied on was dissolving, but could not yet admit why. Garbo read their response quietly. For a moment, he felt the strange, bittersweet truth of the life he had built. The people he was deceiving trusted him more than many people ever trust those closest to them. His greatest lie had become the most reliable truth in their strategic world. Soon, that world would fall, and when it did, the man who had fooled Hitler twice would step away from the shadows he had spent years cultivating, leaving behind a legacy so improbable that even after the war, many would struggle to believe it had existed at all. Recognition in silence. When the war in Europe finally ended in the spring of 1945, London erupted in celebration, crowds spilling into streets, flags waving from windows, laughter and tears blending in a city that had endured years of hardship. For most people, victory was a moment of public joy, a release of long-held fear. But for Juan Puyol Garcia, the end of the war brought something quieter, more complex, and strangely solitary. His greatest accomplishments could not be shouted from rooftops. He could not stand before crowds. He could not claim credit for the role he played. Much of his work would remain hidden, classified, or forgotten by all but a handful of intelligence officers. The silence around his achievements was not a penalty. It was the nature of the work. Espionage rarely offered applause. Deception never sought applause. Still, MI5 understood the magnitude of what Garbo had done. His deception had shaped the German High Command's decisions during the most critical moment of the war. He had created an entire fictional network that operated with such realism and emotional depth that it became one of the most trusted intelligence assets in the Reich. He had influenced military strategy not with force, but with imagination, patience, and the discipline of a mind built for nuance. But there was something extraordinary waiting for him, something that almost no double agent had ever achieved. Germany sought to honor him. In the chaotic final months of the war, the Abwehr, still unaware that they had been deceived from the very beginning, had recommended Juan Puyol Garcia for one of the highest decorations given to foreign operatives. After years of loyal reports, careful observations, and personal sacrifices, the German High Command saw him as a steadfast ally. His network had provided them with insight, guidance, and a sense of stability during a period of escalating crisis. They awarded him the Iron Cross. It was an honor typically reserved for extraordinary service to the Reich, and they gave it to a man who had never once served them truthfully. The irony was profound, and perfectly in character for the life Garbo had lived. He had fooled them with his words, and now they commemorated the fiction. But the Germans were not the only ones who recognized his contribution. In Britain, a different honor awaited him. The Allies, aware of the unwavering loyalty and subtle brilliance that defined his work, prepared their own acknowledgement. King George VI appointed him a member of the Order of the British Empire, an MBE, for services rendered in the course of the war. 2 decorations, one from the regime he had deceived, one from the nation he had served. It was a combination so improbable that no other agent in history would ever replicate it. Even so, the recognition did not translate into the kind of fame awarded to military heroes or political leaders. There were no public announcements beyond a line in the official honors list. The public had no idea that the quiet Spaniard walking through London streets had shaped the most important military deception of the 20th century. And Garbo, modest by nature, did not seek to change that. To him, the true reward was knowing he had acted according to his conscience. Yet beneath the honors and the quiet satisfaction, another reality was settling in. The war had ended, but the life he had built, this strange existence shaped by masks, coded messages, and dual identities, could not continue. He had lived too long in shadows. Too many people in too many places believed in the person he had pretended to be. He could not simply return to ordinary life, nor could he remain in London as the man both sides thought they understood. He needed to disappear. MI5 agreed. The deception he had maintained for years was still sensitive. Loose ends could cause confusion or, worse, danger. There was also the matter of the Germans who still believed in him. Men who, in other circumstances, might search for explanations or seek revenge if the truth emerged too quickly. And so Garbo began planning a new chapter, one defined not by deception, but by absence. He would fade into the world he had influenced from afar. He would step out of the story he had woven, and for the first time in years, he would live a life with only one identity. But before he vanished, he would need to say a final farewell to the persona that had shaped the war, a farewell not spoken aloud, but felt quietly, as the man behind the masks prepared to let them fall. The disappearance of a master deceiver, with the war over and his service formally recognized. Juan Puyol Garcia faced a problem few double agents ever encountered. The world still believed in the existence of Agent Garbo. To the Germans, he was a loyal operative whose network had remained committed even in the darkest days of the Reich. To the British, he was a brilliant but fragile asset whose very survival depended on secrecy. He could not simply return to ordinary life, nor could he remain in London as the man both sides thought they understood. He needed to disappear. MI5 agreed. The deception he had maintained for years was still sensitive. Loose ends could cause confusion or, worse, danger. There was also the matter of the Germans who still believed in him. Men who, in other circumstances, might search for explanations or seek revenge if the truth emerged too quickly. And so Garbo began planning a new chapter, one defined not by deception, but by absence. He would fade into the world he had influenced from afar. He would step out of the story he had woven, and for the first time in years, he would live a life with only one identity. And to himself, he was a man worn thin by years of deception, carrying identities he was ready, perhaps desperate, to set down. He needed an exit not just from the work, but from the world that had made the work necessary. MI5 understood this before he even asked. They knew that Garbo could never return to Spain openly. His wartime activities involved lying to one of the most dangerous regimes in history. Even if the Reich had fallen, old loyalties and resentments persisted. There were still former German officers who believed in him, still whispers of networks that might seek explanations. A man who fooled Hitler twice could not simply walk back into civilian life without risk. The safest path was disappearance. Plans were drawn quietly. There would be no public farewell, no formal closure, no announcement. His own family was informed only in fragments, partly to shield them, partly because Garbo himself had become so accustomed to secrecy that even honesty felt like something that needed protection. By late 1945, under a carefully constructed cover story, Garbo traveled to Angola. Officially, he was beginning a new business venture. In reality, the move was the first step toward erasing his wartime identity. He lived there modestly, observing the rhythms of colonial life, far removed from the coded messages and whispered strategies that had once defined his existence. But even in this distance, he sensed that Angola could not be his final refuge. He moved again, this time to Venezuela. Caracas in the late 1940s was a place where fortunes rose quickly and disappeared just as fast. It was a city of motion, anonymity, and reinvention, perfectly suited for a man who wished to be unremarkable. Here, Garbo took on new work, built a small circle of acquaintances, and gradually slid into the quiet life he had yearned for throughout the war. He did not speak of MI5. He did not speak of the Abwehr. He did not speak of Normandy or networks or deception. He allowed the world to believe a different story. Even his eventual divorce and remarriage became part of that quiet reinvention. His second wife knew little about his past at first, only that he was gentle, private, and wary of attention. In time, he told her fragments, but never the full weight of his wartime role. To speak too openly of such things felt like breaking a pact he had made with himself, that the man called Garbo would remain buried, both for safety and for peace. But there was something else beneath his silence. For years, Garbo had lived in a world built from lies so carefully crafted that they felt, at times, more real than truth. The act of stepping out of that world, of living a life with only one identity, brought a strange kind of disorientation. He had spent years inhabiting half a dozen voices every day. He had shaped the beliefs of enemy commanders. He had been praised by both Hitler's intelligence officers and King George VI, and now he was simply Juan again. It was exactly what he wanted. It was also unsettling. Conversations in Caracas cafes drifted around him like harmless noise, nothing coded, nothing hidden. His work involved no secrets. People greeted him casually. Neighbors waved. Children laughed in the street. Life unfolded without the constant pressure of deception. It took him years to adjust to such normalcy. During this period, something remarkable happened. The world forgot that Garbo ever existed. Intelligence operations remained classified. The British kept their double-cross agents hidden in archives. Historians wrote early accounts of D-Day without knowing the true scale of the deception behind it. Juan Puyol Garcia became an invisible man in plain sight. The Iron Cross he received from the Germans sat hidden in a drawer. The MBE from Britain remained tucked away, unknown to nearly everyone around him. His wartime notes were lost, scattered, or quietly destroyed. He existed between two histories, honored by both sides, yet acknowledged by neither, and he was content with that. For the first time since he approached the British Embassy years earlier and offered his loyalty, he felt the weight of war lift from him. No more coded reports. No more fictional operatives. No more days spent crafting illusions with moral stakes that stretched across continents. Just a man, a husband, a father, someone living quietly, far from the echoes of the world he once manipulated. Agent Garbo, the master deceiver, had vanished. Juan Puyol Garcia remained. But history has a way of discovering the truths that time tries to bury, and one day, decades later, the world would try to find him again. When history comes knocking. For nearly 3 decades, Juan Puyol Garcia lived in near-total obscurity. Caracas became the landscape of his new life. Warm mornings, crowded markets, the sound of traffic rolling past open windows, and the hum of a city far removed from the battlefields and intelligence rooms that had once defined his every waking hour. To his friends and neighbors, he was quiet, unremarkable, sometimes introspective but always kind. No one suspected they were speaking to a man who had shaped the course of the Second World War through imagination and nerve. It was exactly how he wanted it. The world he had helped deceive believed him dead. MI5 had officially recorded his death in the late 1940s, a convenient fiction that ensured no remnants of the Nazi intelligence apparatus would ever come searching. His name disappeared from the lists of wartime agents. The public knew nothing of him. Even his children grew up unaware of the extraordinary story behind their father's past. But history has a tendency to uncover its missing pieces. In the early 1970s, a British historian named Nigel West, persistent, curious, and determined to understand the full scope of Allied deception operations, began searching through wartime archives. He found references to an agent designated Garbo. He discovered hints of a network so elaborate it seemed impossible. He combed through double-cross files, piecing together fragments of operations that had been buried under years of secrecy. The more he learned, the more Garbo appeared not merely as a contributor to Operation Fortitude, but as its keystone. Yet something didn't add up. The archives declared Garbo dead, but there was no death certificate, no public record, no obituary. Just a note, a bureaucratic entry without detail. West began to suspect the truth. Garbo had not died. He had vanished. The hunt began. West traveled, interviewed former intelligence officers, followed whispered leads, and sifted through the kinds of small inconsistencies that espionage work often leaves behind. Eventually, through a chain of tenuous connections stretching from London to Lisbon to South America, he discovered something astonishing. Garbo was alive. Not in Europe. Not in hiding from justice. Simply living an ordinary life under an ordinary name in Venezuela. When West finally located him, Garbo was in his 60s, grey-haired, soft-spoken, and almost surprised that anyone wanted to hear the old story. He greeted the historian with politeness, even a touch of amusement, as if the visit were an echo from a life he had once lived but had long since folded away. He did not deny his identity. He did not dramatize his past. He simply told the truth. Piece by piece, he recounted the strange journey from failed businessman to one of the most consequential double agents in history. He described how he invented his network, how he balanced the expectations of both sides, how he navigated the psychological strain of living within layered fictions. He spoke of D-Day with humility, aware of the weight of it but never claiming more credit than he felt he deserved. What astonished West most was the simplicity of Garbo's demeanor. There was no bravado, no desire for fame. No bitterness about years spent unrecognized. Just a quiet man who had done what he believed was right. News of his rediscovery spread quickly among historians and intelligence communities. Invitations followed, interviews, conferences, commemorations. For the first time, Garbo stepped into the public light not as a myth or an anonymous asset, but as a man whose story the world finally wanted to hear. In 1984, something extraordinary happened, something that closed the circle of his life in a way almost too poetic to believe. Garbo returned to Normandy for the 40th anniversary of D-Day. He walked on the beaches he had helped shape not through combat, but through deception. Veterans shook his hand. Commanders thanked him. Journalists asked questions. For the first time, he felt the magnitude of his actions reflected back at him through the eyes of those whose lives had intersected unknowingly with his work. It was not triumph he felt. It was understanding. For decades, he had removed himself from history. Now history had gently placed him back where he belonged. Garbo spent his later years quietly, dividing time between Venezuela and Spain. He spoke occasionally about his past, but never with the flourish of someone seeking legacy. His goal had never been fame, and even with the world's acknowledgement, he remained deeply private. When he died in 1988, he left behind a story unlike any other, a story shaped by moral conviction, extraordinary imagination, and the ability to understand what people wanted to believe even better than they understood it themselves. A man who fought tyranny with lies. A man trusted by the enemies he deceived. A man celebrated by the allies he served. A man who vanished and was rediscovered by history itself. Agent Garbo. Juan Puyol Garcia. The man who fooled Hitler twice. The weight of a quiet legacy. After his rediscovery, Juan Puyol Garcia found himself inhabiting an unexpected space, neither celebrity nor recluse, neither myth nor ordinary man. Instead, he became something rare, a living reminder that the course of history can hinge on actions carried out in silence, by people whose names the world never learns until long after the echoes of war have faded. For most of his life, he had believed that his contribution would be buried forever, sealed beneath classified files and forgotten beneath the larger, louder stories of generals, battles, and nations. He never imagined that anyone would come searching for the mind behind Garbo, or that his name would one day be spoken in the same breath as monumental turning points in the war. But once the truth emerged, the world seemed to wrestle with how to understand him. Journalists wanted to call him a hero. Historians wanted to label him a genius of deception. Intelligence officers wanted to study him as a rare anomaly. Garbo resisted all these labels, not out of false modesty, but because he saw his actions through a moral lens rather than an intellectual one. To him, deceiving the Nazis had been necessary, not brilliant. Serving the Allies had been an act of conscience, not strategy. He had not been chasing acclaim or shaping his own legend. He had simply tried to do the right thing in a world falling apart. Yet even he could not ignore what his deception had accomplished. Operation Fortitude, the great masquerade he helped orchestrate, was now regarded as one of the most successful strategic deceptions in military history. It had saved lives, shortened the war, and altered the balance of power during a critical moment. And at its heart, it had depended on his ability to understand human belief better than the systems built to interpret it. But the legacy that settled on him in his final years was not just strategic. It was deeply human. He had proven something few spies ever do. That courage can take forms quieter than gunfire. That conviction can be exercised without force. That a single individual, armed not with weapons, but with insight, can influence events that shape the world. When Garbo walked through the crowds at the 40th anniversary of D-Day, Many veterans approached him with gratitude. Some thanked him for saving their lives, though he always responded that the true credit belonged to the soldiers who stormed the beaches. Others simply wanted to shake his hand, sensing that the man before them had occupied a space between the visible and invisible threads that held the war together. He accepted the gestures with humility, recognizing that their expressions were not about elevating him, but about acknowledging the interconnectedness of their sacrifices and his own. After returning from Normandy, his life settled once more into a gentle rhythm. He spent time with family, answered occasional letters from researchers, and attended a few private events related to wartime history. But he remained fundamentally private, content to let the world interpret his story while he withdrew from its noise. He often reflected on the strange arc of his life: a hotel manager who became an unwelcome volunteer, a rejected offer that turned into a self-made espionage career, a fictional network that shaped real military decisions, a man awarded honors by two opposing nations, one for loyalty, the other for deception, a ghost rediscovered by history. He sometimes wondered what might have happened if the British had accepted him the first time he offered his services. Would his talents have been recognized sooner? Would his path have been less improvisational, less dangerous? He never answered these questions aloud, because the truth was simple. The journey had unfolded exactly as it needed to. Every rejection, every risk, every improvisation had built the persona that fooled Hitler's intelligence network. Every lie told for the right reasons had helped shape a future where tyranny would fall. Every quiet decision he made had threaded itself into a much larger tapestry. In the end, the weight of Garbo's legacy was neither heavy nor triumphant. It was steady, like the man himself. He did not view his story as one of glory, but as a reminder that moral clarity can guide even the most unlikely individuals into acts of extraordinary consequence. And though he rarely sought recognition, he accepted one truth with quiet dignity: what he had done mattered, not for personal pride, not for historical fame, but for the countless lives impacted by the choices made in those silent wartime rooms. And with that acceptance, Juan Puyol Garcia stepped into the twilight of his life with the same calm that had guided him through its most dramatic moments, content to let the world remember or forget him on its own terms, knowing that the truth of what he had done would endure regardless. Lessons carried in silence. As the years slipped into their final rhythm, Juan Puyol Garcia carried his legacy not as a burden, but as a quiet truth folded neatly into the fabric of his ordinary days. He remained, to those around him, a gentle man, soft-voiced, thoughtful, never eager to dominate a conversation. There was nothing in his demeanor that revealed the magnitude of the lies he once spun, or the weight of the consequences that rested unseen behind them. And perhaps that was the greatest lesson his life offered, that extraordinary acts often come from people who appear, at first glance, entirely unremarkable. In interviews during his later years, Garbo spoke with calm clarity about the deception he had constructed. He did not dramatize it. He did not inflate his role. Instead, he described it the way one might describe a demanding craft: careful, meticulous, guided by intuition and moral conviction. He emphasized not the thrill of espionage, but the emotional endurance required to sustain a lie for years without slipping, without revealing the strain, without losing oneself in the layers of performance. He understood deception differently from most intelligence officers. To him, it was not merely a strategic tool. It was a responsibility. Every message he sent had carried consequences far beyond the paper it was written on. Every false movement he described could send real soldiers marching, or prevent them from doing so. Every imagined agent he invented became a thread in a web that affected lives he would never personally know. That awareness shaped his philosophy. He often said that lies, in the right context, could be an act of humanity, not manipulation for power or advantage, but misdirection used to protect, shield, and prevent suffering. "I deceived," he once remarked quietly, "because the truth would have killed more people." It was a sentence that encapsulated his entire wartime existence. When historians or journalists pressed him for deeper insight, wanting to know how he maintained so many fictional characters, how he anticipated German reactions so perfectly, how he balanced the emotional cost, he always returned to the same idea. "I believed fascism was evil. Everything else followed from that." His conviction had been simple, but unwavering. He had not been driven by ideology, wealth, or status. He had been driven by conscience. That clarity allowed him to carry the psychological weight of his deception without regret, even decades later. He acknowledged that the work had been isolating, exhausting, and at times frightening. But he also acknowledged that he would do it again if the circumstances demanded it. His guiding principle had never changed. He could not stand by while tyranny threatened the world. Yet Garbo's later reflections also revealed something more delicate, an understanding of the emotional toll that comes from living a life defined by secrecy. He spoke softly about the loneliness of those years, of the strange feeling of inhabiting two worlds at once. He admitted that, at times, even he struggled to remember where the inventions ended and the truth began. "There were days when the fiction felt more real than the world around me," he said once. "But I always knew who I was when I returned home." That anchor, family, quiet moments, ordinary routines, kept him grounded through a life built on extraordinary deception. In the years after his rediscovery, Garbo's story spread slowly but steadily. His name began appearing in books, documentaries, and intelligence histories. Students of espionage marveled at the complexity of his fictional network. Military scholars analyzed his dispatches as examples of strategic genius. Yet the man at the center of it all watched these interpretations with gentle detachment. He knew that stories take on lives of their own, that legends distort, that truth bends beneath the weight of storytelling. He accepted this with the same humility that guided his wartime choices. When asked what people should remember about him, he offered no grand statements, no proclamations about heroism or sacrifice. He simply said, "I did what I could," and perhaps that was the essence of his legacy. A reminder that history is shaped not only by the loud and the powerful, but also by the quiet and the steadfast, those who act not for glory, but because the world asks them to do something difficult, at a moment when they are the only one who can. Garbo lived his final years with this understanding, that his influence had been immense, but his life did not need to be. He remained a man who valued simplicity, humility, and the comfort of anonymity, even after anonymity was no longer possible. A legacy hidden in plain sight. In the last stretch of his life, Juan Puyol Garcia came to embody a quiet paradox, one of the most influential figures of the Second World War, yet a man who moved through the world as if hoping not to disturb it. His story had emerged from secrecy, been rediscovered by persistence, and was slowly taking root in the historical record. But fame, as it usually appears, never suited him. He preferred a gentler existence, far removed from the weight of his past. Still, recognition found him in soft, unexpected ways. Occasionally, a historian or former intelligence officer would visit, hoping to hear his recollections firsthand. They often arrived expecting to meet a dramatic figure, someone animated by tales of espionage, risk, and brilliance. Instead, they encountered a modest man who spoke with careful understatement, choosing his words as deliberately as he once composed coded messages. He smiled often. He apologized for his English. He listened more than he talked. Those who met him left with the impression that they had brushed against history not through spectacle, but through humility. Garbo received invitations to events commemorating the war, especially as the full scope of Operation Fortitude became more widely known. Sometimes he accepted. Sometimes he declined. He felt gratitude for the gestures, but remained wary of anything that resembled adulation. His role, he insisted, was just one thread in a vast tapestry woven by countless others. Soldiers, intelligence officers, planners, and ordinary civilians who endured unimaginable hardship. He believed that no single person should stand at the center of such a story. Yet even without seeking it, his legacy grew. Books began to include his name alongside the architects of D-Day. Documentaries highlighted his fictional network as one of the war's most ingenious instruments. Young intelligence officers studied his reports, marveling at how he understood the psychology of belief more deeply than any formal training could teach. The world was beginning to understand something Garbo himself had always known intuitively, that the key to deception is not complexity, but humanity. People believe what fits their fears. They trust what supports their assumptions. They follow narratives that feel familiar, comforting, or inevitable. Garbo's genius was not in creating lies. It was in creating characters and stories that felt alive. Stories the Germans wanted to believe. Stories crafted with empathy, not trickery. Stories that reflected the emotional truth of wartime uncertainty. This insight, this understanding of human belief, became the quiet core of his legacy. As years passed, Garbo spoke occasionally about the moral dimension of deception. He insisted that lying, in his case, was an act of resistance. He emphasized that the purpose behind a deception defines its morality, not the deception itself. He worried that future generations might romanticize espionage as a game of shadows and brilliance without understanding its human cost. If people think of spies only as clever, he once told an interviewer, they miss the part that matters. The part that mattered, in his eyes, was conscience. He had lived through a civil war, watched Europe slide toward catastrophe, and made a choice rooted in a simple belief that tyranny should not go unchallenged. Everything he later accomplished, the fictional operatives, the brilliantly timed messages, the influence over German strategy, had grown from that single conviction. Yet there was another lesson in Garbo's life, one he rarely voiced but often embodied: the ability to walk away. At the end of the war, when many sought positions of influence or continued roles in intelligence, Garbo did the opposite. He stepped aside. He let the world move on without him. He chose obscurity, not because he feared consequence, but because he desired peace. And in doing so, he demonstrated that the truest measure of a person is not how brightly they appear at their peak, but how gracefully they retreat afterward. In 1988, when Juan Puyol Garcia died quietly in Caracas, many newspapers published brief notices acknowledging his extraordinary life. They listed him as Agent Garbo, the man who fooled Hitler, the double agent who shaped D-Day. Yet the tone of these tributes often missed something essential. To those who knew him, he was not a legend. He was a gentle, thoughtful man who chose integrity over glory. A man who carried the world's greatest secrets with humility. A man who saved lives without expecting a single one to remember his name. Today, Agent Garbo is studied in intelligence academies, written about in military histories, and admired by scholars of strategy and psychology. His legacy endures not only because he deceived a powerful regime, but because he did so with a moral clarity rarely seen in the murky world of espionage. He proved that courage can be quiet, that impact can be invisible, that a single individual, acting without fanfare, can alter the trajectory of history. Juan Puyol Garcia left no monument, but his story, once hidden, nearly lost, has become its own testament to imagination, to conscience, and to the quiet strength of a man who fought tyranny armed only with his mind. A mind built for deception. Long before the world knew the name Garbo, long before coded messages flowed across continents and phantom agents shaped military strategy, there were subtle traits woven into Juan Puyol Garcia's character. Traits that, taken alone, seemed unremarkable. But together, they formed the foundation for one of the most extraordinary deception operations in history. Understanding Garbo requires stepping back into the quiet spaces of his childhood and early adulthood, before war transformed him into a master of illusion. He grew up observing more than he spoke. Family members often recalled that Juan was the kind of boy who listened with full attention, absorbing tone, gesture, rhythm, and atmosphere. He noticed small shifts in mood, sensed unspoken tensions, and understood instinctively how people built their beliefs from fragments of what they saw and heard. This ability to read others was not dramatic. It simply made him thoughtful, cautious, and perceptive. As he moved through various jobs in his youth, managing chickens, running a small cinema, tending hotel accounts, he developed another skill: patience. He learned to observe without rushing toward conclusions, to sit with problems longer than most, to understand that people reveal themselves slowly, through habits more than declarations. These early lessons were not glamorous, but they shaped a mindset uniquely suited for espionage. For Garbo, deception was never about clever trickery. It was about understanding the emotional logic that made people believe what they wanted, or feared, to be true. The Spanish Civil War sharpened this instinct. Garbo saw firsthand how ideology distorted perception, how propaganda reshaped reality, and how ordinary people became vessels for the narratives fed to them. He watched as beliefs hardened into certainties, often untethered from fact. The brutality of the war left him disillusioned with extremism, but it also gave him insight into the mechanics of persuasion. He saw how fear made people cling to certain stories, how pride prevented them from questioning information that confirmed their worldview, how the desire for order made them ignore contradictions. These observations were not academic. They were visceral. They stayed with him long after the war ended. By the time the Second World War erupted, Garbo had developed an intuitive grasp of how belief systems formed and how they could be shaped. He understood something essential that many intelligence agencies overlooked. People rarely believe information because it is true. They believe it because it fits their understanding of the world. This insight would become the cornerstone of his deception. When he approached the Germans pretending to be a pro-Nazi volunteer, he carefully crafted a persona that matched their expectations: respectful, eager, and ideologically aligned. When he invented his fictional network, he gave each agent flaws and frustrations because that's what made them believable. When he prepared his reports, he sprinkled them with mundane details: train delays, minor illnesses, overheard gossip, because reality is built from the ordinary. He knew exactly how to sound credible because he knew exactly how the aware wanted their world to look. Just as important was another trait that defined him deeply: a moral compass that pointed unerringly toward justice. Garbo was not a manipulator by nature. He did not deceive for gain or for pleasure. His lies were rooted in a belief that fascism must be opposed, not with violence, but with cunning. His deception was not an intellectual game, it was a moral act. This moral clarity gave him endurance. Sustaining a deception for years, maintaining dozens of fictional identities, anticipating enemy reactions, balancing two intelligence services, would have been impossible without a profound internal anchor. Garbo's anchor was conviction. He believed the war demanded courage of a kind he could offer, the courage to mislead for the sake of protecting lives. His personality, too, played a role. He was humble, soft-spoken, and unassuming, qualities that made him trustworthy, not threatening. People underestimated him, misunderstood him, or dismissed him entirely. This invisibility, this quiet presence, was not a hindrance. It was his greatest asset. He became a man who moved through the world without drawing attention, even as he shaped events from behind the scenes. By the time Garbo entered the double-cross system, these traits, patience, empathy, perceptiveness, moral conviction, and humility, formed an almost uncanny combination. Intelligence officers remarked on how naturally deception came to him, as if he had been trained for it from childhood. But he had not been trained. He had simply lived a life that taught him how people think, how they believe, and how they can be guided without ever realizing it. What made Garbo extraordinary was not genius, but alignment, the right mind, the right character, and the right moment in history coming together in a way no one could have predicted. His deception succeeded not because he manipulated systems, but because he understood people. And as the war unfolded around him, shaped in part by the illusions he crafted, Garbo became something few intelligence officers ever achieve, a man who influenced global events, without needing to be seen. The art of belief. For all the complexity and scale of his deception, Garbo's methods rested on a simple but profound understanding. People do not respond to facts, they respond to stories. And during the height of the war, no intelligence network in the world, German or Allied, was prepared for an adversary who could craft stories the way Garbo did. He built his fictional world the same way a novelist builds a believable universe, with texture, contradiction, rhythm, and quiet emotional truth. His deception worked not because it was elaborate, but because it felt alive. 1. He anchored lies in the ordinary. Garbo knew that intelligence officers were accustomed to reading reports filled with numbers, troop strengths, logistical changes, and strategic movements. But war is rarely lived in those terms. Soldiers complained about food. Civilians talked about rumors. Workers misheard orders. And so Garbo filled his dispatches with the mundane flourishes of everyday life. An agent delayed because a bicycle tire burst. A quarrel between operatives over lateness. An overheard argument in a pub. A clerk forgetting to forward a letter. None of these details advanced a plot, but they made his fictional network believable. In Berlin, analysts nodded at his reports because they recognized something human in them: messiness, conflict, imperfection. Truth rarely arrives polished. Garbo understood that instinctively. 2. He gave his agents human weaknesses. Most falsified intelligence fails because the fabrications are too clean. Garbo did the opposite. He created agents with personal flaws, unreliable habits, and uneven performance. One drank too much and missed meetings. Another constantly misunderstood orders. Another had family issues that pulled him away from work. One died of natural causes, a bold move no other double agent attempted. When that fictional agent died, the Germans sent condolences and approved funeral expenses. That moment alone proved how deeply Garbo had embedded himself in their trust. 3. He let the Germans teach themselves. Garbo did not force the Abwehr to believe his stories. He guided them toward the beliefs they already held. He understood their worldview, that the Allies would choose Pas-de-Calais over Normandy, that large armies would behave in predictable patterns. That pattern, widely respected, would lead the decisive blow. That Britain was struggling with morale and supply constraints. By aligning his reports with German assumptions, his lies felt like confirmations rather than inventions. Deception, he knew, succeeds when the target deceives themselves. 4. He used timing as a weapon. The most brilliant deception in the world is useless if delivered at the wrong moment. Garbo mastered timing the way a conductor masters tempo. He learned when the Germans were most receptive, when uncertainty made them vulnerable, and when reassurance would cement false beliefs. His D-Day message remains one of the finest examples of timing in espionage. Sent too late to help, too early to seem suspicious, and perfectly aligned with German expectations. It was deception executed by the clock. 5. He avoided the fatal mistake, overconfidence. Garbo understood that the greatest risk in deception was giving too much. A lie too dramatic invites scrutiny. A detail too precise invites checking. A report too helpful becomes unbelievable. So he held back. He let his network behave naturally, sometimes brilliant, sometimes flawed, sometimes quiet. He resisted the temptation to dazzle the aware with cleverness. Instead, he offered consistency, humility, and patience. His restraint made him seem honest. By doing less, he achieved more. 6. He built emotional rapport with his handlers. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of Garbo's deception was the emotional connection he cultivated with the German officers who relied on him. His tone was respectful, deferential, and earnest. He sounded like a man committed to their cause, not to espionage theater. He expressed worries. He apologized for delays. He admitted to doubts. He shared sympathy for their struggles. This emotional authenticity forged a bond that intelligence training could never match. The Germans saw him not just as a source, but as a colleague, someone trustworthy, diligent, and loyal. Trust is the currency of espionage. Garbo earned it with honesty in everything except the facts. 7. He understood that belief is a two-way street. Garbo's deception succeeded because he believed in the world he created. He held his fictional universe in his mind with unwavering consistency. Even when writing dozens of reports across multiple characters, he never contradicted himself. The Germans sensed this coherence. It made his network feel real. He didn't just ask the aware to believe in his world. He believed in it first. Through all these techniques, Garbo achieved something intelligence agencies rarely accomplish. He turned fiction into strategic reality. His reports shaped German troop deployments. His agents influenced enemy analysis. His timing determined the margins of victory. And he did it without ever lifting a weapon, without commanding troops, without stepping onto a battlefield. He fought the war in the quiet space between imagination and belief, proving that human psychology can be as decisive as any military force. What made Garbo indispensable? Garbo's success was not the result of a single talent, but the combination of several traits that, together, made him uniquely effective in the world of wartime intelligence. His value came from the way these traits reinforced each other, creating a steady, reliable presence that both the British and the Germans came to depend on. First, he had an unusual consistency. His tone, his pacing, and the behavior of his fictional agents never drifted. Every message followed the logic of the world he created. This consistency built trust over time. German analysts never found contradictions, never saw gaps in the structure, and never detected the artificial nature of his network. In an environment where misinformation often revealed itself through errors, Garbo's steadiness made him appear authentic. Second, he communicated in a manner that felt reasonable. He avoided dramatic claims or sweeping insights. His reports rarely contained sensational details. Instead, he gave information that sounded routine, small observations tied to the slow rhythm of everyday life. This understated style kept him below suspicion while giving the Germans enough evidence to confirm their own expectations. Third, he worked with discipline. MI5 officers noted that Garbo treated intelligence work with a kind of focus many trained operatives struggled to maintain. He tracked dozens of fictional personalities without losing track of their voices or their assigned regions. He monitored the evolving war and adjusted his reports accordingly. His attention to detail helped him maintain credibility during some of the most critical months of the conflict. Fourth, he showed caution. He never pushed too hard or attempted to steer the Germans with bold claims. When he offered assessments, he framed them as interpretations rather than certainty. This cautious tone reinforced his image as a careful observer rather than a manipulative informant. In a system often plagued by exaggeration, his restraint stood out. Fifth, he adapted well to pressure. The months leading to D-Day placed enormous demands on MI5 and its double agents, but Garbo handled the strain without allowing it to distort his narrative. His messages remained clear, measured, and aligned with the broader deception plan. Even when deadlines tightened or strategy shifted, he adapted smoothly, giving MI5 the reliability they needed at a moment when timing was everything. Finally, he understood both sides. His awareness of German expectations helped him craft reports they would accept, while his cooperation with British officers ensured that his messages supported Allied strategy. He bridged the gap between two intelligence cultures, giving him a level of insight most operatives never achieved. This dual awareness made his deception highly effective and difficult to detect. By the time the war reached its decisive last year, Garbo had become a rare asset, one whose reliability allowed the Allies to shape German expectations with confidence. His methods did not rely on advanced technology or complex espionage tools. They relied on human understanding, how people think, what they trust, and why they believe certain narratives over others. Garbo mastered those dynamics better than anyone else. The double-cross system around him. Garbo's achievements did not happen in isolation. He operated within the double-cross system, a British counterintelligence framework that turned captured or volunteer agents into controlled sources feeding misinformation to the Germans. Understanding this system helps reveal why Garbo became so central, why his work succeeded where others struggled, and how his unique abilities fit into a larger mechanism designed to confuse and redirect the enemy. The double-cross system relied on three pillars: control, coordination, and credibility. Every agent had to be monitored closely, their reports carefully shaped, and their communications timed with precision. The goal was not simply to trick the Germans once, but to build a pattern of reliability that allowed British intelligence to guide the enemy's expectations over months and years. Most agents contributed in limited ways. Some offered fragments of information, others provided selective truths mixed with carefully planned falsehoods. A few were unpredictable, requiring constant intervention to keep their stories believable. Garbo stood out immediately because he required less correction than most. His instincts aligned naturally with the goals of the system, and his calm, measured style fit the tone MI5 needed for long-term deception. Within MI5, Garbo worked closely with Thomas Harris, his case officer and primary collaborator. Harris helped translate Garbo's ideas into operational reports, ensuring they matched the broader deception campaigns. Their partnership was essential. Harris provided structure, while Garbo supplied the narrative detail the Germans found convincing. The two men developed a rhythm that made the work manageable, especially as Garbo's network expanded to dozens of fictional operatives. The British also supported Garbo with intercepted German communications. Through ultra-decrypts, MI5 could see exactly how Garbo's messages were received, what the Germans believed, and which parts of his reports needed reinforcement or adjustment. This feedback loop allowed Garbo to refine his narratives with accuracy few other agents enjoyed. He could see his own effectiveness in real time, making him even more valuable to British planners. As the war progressed, Garbo became one of the system's most trusted pillars. Other double agents supplied useful information, but none shaped German thinking as consistently or as deeply as he did. His reports meshed seamlessly with the larger deception operations, Fortitude North, Fortitude South, and the build-up of the fictional 1st U.S. Army Group. Garbo's network acted as confirmation for these broader illusions, making them feel grounded in everyday observation. His work also absorbed risk from other agents. When gaps appeared in their stories or inconsistencies surfaced, Garbo's operatives could offer explanations or contextual details that kept the overall deception intact. His network acted like connective tissue, smoothing out rough edges and reinforcing British credibility across multiple fronts. German intelligence officers, meanwhile, saw Garbo as an anchor in a world filled with uncertain information. Even as they questioned other sources, they treated Garbo with steady confidence. His reports tied together their understanding of Allied movements, and their reliance on him grew stronger as the war intensified. This trust made him indispensable to British planners, who used his position strategically, especially in the months leading to D-Day. By 1944, the double-cross system had turned into a finely tuned instrument of misdirection, and Garbo was positioned at its center. His reliability allowed the British to manipulate German expectations in ways no single agent could have achieved alone. The system was strong, but Garbo amplified its reach, giving it a human voice the enemy believed without hesitation. In a network filled with complex personalities and operational challenges, Garbo provided stability, and through that stability, he shaped decisions made far beyond the small office where he and Harris crafted their careful reports. The abware and the web they never saw. While Garbo worked from London, the German intelligence service, the abware, believed they had cultivated one of their most reliable sources inside Britain. Their confidence in him was not accidental. It grew slowly, reinforced by years of reports that matched their expectations and aligned with their worldview. To understand the scale of Garbo's deception, it's important to see how the abware operated and why they were so vulnerable to the illusions he crafted. The abware was a fragmented organization. Internal rivalries, shifting loyalties, and bureaucratic inconsistencies made it difficult for them to evaluate sources with precision. Reports passed through multiple layers before reaching senior officers, and analysts often disagreed on what mattered. In this environment, a source who appeared consistent and cooperative stood out. Garbo's calm, steady tone allowed him to rise above the noise. Another factor worked in his favor: the Germans' own assumptions about the war. They believed the Allies would behave according to patterns rooted in geography and military tradition. Pas-de-Calais seemed the most logical invasion point. Norway appeared strategically valuable. Southern England looked like a predictable staging area. Garbo understood these assumptions and shaped his reports to confirm them. When intelligence confirmed what commanders already believed, it felt more credible. Garbo also benefited from the abware's hunger for detail. They preferred reports that included small logistical observations or human anecdotes. These elements made information feel grounded. Garbo provided these naturally. His fictional agents wrote about street chatter, minor arguments, routine travel delays, and the frustrations of wartime life. German analysts read these details as proof that his network was embedded deeply in British society. More importantly, the Abwehr rarely questioned the sheer size of Garbo's fictional network. A source who could coordinate dozens of operatives was extremely valuable, and the Germans viewed this with pride. Instead of seeing the complexity as a red flag, they treated it as evidence of Garbo's dedication. They reimbursed expenses, paid salaries, and commented on the personalities of people who never existed. The administrative paper trail they created inadvertently strengthened Garbo's credibility with British intelligence. At the operational level, Garbo's messages arrived with a logic that the Abwehr found reassuring. They did not contradict other reports. They did not push extreme claims. They evolved naturally over time. Even when Garbo provided incorrect information, as he did frequently, he offered it with the right mix of certainty and uncertainty, making the inaccuracies look like reasonable misunderstandings rather than deliberate lies. The Germans also lacked a clear channel to confirm his claims independently. Their presence in Britain was weak. Their networks were easily compromised. Their agents often failed to make contact or were quickly captured. In this vacuum, Garbo's reliability increased by comparison. He filled a role the Abwehr badly needed, a source who delivered steady information when others could not. Lastly, the Abwehr's internal pressures played a role. As the war turned against Germany, officers sought intelligence that could justify previous strategic decisions. Confirmation was more comfortable than contradiction. Garbo's reports fit neatly into this psychological space. When he described troop buildups in southeastern England, it confirmed the assumption that Pas-de-Calais remained the primary target. When he referenced delays or shortages, it supported the belief that Britain was struggling. Each message reassured the Abwehr that their analysis was sound. All these factors combined to create a situation in which Garbo's narratives became central to German planning. They trusted him implicitly because he provided a coherent story in a chaotic environment. And by the time suspicion might have arisen, it was too late. His credibility had been built slowly, brick by brick, until it resembled a structure no one dared question. The Abwehr never saw the deception because they believed too strongly in the picture Garbo helped them paint. And that belief allowed the Allies to shape the battlefield long before the first soldier stepped onto the shores of Normandy. How Garbo fit into Allied strategy. By the time Allied planners prepared for the decisive push into Western Europe, Garbo had become more than a valuable double agent. He was a structural element of the deception plan that supported Operation Overlord. His reports functioned like connective links between multiple layers of misinformation, helping ensure that the Germans saw a coherent picture rather than a collection of scattered signals. Allied strategy during this period relied heavily on integration. Multiple deception efforts had to align: fake radio traffic, dummy installations, controlled leaks, misleading diplomatic conversations, and the coordinated actions of other double agents. For these elements to work, they needed a narrative anchor, something that made the entire illusion believable. Garbo provided that anchor. His fictional network offered explanations for movements the Germans observed through aerial reconnaissance or intercepted communications. When the Allies inflated tanks or staged troop activities in southeastern England, Garbo's operatives reported similar details. These independent confirmations made the deception more credible. Instead of seeing inconsistencies, German analysts saw alignment. Garbo also gave planners a way to guide German thinking at critical moments. If the Allies needed to reinforce the idea of a northern invasion, Garbo's network supplied small but convincing observations. comments overheard in pubs, shipments seen at ports, or hints of officers preparing for deployment. If the Allies needed to soften focus on Normandy, his reports shifted attention naturally in other directions. Another advantage came from his reach. Garbo's network was widespread, covering multiple regions, professions, and social circles within Britain. This breadth allowed MI5 to coordinate many aspects of the deception through a single channel. Rather than relying on several agents to communicate pieces of the story, planners could funnel key elements into Garbo's reports and let his fictional operatives distribute them naturally. Allied commanders also valued Garbo because his credibility with the Germans was strong enough to shape high-level decisions. When he suggested that certain troop movements were signs of preparation rather than training, the Abwehr paid attention. When he implied that the main attack was still several weeks away, senior officers in Berlin adjusted their expectations. This influence allowed the Allies to set the strategic rhythm leading up to D-Day. In the weeks before the invasion, Garbo's messages became tightly integrated into the broader deception matrix. His reports aligned with radio traffic from the fictional 1st U.S. Army Group. They matched sightings of dummy equipment. They reinforced false build-up patterns in southeastern England. The consistency between these elements made the entire deception appear authentic. After the landings began, Garbo played another key role, maintaining the illusion of a second, larger invasion. His timing mattered as much as his words. His dispatches explained why the assault on Normandy should be viewed as a diversion, which helped keep German reserves in the wrong place. The decision to hold these units back contributed directly to the Allies' ability to secure and expand their beachheads. Garbo's contributions highlight an essential truth about the strategy behind D-Day. Success did not depend solely on force, but on controlling information. The Allies understood that shaping the enemy's perception could be as important as defeating their forces in combat. Garbo became the embodiment of that principle, a single, reliable source who guided German expectations through careful, consistent reporting. By fitting smoothly into the wider structure of Allied deception, Garbo helped ensure that the Germans made strategic decisions based on an illusion the Allies designed. His work did not replace military action, but it enhanced it, giving commanders a critical advantage during the most important operation of the war. The human cost of the illusion. Garbo's deception is often remembered for its strategic brilliance, but behind the operational success lay a quieter, more personal reality. The work demanded emotional endurance, constant vigilance, and a level of moral discipline that few operatives could sustain. The human cost of his role was not measured in physical danger, but in the psychological strain of living inside a layered fiction for years. The first burden came from the intensity of the routine. Garbo's life revolved around messages, schedules, and deadlines. Even small errors, a name misplaced, a sequence misstated, a fictional agent behaving inconsistently, could undermine the credibility he had spent years building. He lived with the knowledge that each report had to be precise. This pressure created long stretches of fatigue, and MI5 officers later noted how much focus the work demanded from him. Another strain came from the isolation embedded in his responsibility. Garbo carried the weight of an entire fictional network. Every character, every message, every logistical detail originated in his mind. This was not a job he could easily share or delegate. Even with Thomas Harris guiding the operational framework, the narrative structure rested almost entirely on Garbo's shoulders. Maintaining the illusion required him to inhabit multiple perspectives at once, switching between invented personalities while still keeping the tone consistent. This constant shifting took a toll. The mental effort required to sustain multiple identities, especially under wartime stress, was significant. It left little room for relaxation or emotional rest. Garbo did not show outward signs of distress, but his colleagues recognized how taxing the work could be. especially as the war intensified and the stakes rose. There was also the quiet burden of moral responsibility. Garbo understood that his reports influenced real military decisions. A convincing message at the wrong moment could redirect German forces toward a location where Allied soldiers were vulnerable. A poorly timed signal could complicate operations. Every false report he crafted had implications beyond the office where he wrote it. This knowledge remained with him, even after successful operations reinforced his confidence. His family life was affected as well. Although they were kept safe under British supervision, the secrecy around his work created a distance that was difficult to bridge. He could not explain the stress he carried or the urgency of his tasks. Home offered relief, but not escape. The role of Garbo stayed with him wherever he went, shaping his daily routine in ways his family could sense but not fully understand. The environment around him added its own pressures. Living in wartime London meant enduring air raids, shortages, and the tension that came from knowing the city was a target. Garbo experienced these hardships while simultaneously working on tasks that depended on clarity and precision. Balancing the external stress of war with the internal demands of deception made the work even heavier. Despite these challenges, Garbo rarely allowed the strain to alter his tone or disrupt his consistency. He maintained his calm style, kept his fictional network coherent, and adapted to new demands as the war evolved. His ability to manage the psychological burden became one of his most valuable traits. It allowed him to operate reliably at a time when many agents faltered under far less pressure. His story demonstrates that the human cost of espionage can exist even without direct combat or immediate physical danger. Garbo's service required emotional control, mental resilience, and a steady commitment to a mission carried out in isolation. These qualities made his deception successful, but they also reveal the quiet weight he carried throughout the war. He fought his battles within the mind, not against armies, but against fatigue, doubt, and the constant need to remain believable. When truth became a threat. As the war entered its final year, the risks surrounding Garbo's work shifted. Early in the conflict, danger came from being discovered by the British or exposed by inconsistencies in his reports. Later, the threat evolved into something more complex: the possibility that the Germans might realize they had been deceived for years. The closer the Allies came to victory, the more dangerous that realization could become, not only for the integrity of Allied operations, but for Garbo himself. Throughout 1944 and early 1945, MI5 monitored German reactions closely. If doubts arose in Berlin about Garbo's authenticity, the entire deception network could unravel. Worse, the consequences could reach beyond operational damage. Even as the Reich weakened, remnants of the Abwehr still operated with the capacity for retaliation. A double agent exposed during wartime, or even immediately after, could face violent consequences. Garbo was acutely aware of this. He had built his life around narratives that depended on German trust. If that trust collapsed suddenly, he would not have the luxury of explaining himself. The Germans would view him as a traitor, and traitors were not treated kindly. His family, under British protection, was safe for the moment, but sustained exposure could put them at risk. Maintaining credibility was not only an operational priority, it was a matter of personal safety. This sensitivity to risk guided the final stages of his deception. As German communications fragmented and war pressures increased, Garbo adjusted his narrative tone. He became more reserved in his assessments, allowing his fictional network to feel the strain of collapsing communications. He avoided bold claims and offered only the kinds of cautious observations that a loyal but increasingly constrained agent might provide. Another dangerous moment came with the collapse of the Abwehr itself. Late in the war, parts of German intelligence were absorbed into the SS or placed under stricter military control. These shifts introduced new officers who lacked the sustained relationship with Garbo that had built trust over years. New leadership meant new scrutiny. Garbo's reports were still accepted, but the risk of questions increased. MI5 recognized this vulnerability and worked carefully to let Garbo's network taper off at a believable pace. The danger extended into the post-war period as well. MI5 understood that the fall of Nazi Germany would not immediately eliminate threats. Some former intelligence officers might escape accountability. Others might seek explanations for the strategic failures that contributed to the Reich's collapse. If Garbo's deception became widely known too soon, it could provoke retaliation against him or his family. For this reason, MI5 supported the idea of Garbo disappearing. His death was quietly recorded. References to him in official documents were sealed. His movements after the war were concealed, and his identity shifted as he settled into new countries. This was not theatrical espionage. It was practical protection. The work he had done was too sensitive, too intertwined with Allied victory, and too humiliating to German intelligence to be exposed without precautions. Garbo lived with this awareness. Even in the safety of Venezuela, he remained cautious, avoiding discussions that could reveal too much. He understood that truth, handled carelessly, could become dangerous long after the war ended. His survival depended on maintaining the fiction of his disappearance, and he accepted that necessity without complaint. What makes his story remarkable is not simply that he fooled the Germans during wartime, but that he continued deceiving them afterward, not for strategy, but for survival. His real life depended on his fictional death. His freedom depended on silence. Until historians rediscovered him decades later, the world truly believed Garbo was gone. In this final phase, the line between truth and deception blurred not just professionally, but personally. Garbo lived with the knowledge that the truth of what he had done could expose him to harm. For him, secrecy was no longer an operational tool. It was a shield. The weight he chose not to reveal. Garbo's disappearance after the war left behind a silence that lasted decades. That silence protected him, but it also reflected something deeper, a choice to keep parts of the story locked away, even from those closest to him. Some of this secrecy was necessary. Some of it was habit. And some of it came from a truth Garbo rarely admitted. Certain aspects of his wartime life were too heavy to revisit. One burden came from the moral complexity of his role. He had misled the Germans for the right reasons, but the scale of his deception meant that German commanders acted on false information while believing they were protecting their soldiers and their nation. Garbo understood the strategic value of this, yet he also recognized the human cost. His reports influenced decisions that affected thousands of lives. He did not cause the war, but the weight of influencing its direction never left him completely. Another unspoken burden was the psychological strain of managing so many fictional identities. For years he carried dozens of voices in his mind, each with a backstory, habits, and relationships. This required discipline during the war, but letting those identities go afterward created a different kind of emptiness. They had been tools, but they had also been companions of a strange sort, shaped through long nights and careful thought. Ending the deception felt like extinguishing a world he had built from nothing. He also lived with the knowledge that his success had come, in part, from exploiting the trust of others. Even if those others were enemy intelligence officers, the dynamic remained personal. They had believed him. They had praised him. They had valued him. Garbo did not take pride in betraying individuals. He saw the larger mission as just, but the interpersonal element was something he preferred not to reflect on. For a man who valued sincerity in normal life, the duplicity of wartime work left a shadow. His family, too, felt the effects of his secret past. Garbo shielded them from danger by concealing his involvement in the war, but the silence created distance. His wife and children knew he carried something heavy beneath his calm exterior, but they lacked the context to understand it. Even after his rediscovery decades later, some details remained unspoken, not out of distrust, but because Garbo believed that revisiting certain memories would serve no purpose. There was also the private burden of conscience. Garbo had acted out of moral conviction, yet he saw the war firsthand and understood the scale of suffering it caused. His deception saved lives, but he carried a lasting awareness that intelligence work, no matter how noble, cannot erase the human cost of conflict. This awareness stayed with him long after he left London. In later interviews, he spoke carefully, always choosing his words with the same precision he had used in his wartime reports. When asked about regrets, he gave measured answers. He did not romanticize his role, nor did he minimize its importance. He simply acknowledged that war forces people into roles they never expected to play, and that each role comes with consequences not easily forgotten. Garbo rarely discussed the emotional toll, but those who met him sensed its presence. He carried himself with humility, and his voice often held a quiet empathy when speaking about the war. He had spent years inside the minds of imaginary operatives, enemy officers, and nervous civilians. That experience gave him insight into human vulnerability, but it also left internal marks that he preferred to keep private. Even after being honored by both sides, Garbo maintained a simple truth. He had done what was necessary. Nothing more. Nothing less. The weight of the illusion he built, the choices he made, the lives affected, the truths withheld, remained his own to carry. He never asked the world to understand that weight. He only asked that the world learn from it. Why his deception still matters. Garbo's work belongs to a specific time and a specific war, but the principles behind his deception extend far beyond the 1940s. His success offers insights into how information, belief, and strategy interact, insights that remain relevant in any era shaped by uncertainty or conflict. One reason his story still matters is the clarity it brings to the role of perception in warfare. Garbo demonstrated that altering what the enemy believes can be as powerful as altering what they can physically do. By shaping German expectations, he influenced decisions that had real, material consequences on the battlefield. His deception helped determine where divisions were deployed, how reserves were positioned, and how long Germany hesitated before shifting forces. In this way, he proved that information can become a strategic asset equal to manpower or firepower. His work also highlights the importance of understanding human psychology in intelligence operations. Garbo succeeded not by overwhelming the Germans with complex lies, but by offering them information that matched their assumptions. He made his reports believable by aligning them with patterns the aware already trusted. This remains a core principle in modern intelligence work. Deception succeeds when it feels like confirmation, not contradiction. Another lasting lesson comes from the discipline and restraint that defined Garbo's style. He avoided dramatic claims and kept his reports grounded in realistic detail. This approach allowed him to operate unnoticed, even while shaping major decisions. In an age where information can spread rapidly and unpredictably, his insistence on moderation offers a model for credible messaging. It shows that consistency builds trust, and trust gives information its power. Garbo's story also underscores the value of integrating intelligence efforts. His reports did not stand alone. They worked because they were woven into a larger Allied strategy. Deception succeeds when multiple signals reinforce one another. The coordination seen in the double-cross system, the alignment with fortitude operations, and the use of ultra-intercepts all contributed to Garbo's effectiveness. The lesson is clear. Intelligence work is strongest when different methods and perspectives operate in sync. There is also a broader, more human truth embedded in Garbo's deception. His life shows how individuals can shape history in ways not immediately visible. He had no formal training, no military rank, and no authority beyond the trust others placed in him. Yet he influenced decisions made far above his position. In this sense, his story offers a reminder that meaningful impact does not always require power, resources, or recognition. Sometimes it requires only clarity, consistency, and a willingness to act when circumstances demand it. Finally, Garbo's legacy matters because it highlights the moral complexity of deception in wartime. His lies saved lives, but they also reflected the ethical tension that arises when truth becomes a tool rather than a value. His work shows that deception, when used responsibly, can serve a purpose aligned with justice. It also shows that those who carry out such deception often bear its emotional weight long after the war ends. These lessons give Garbo's story lasting relevance. They show how strategy depends on belief, how belief depends on narrative, and how narrative can be shaped by individuals with patience and insight. Garbo changed the course of a war without ever stepping onto a battlefield. His work continues to demonstrate how powerful the mind can be when directed with purpose and clarity. What his story reveals about intelligence work. Garbo's experience exposes several realities about intelligence work that are often overshadowed by more dramatic portrayals. His story offers a clear view into the practical demands, limitations, and dynamics that shape successful operations. These are lessons rooted not in fiction, but in the lived experience of an agent who managed one of the most impactful deceptions of the war. The first reality is that intelligence work depends heavily on patience. Garbo's reports did not gain immediate influence. His credibility grew over time, strengthened by consistency rather than bold revelations. This gradual build-up is typical in real intelligence operations. Trust is earned through sustained reliability, not isolated breakthroughs. Garbo showed how long-term effort can achieve strategic results that sudden action cannot. Another truth his story highlights is that effective deception requires collaboration. Even though Garbo crafted his fictional network largely on his own, he did not operate independently. His reports were reviewed by MI5, integrated into wider deception plans, and aligned with signals from other agents. Intelligence work rarely succeeds through individual brilliance alone. It succeeds when individual strengths support a coordinated system. Garbo's experience also demonstrates that intelligence organizations often struggle with internal limitations. The Abwehr's trust in his reports was influenced by their structural weaknesses, fragmented communication, rushed analysis, and assumptions that were rarely challenged. Successful deception often exploits these internal blind spots rather than outsmarting a perfectly functioning system. Garbo understood how to use these vulnerabilities without drawing attention to himself. A fourth insight concerns the role of restraint. Intelligence officers frequently face pressure to generate information that looks significant or dramatic. Garbo avoided that trap. His messages focused on realism, not spectacle. He offered observations that felt natural within everyday wartime life. His style shows that moderation is often more persuasive than ambition, especially when dealing with skeptical analysts. His work also emphasizes the importance of adaptability. The war evolved constantly, and Garbo had to adjust his narrative accordingly. Changes in German intelligence structures, shifts in Allied strategy, and the unpredictability of wartime events all required him to adapt quickly without disrupting the coherence of his fictional network. Flexibility, when paired with consistency, allowed him to remain credible even in unstable conditions. Another lesson comes from the way Garbo handled uncertainty. Intelligence work rarely provides complete information. Decisions are made based on partial insights, assumptions, and patterns. Garbo's strength lay in his ability to operate effectively within these gaps. He filled uncertainty with believable detail without overcommitting to specifics. This approach kept his narrative steady even when external conditions changed. Finally, Garbo's experience reveals something essential about the human side of intelligence work. Systems, strategies, and operations matter, but they depend on people. People with limits, emotions, and personal motivations. Garbo's success was rooted in his sense of purpose, his commitment to opposing fascism, and his ability to understand how others thought. His work was effective because it aligned with his internal character, not because it matched a technical blueprint. These insights make Garbo's story more than a wartime anecdote. It becomes a guide for understanding how intelligence systems function and why some operations succeed where others fail. His life illustrates that the most effective intelligence work is grounded in patience, teamwork, realism, and psychological awareness. Garbo's contribution remains a standout example of these principles in action. A rare figure in the history of espionage. Garbo's story stands out in the history of espionage because it is difficult to compare him to anyone else. Many intelligence officers, agents, and operatives made significant contributions during the Second World War, but Garbo occupied a unique position shaped by circumstance, personality, and the unusual path he followed. His role was not defined by daring operations or covert missions. It was defined by influence, consistency, and narrative control. One element that makes Garbo exceptional is the scale of his fictional network. Most double agents handled a limited number of identities or worked within narrow operational zones. Garbo managed dozens of imaginary operatives across multiple regions, each with distinct habits and believable personal details. This level of narrative management was unprecedented. No other agent created such an extensive cast of fictional characters, all coordinated through a single voice. Another reason he is so rare lies in his dual recognition. Garbo received honors from both sides of the conflict, an Iron Cross from Germany and an MBE from Britain. This combination is almost unheard of in espionage history. It reflects not only the success of his deception, but the extent to which his reports shaped the thinking of both nations. Few agents have ever earned the trust of their enemy so fully while remaining completely loyal to the opposition. His influence on strategy further separates him from most operatives. Many spies gather information or disrupt operations. Garbo guided enemy expectations over long periods, altering how German planners interpreted the war around them. His reports contributed to delays in troop deployment, misallocation of forces, and sustained confidence in false narratives. The strategic impact of this work is measurable and enduring. Garbo's methods also distinguished him. Instead of relying on covert actions or physical infiltration, he relied entirely on communication, carefully crafted messages that evolved over months and years. His deception did not depend on movement or infiltration, but on psychological precision. This made his approach more sustainable and more adaptable than many traditional espionage techniques. Another rare aspect of his story is the absence of betrayal in his motives. Many double agents during the war were driven by pressure, fear, money, or ideological conflict. Garbo acted voluntarily, guided by moral conviction. He chose deception as a tool to counter fascism and protect innocent lives. His motivations aligned with his actions, giving his work a coherence not often seen in intelligence operations. His anonymity after the war adds another unusual dimension. Many operatives who played significant roles sought recognition or continued their careers in intelligence. Garbo withdrew completely. His disappearance was not an attempt to escape justice or capitalize on success. It was a deliberate step away from the spotlight. This restraint underscores his character and reinforces his unique place in the history of espionage. When historians and intelligence professionals reflect on Garbo's legacy, they often describe him as a natural operative, someone whose instincts were sharper than most trained agents. Yet his genius was not rooted in technical expertise or formal instruction. It came from understanding people, patterns, and belief systems. This made him effective in ways that training alone could not replicate. In the end, Garbo stands apart because he demonstrated how powerful one individual can be when personal conviction aligns with strategic need. His story shows that espionage is not limited to covert missions or dramatic escapes. It can also be shaped by quiet work carried out in plain sight, through messages crafted with patience and clarity. Garbo remains one of the most unusual and influential spies in modern history, not because he sought the role, but because he stepped into it when the world needed someone who could see beyond facts and shape the beliefs that determined the course of war. The risks still lingered. Even after the final months of the war had passed, the danger surrounding Garbo did not simply disappear. The deception he built was so extensive, and the belief in his loyalty so strong, that unraveling it too visibly could have created repercussions far beyond embarrassment for the German intelligence community. MI5 understood this, and Garbo understood it as well. One risk came from the surviving members of the Abwehr. Although the organization dissolved as the Reich collapsed, many of its officers scattered across Europe and South America. Some carried their wartime beliefs with them. Garbo had been one of their most trusted assets. If they discovered that he had deceived them, the reaction could be unpredictable. Even without state support, personal vendettas were possible. Espionage had never been free of such dangers. Another risk involved the broader German military. Senior commanders had relied on Garbo's intelligence when deciding where to place reserves during the Normandy landings. The exposure of Garbo's true role could have prompted questions about accountability within their ranks. Some officers might have sought someone to blame for the strategic failures that followed D-Day. In this environment, the truth carried political and personal consequences. There was also the risk of public misunderstanding. In the immediate post-war years, tensions remained high across Europe. The revelation that a foreign agent had influenced German military decisions could have fueled speculation, conspiracy theories, or resentment. This was not the time for sensitive information to surface, and the British government preferred to keep the double-cross system classified until the political landscape stabilized. MI5 therefore recommended caution. Garbo could not simply return to Spain with his wartime identity intact, nor could he remain in Britain indefinitely. His presence would draw attention, and attention was the last thing he needed. Arranging his disappearance became a matter of strategic necessity rather than convenience. This decision reflected Garbo's own instincts. He recognized that his wartime role had created complexities that ordinary life could not absorb. He had been at the center of an intelligence illusion that shaped the outcome of the war. His survival depended on maintaining the distance between the man he truly was and the man the Germans believed him to be. By stepping out of public view, he protected himself, his family, and the integrity of the operations he had supported. It was a quiet conclusion to a career that had been defined by quiet actions from the very beginning. why his survival was uncertain. Garbo's disappearance was not just a precaution. It reflected real uncertainty about how the world might react if his role in the war became widely known too soon. For all the control he exercised during the conflict, he had no control over how former enemies, intelligence officers, or even political actors might interpret his actions afterward. One uncertainty involved reprisals. The Abwehr officers who trusted him had invested years in validating his reports. Many of them faced questioning, demotion, or imprisonment after the collapse of the Reich. Learning that Garbo had deceived them completely could have led to anger, resentment, or attempts at retaliation. Even in peacetime, the intelligence world remained unpredictable. Individual actors, acting alone, could pose a threat. Another uncertainty stemmed from the shifting political climate in Europe. The immediate post-war years brought new tensions between East and West. Intelligence agencies across multiple nations sought to recruit former operatives, debrief former officers, or exploit lingering wartime networks. If Garbo's identity resurfaced in the wrong context, he could have been drawn into conflicts he wanted no part of. Remaining invisible was the safest way to avoid becoming a tool in emerging geopolitical struggles. MI5 also recognized that public revelation of Garbo's work could complicate diplomatic efforts. Germany, now divided and rebuilding, was entering a fragile stage of reconstruction. Learning that one of their most trusted wartime agents had been a complete fabrication could have caused embarrassment or strained early relationships. Intelligence successes are often celebrated long after the political moment has passed. In 1945, the moment had not yet passed. There was also uncertainty about how Garbo himself would handle public scrutiny. He had worked in silence, built his life around concealment, and performed under conditions that demanded extreme discipline. Sudden attention could have been overwhelming. MI5 considered this as well. Protecting Garbo meant ensuring he did not become an unintentional symbol in post-war narratives. Then there were the personal factors. Garbo needed to rebuild his life after years defined by deception. His wartime identity could not support a normal existence. The trust he had earned from both sides came from a role he no longer wished to play. Disappearing allowed him to start fresh, something he had not been able to do since the moment he first approached British intelligence. All these uncertainties converged on a single truth: Garbo's survival depended on his absence. His disappearance protected him from retaliation, shielded him from political complications, and freed him from the weight of a role that could never exist in peacetime. It also offered him something rare in the world of espionage: closure. Most double agents end their careers abruptly or violently. Garbo ended his by stepping quietly through a door that MI5 opened for him, then closing it behind him. He survived because the world believed he had vanished, and for a long time, that belief was protection enough. His strategy endured beyond the war. Even though Garbo withdrew from public life after the conflict, the principles behind his work continued to influence intelligence thinking long after he disappeared. His methods became case studies once the double-cross system was eventually declassified, and analysts recognized that many aspects of modern deception naturally echoed the approaches he had used decades earlier. One of the enduring principles was narrative coherence. Garbo demonstrated that deception requires consistency across all sources. Modern intelligence operations, whether involving misdirection, counterterrorism, or cybersecurity, often rely on creating believable storylines rather than isolated falsehoods. Garbo's network of fictional operatives showed how important it is for each element to reinforce the others. His work illustrated that a single narrative, carefully maintained, can outperform multiple unrelated signals. Another lasting lesson came from Garbo's understanding of enemy expectations. Intelligence agencies today still study their adversaries' assumptions to determine how best to influence their decisions. Garbo excelled at this. He recognized that the Abwehr expected the Allies to act in certain patterns and used those expectations to shape his reports. This approach remains central to modern deception planning. The most effective misinformation aligns with the target's existing beliefs. His method also emphasized moderation. In an age where information can spread instantly, the temptation to craft dramatic narratives is strong. Garbo avoided exaggeration and focused on realistic details. Intelligence professionals still point to this restraint as a model for credible messaging. Subtlety, not spectacle, often proves more persuasive. Garbo's work also demonstrated the importance of feedback loops. He could adjust his reports because MI5 used ultra-intercepts to monitor German reactions. This ability to correct course based on real-time information became a cornerstone of modern intelligence operations. Today, agencies rely on rapid analysis and continual updates to refine their strategies, the same pattern Garbo followed during the war. Another enduring aspect of his strategy was the integration of intelligence disciplines. Garbo's contributions succeeded because they supported broader deception operations involving radio traffic, physical decoys, diplomatic signals, and other double agents. Modern operations continue to reflect this principle. Misinformation becomes more convincing when it is supported by multiple independent channels. Finally, Garbo's work emphasized the human element. His deception succeeded not because of technical tools, but because he understood people, their motivations, biases, and expectations. Technology has advanced dramatically since the 1940s, but intelligence work still relies on human judgment. Analysts today continue to cite Garbo as an example of how emotional insight can be just as important as data. For these reasons, Garbo's strategies remain relevant. They offer guidance for understanding how belief is shaped, how misinformation spreads, and how complex operations can be sustained over long periods. His story serves as a reminder that effective deception is rarely about trickery alone. It requires patience, psychological awareness, and the ability to weave information into a coherent structure. Garbo may have stepped back from the world after the war, but the methods he used did not disappear with him. They continued shaping intelligence thinking long after he left the stage, echoing through strategies that relied on the same principles he mastered quietly and precisely. The world he left behind. When Garbo died in 1988, his passing marked the end of a life lived in two worlds, one defined by quiet domestic routines, the other by an extraordinary wartime deception that few people understood until long after it happened. By the time he left this world, his story had begun to circulate among historians and intelligence professionals, but it had not yet reached the broader public. His legacy still lived mostly in archives, interviews, and scattered accounts from those who had worked with him. Yet the world he left behind was shaped in ways he could never have fully predicted. Modern Europe, the one emerging from the Cold War era, owed part of its stability to the Allied victory he helped secure. His reports shaped decisions that kept German divisions away from Normandy at a critical moment, helping ensure the success of Operation Overlord. That operation, in turn, accelerated the liberation of Western Europe and set the foundation for the political landscape that followed. Garbo's contribution was small in appearance, but decisive in effect. The world that developed after 1945 rested on a series of turning points, and his work quietly reinforced one of the most important. Another change was cultural. Garbo's rediscovery in the 1970s and recognition in the 1980s contributed to a broader public understanding of how intelligence shaped the war. Before then, espionage was often viewed through simplified lenses, dramatic missions, secret gadgets, undercover risks. Garbo's story added depth to that picture. It showed how influence could be exerted through patience rather than action, and how information could alter outcomes more subtly than force. His life also contributed to the recognition of moral resistance. Garbo's decision to act was rooted in conviction, not training or ambition. At a time when authoritarian ideologies threatened Europe, he demonstrated that individuals could resist in ways that did not rely on violence. His method was different, but his purpose aligned with countless others who opposed tyranny in their own ways. In this sense, the world he left behind was one where his example could stand alongside more visible forms of courage. Garbo also influenced the field of intelligence studies. His work became a reference point for deception planning, psychological operations, and counterintelligence. The double-cross system earned new attention because of him. Training programs incorporated his methods into case studies, analyzing his reports to understand how narrative credibility is built and maintained. His model of deception, structured, patient, believable, remains one of the clearest examples of how individual insight can guide strategic outcomes. But perhaps the most enduring aspect of the world he left behind was the recognition that history is shaped by people whose names remain unknown for decades. Garbo's life proved that influence does not always come from position or authority. It can come from conviction, observation, and the ability to understand how belief works. By the time he died, Garbo had seen glimpses of his legacy. He had walked the beaches of Normandy during the anniversary commemorations. He had met veterans who thanked him quietly for the work he had done. He knew that historians recognized the scale of his contributions. Yet he left the world in the same spirit he lived much of his life, quietly, without fanfare. His story, however, continued growing long after he was gone. His disappearance, rediscovery, and eventual recognition turned him into one of the most intriguing figures in modern espionage, someone who shaped history from the shadows and then stepped back into them. Garbo died a private man, but the world he helped build carried his imprint long after his voice fell silent. How his work helped define modern deception. By the time intelligence agencies fully understood the scope of Garbo's wartime contribution, many of the principles he had applied intuitively were already influencing modern deception doctrine. His work offered a clear demonstration of how coordinated misinformation could direct an enemy's attention, shape their assumptions, and alter their decisions with long-lasting impact. One of the clearest influences was the idea that deception must be built on a believable foundation. Garbo's fictional network functioned because it reflected the structure of real intelligence operations, a mix of reliable sources, flawed characters, and mundane details. Modern intelligence agencies use similar principles when crafting narratives designed to mislead adversaries. They understand that credibility grows from small, consistent signals rather than sweeping claims. Garbo's emphasis on gradual development also helped shape long-term deception tactics. He didn't try to win trust with a single report. He created a rhythm. Each message built on previous ones, reinforcing the image of a stable, functional network. Modern operations often rely on the same slow-building approach, especially when influencing foreign intelligence services or political actors. Incremental credibility carries more weight than sudden revelations. Another influence came from Garbo's ability to align his narratives with enemy expectations. Intelligence training now emphasizes the importance of understanding the target's mindset. Deception works best when it confirms what the target already suspects or believes. Garbo's success demonstrated that effective misinformation doesn't need to be creative. It needs to be plausible. Modern doctrines often cite this principle directly. The feedback loop that shaped Garbo's work has also become a standard feature of contemporary operations. Access to real-time intelligence, whether through signals intercepts, surveillance, or diplomatic monitoring, allows agencies to adjust their deceptive signals. Garbo used ultra-decrypts to refine his story. Today's intelligence organizations rely on more advanced tools, but the principle remains the same. Deception must evolve based on how the target reacts. Garbo's integration within a wider intelligence system also provides a model for coordinated operations. His reports strengthened other deception elements: dummy tanks, false radio traffic, staged troop movements. Modern deception rarely relies on a single channel. Instead, multiple sources reinforce a shared narrative. Garbo's work showcased the effectiveness of that approach decades before integrated information campaigns became a standard practice. He also demonstrated the value of narrative restraint. Modern misinformation often fails because it tries to do too much, too dramatic, too obvious, too sudden. Garbo avoided these pitfalls. His consistency and moderation made his reports appear genuine. Intelligence professionals still point to his style as a benchmark for believable deception. Finally, Garbo's story emphasizes that successful operations depend on the people executing them. Tools and systems matter, but insight and intuition are just as important. Garbo did not have formal training or advanced tools. He had patience, empathy, and an ability to understand what others expected to see. Modern agencies recognize that these human qualities remain essential, even in an era dominated by technology. In these ways, Garbo's work shaped modern deception principles across intelligence services. His methods continue to be studied because they reflect the core dynamics of how belief is formed and manipulated. He proved that deception is not just a technical skill, it is a psychological art grounded in consistency and human understanding. Garbo worked quietly during the war, and he disappeared quietly afterward. But the methods he used left an imprint on intelligence thinking that extends far beyond his lifetime. Why history remembers him. Garbo's story endures because it reveals something rare: how an ordinary person, acting with conviction and clarity, can shape the outcome of a global conflict without ever firing a shot or stepping onto a battlefield. His legacy is not defined by spectacle or public recognition. It survives because his actions illuminate truths about intelligence, belief, and the quiet force of individual agency. One reason history remembers Garbo is the scale of his impact. His deception influenced German troop deployments during one of the most important operations of the war. By helping convince the Germans that the real invasion would occur at Pas-de-Calais, he played a role in keeping divisions positioned far from Normandy. The consequences of that misdirection were significant. It gave the Allies the time and space needed to secure the beachheads that would eventually lead to the liberation of Western Europe. Another reason is the uniqueness of his recognition. Very few individuals have been honored by both sides in a major conflict. Garbo received the Iron Cross from Germany for loyalty and the MBE from Britain for service, an unprecedented combination that captures the essence of his role. It underscores the completeness of his deception and the trust he earned from those he secretly opposed. History also remembers him because his story highlights the human dimension of intelligence work. Garbo's success came not from formal training or covert operations, but from his understanding of people. He recognized patterns in human behavior, anticipated reactions, and crafted narratives that felt real. His work demonstrates that intelligence is not only about information, it is about interpretation. Garbo's rediscovery adds to the intrigue. For decades, the world believed he was dead. His quiet life in Venezuela seemed unconnected to the war he had helped shape. When historians eventually found him, The contrast between his humble circumstances and his extraordinary past captured the imagination of researchers, journalists, and intelligence professionals. The idea that such an influential figure lived anonymously for so long reinforces the sense that history is full of hidden contributors. His story also resonates because it challenges traditional ideas about heroism. Garbo did not fit the mold of a wartime hero. He fought with reports, not weapons. He succeeded by reinforcing an enemy's assumptions rather than confronting them directly. His heroism was measured in patience, discipline, and psychological insight. This kind of contribution often goes unnoticed, yet it can be as decisive as any military action. Finally, history remembers Garbo because his life raises important questions about truth, trust, and moral responsibility. His deception was justified by the circumstances of war, but it also required emotional resilience. He carried the weight of influencing strategic decisions, knowing that lives depended on the credibility of his fictional network. His work illustrates the ethical complexity of espionage, how doing the right thing can require methods that, under other circumstances, would be questionable. Garbo's story reminds us that influence can be subtle, and that the most important contributions sometimes come from people whose actions remain hidden for years. He demonstrated that intelligence work, when done with clarity and purpose, can alter the trajectory of history. He remains a symbol of how courage can take unexpected forms, quiet, deliberate, and grounded in the conviction that even one person can make a difference when the world demands it. Aftermath: the quiet echo of a single mind. When you look back on Garbo's story, it's not the drama of espionage that stays with you. It's the steadiness, the patience, the idea that one person, working in silence, can push the weight of a war by shaping what others choose to believe. His influence didn't come from force or rank. It came from clarity, from the discipline to remain consistent when everything around him demanded speed, urgency, or fear. You can picture him at a desk in wartime London, surrounded by reports, coded messages, and the subtle hum of typewriter keys. There was no glory in that room, no sense of triumph, just a man trying to keep a story coherent enough to hold an enemy's attention. And yet that quiet work became one of the most decisive forms of resistance the war ever produced. In the years that followed, his achievement didn't turn into legend right away. It lived in sealed files, in the memories of a few intelligence officers, and in the silent confidence of planners who knew how much their success had depended on deception. When the world moved on, Garbo stepped away with it. He didn't chase recognition. He didn't look for validation. He let the past fold itself closed. You get the sense that he understood something simple. Some victories are not meant to be celebrated, only carried. His work influenced strategy, but it also revealed something about the world he lived in. It showed how deeply people rely on patterns they trust, how easily belief can become a compass, even when the terrain shifts beneath it. The Germans believed in him because they needed his reports to make sense of the war. The British relied on him because he could hold a line of deception steady for years. He became the hinge between two systems, neither of which knew the full truth. And through it all, he kept his tone low, his style consistent, his presence almost invisible. When historians eventually found him decades later, they didn't find a man shaped by glory. They found someone who had built a life far from the noise of his past, a quiet existence in a place where no one recognized the weight he once carried. He spoke calmly about the work, without dramatizing it, without diminishing it, without bending it into something it wasn't. He described his choices as necessary, not exceptional. And yet, in the broader arc of the war, his choices mattered deeply. They changed how armies moved, how commanders planned, and how long the enemy hesitated before realizing the truth. His reports, carefully timed, carefully phrased, became part of a larger design that shaped the moment Allied forces crossed the Channel. That's the part of his story that still echoes today. Not the deception itself, but the reminder that influence often begins in places that seem too small to matter. A desk, a message, a carefully written lie that prevents a deadly truth from gaining ground. When you follow Garbo's life to its end, you see a man who accepted recognition only when it found him, not when he looked for it. A man who understood that stepping back was as important as stepping forward. His disappearance protected him, but it also allowed him to live as Juan again, not as a symbol or an operative. He chose the quiet path, the kind that leaves less footprint but more meaning. And when his story finally reached the world, it arrived with the same steady tone he carried through the war. Measured, clear, and grounded in the understanding that the most decisive actions often happen without applause. You're left with the sense that Garbo's story is not just about deception, but about responsibility. About holding together a narrative when failure would have consequences far beyond your own life. About trusting that a quiet contribution can matter as much as any act carried out under a broader spotlight. In the end, Garbo shaped a turning point in history without ever needing to be seen. And that is why he remains part of this long thread of stories. People who stood in the margins of great events and still managed to shift them. As the night draws on, the work you've heard about does not reach a clean ending. Most of it never did. It faded back into routine, into files closed and conversations that were never repeated, carried forward only by the people who returned to ordinary lives without knowing what it held. This was the hidden war, not marked by victories, but by continuation, by attention sustained quietly, by effort that asked for nothing in return. If you're still listening, you're welcome to remain here a little longer, and if you've already drifted away, the stories have gone on without you, as they always did. You've been listening to Echoes of War, where history moves slowly, and the night is allowed to finish its work.